Make sure that all of the stream settings are where they need to be. All right, as much as I like you, Ponce, I really wish it was my stream that was on the screen right now. What is he playing? All right, step one. And looks like we have got quality settings too, so I can crash into the game right away. If memory serves, I was not live with Stellaris last week because of a holiday in the province in which I live. Unless I'm really losing track of everything. One thing I would like to draw to people's attention is that there's a new update for Imperator, which is coming out tomorrow, the Menander update. I haven't been tracking it too closely because obviously my priority right now is to get through Stellaris content. I'm just going to take a second here and open a window while the game loads. But yeah, I feel so. Here's an interesting thing about games that don't get high ratings on release. Unless it is like, so if a game has mixed, this doesn't mean everyone dislikes it. This means that there is a large number of people who have played it who have disliked it. But by and large, a lot of online ratings are... And of course, I realize that we're playing Stellaris and I'm talking about another game, but it is a Paradox Development Studio game. So the thing about Imperator that I find so interesting is that, you know, when you think about games online, or if you really think about any kind of online shopping, there is a bit of a weighting towards positive experiences. If you see a product rating with like a 3 on Amazon, you're probably not even going to consider it. And I think maybe I'm talking my own book here because, you know, I'm a little numbers wired. Like, if I'll see a 3 and there's like 1 or 2 reviews, then I'm like, okay, I'm going to take a little bit of a look because, you know, obviously this is probably not really going to be telling me a whole lot about the product. But one thing I think that's so interesting about Imperator is that it's one of these ones where I tend to hear a lot of negative comments about it. And this is, of course, evident by the reviews that it got on release. The established review outlets were quite warm to the game, as was I, but the Steam reviews were very low. Now, to a certain extent, I have a feeling that this is people reviewing the game that they had in mind versus the game that was actually released, and I'm not entirely sure that's fair. That's a little bit, maybe not exactly like what happened with No Man's Sky, because there's a feeling in terms of how the game was presented to people, whereas I really think in the case of Imperator, it's very much a statement of people's expectations. But what I want to say about this is that I think there is a lot of sense in terms of why generally you want to focus on positive reviews, because largely these are people who have bought a product, and you would like the majority of people who have bought a product to enjoy it. Obviously now, Steam, in response to EA Origins releasing refunds, Steam, has the 2-hour refund window now, and more or less all of the storefronts seem to have followed suit. I actually don't think GOG has a 2-hour window. I think their whole view is that they'll try their best to get the thing working for you, but unless it's a technical reason, I don't think they do the refunds. I'm not sure about that though. But with that in mind, it's fair to say that even in the light of people being able to refund within 2 hours, especially for a Paradox game where you really spend a lot of time to decide if it's your kind of a thing, I think it's fair to say that your expectations would be that a majority of people hopefully an overwhelming majority of people enjoy the experience, because in the end you don't really want to put your time or your money towards discovering that something isn't for you. But the reason why I take the time to mention Imperator Rome is that while my response to it was very positive, the hive mind kind of seems to be, and I don't mean that pejoratively, like it could just be that this is my unique preferences lining up very well with Imperator in a way that maybe it doesn't with others. But I just find it really interesting that it is a game that I actually really enjoyed in its very first iteration, the one that people liked the least. And I'll admit, actually, my playtime in it has dropped off a little bit since the updates, but that's not really because of the updates. That's because, Stellaris and other things have kind of come to take its place. This is the drawback with Paradox growing, is that there's only so much time for me to play these games, particularly on stream. But the reason why I wanted to mention it on this one is that there's the perception that I get from looking at reviews. But it's worth remembering that even when you see something mixed like Imperator was on release, it's worth remembering that half of the people who experienced it and left a review liked it, because it's a binary system, right? It's a thumbs up or it's a thumbs down. And so that's, I think, the thing that I find the most interesting now are the times when, when you see the orange text on Steam, that's really scary. It's one of these ones where usually people will stay away from the game, or maybe they'll look at it on Twitch a little bit before deciding whether or not to give it a try. But what I kind of find interesting now, in terms of Steam at least, is to sit down and reflect on the fact that those scary reviews that I see, the indication actually is that there's still potentially even greater than half enjoy the game. And that's not necessarily an argument to say, you have to like Imperator because over 50% plus one liked it. I think most people, when buying an entertainment product, would probably not want to leave it to a coin toss to decide, in terms of whether or not they're going to like it, which is obviously not what reviews really are, but just as an example. But it's so interesting that the commentary that I see relative to even the most negative, form of maybe not more negative form of criticism, but like one of the valleys in terms of the reception to this game just after release still had half of the people who enjoyed it like I did. And it's so... I just tend to find it interesting whenever I am confronted with a sort of a direct example of kind of the two stories not lining up that way. It also gives me a chance to say, like, in terms of the updates, I do encourage you guys to, if you have Imperator, give it a shot. See if it's for you, because I think enough dust has settled on the sort of the negative run that we might be at a point now where we can I don't know, we can give it we can put a little distance and see whether or not it's really for us or not. So I will confess, I'm actually feeling very groggy, and because it's been 2 weeks since we last played, I'm going to need to do a little catch up. I'm actually really worried about doing the game at this point, because if I'm sufficiently groggy, I might just ruin an otherwise good playthrough. So one thing that I did was I sent off all of my sector. They're now all under AI control. It looks like we still have a bunch of employment problems, but I like to think of that as AI problem, not my problem. How are we doing in terms of buying and selling? So we are currently buying food and minerals, neither of which is particularly desirable. Although I'm glad that we're no longer buying up consumer goods. So one of the most direct ways I can see us dealing with our naval capacity problems are to improve our our standing as far as these these branches are concerned. So where were we? There's I think it's Mercenary Liaison Office. Yeah. I could, of course, refactor some of these branch offices, but I won't do that quite yet. I have a few other priorities. Okay, so that's that. There is a side of me that's somewhat inclined towards trying to open up a few branches on the Akano Citizen Alliance, but it's... I think I'm going to hold off on that for now. What I would like to do, though, is try and come up with a slightly more effective response to the piracy problems, because that seems to be one of the easiest ways that I can try and recover a little bit of my cash. So, with that in mind, we've got the lake, the deep sea. The reef. I think at this point what I'm going to do, this is going to be a little frustrating, but I'm just going to take these and I'm going to park them in a system, and they're gonna police it until it's dealt with, and then we'll move to the next one. Which is admittedly not a great way of handling that problem, but the pelagic excursion, right? So our forces are still completely split up because we need to go to war with the Cooperative of Menjusana in order to combine them. That I'm not too worried about, but it is going to make things a little inconvenient. I also feel like probably some of these numbers aren't quite lining up. I think like the wind should probably be with the reef. Possibly the deep sea. All right. Now, one of the reasons why oh god, this will... This is going to inspire a whole bunch of messages I don't really want to hear, but... Okay, upgrades I'm fine with. So, the next little bit that I need to work on are all of the unemployment problems. Now, this is something really that the AI should be working on, but seeing as we have, we have the situation we're in right now, let's at least try and line things up with where they need to be. So Mescaban seems to be a prime spot. Oh, Meneth. My favorite. Okay, so I'm going to switch over to Delcor for a little bit just so we can spread this out. also should probably double check that... Okay, yeah, this is fine. Although, in truth, it's not like I really need this many consumer goods, so maybe I should be thinking a little bit about what my... You know, it's one thing for me to put a whole bunch of bodies onto a world. It is another matter entirely to... this is a tough one. I am currently importing minerals, so I gotta make sure that the mineral production is up, but that definitely makes me sad. I think I'm gonna have to make... Oh, you know what? No, we've got Mastery of Nature, so I can build there. I'm going to let the month turn over just to see whether or not that those numbers are actually accurate. I also just screwed up a bunch of my patrol plans, but I'm actually going to learn to live with that. Okay, we are now 2 months in. I'll let it turn over just for completeness. So we are in a surplus for energy. We're in a small deficit for minerals, so I'll get that taken care of. Let's pull back a little bit on the food. We have enough of a stockpile. We're probably going to hit our limits in terms of alloys reasonably soon, but I think I'm still gonna sell off some of the alloys that I've got. And more importantly, so it looks like we do still have some unemployment. So Escoban is currently sitting on some unemployment. I'm going to avoid Delcor if I can. Satatoni might be... it's an alloy foundry. Well, you know what? That just gives me more materials that I can sell. So I think I'm actually willing to work with that. And they're short on clerks and whatnot, so that's also good. Alright, I'll just wind up doing this in the opposite direction, but... So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. I gotta take a look at what's going on there. 20, 21. Alright, so I'm gonna leave that be for now. And see, we've got a couple of other worlds that seem to be indicating a lot of spare jobs, so that's the story with these guys. Unless it's one of these areas that I've captured on. Oh yes, I forgot to reclaim... Well, I mean, this isn't my problem. I'm still waiting for this war to sort of die out. We're going to be waiting a while on that, though. Okay, so a second best Prophet's Retreat. Alright, so those are specialists, so I gotta make sure that I pay special attention to Glukdor. And I'm hoping that this is... I don't know if I can afford that. Joinham doesn't have any spare... Okay, it's Cadar Secundus. Alright, so what's the story with you? The Shapa specialists are unemployed. I think I can afford the moats. I obviously can't... No, I can't. What the hell is the AI doing with my empire? Alright, well, I'm doing the upgrade anyway. Yeah, I'm just going to trust that the AI doesn't completely screw me here. But that's maybe
Knowledge is the key to the universe.
Maybe not a good assumption. Minor improvements in the transmission efficiency adds up to a sizable reduction in overall energy loss. So for the cheapest, we will do shield hit points for now. Now, I'd like to finish the horizon signal if I can, but one of the problems I have right now is I can't amass my fleets to deal with the event. So for now, we're just going to sit and wait. Oh, how very nice. I just spilled coffee on myself. So this will not necessarily be the most exciting run at the start.
Knowledge is the key to the universe.
Transgenic crops offer nutritional elements of several standard food crops in one convenient package. I think we'll do the administrative capacity, although we have more than enough for that right now. Okay. I apparently need to learn how to drink again. Part of what I'm trying to do here right now is just get my they've ended their rivalry. Huh. All right. I want to be a little careful about that. So what I'm trying to do right now is just get the fleet in a position to be up and ready to go whenever whatever war we're going to start kicks off. I actually think for this one I'm going to start at Sapad because I'm not sure how far we're going to get on all of this. The jetty, on the other hand, is the jetty? Yeah, the jetty's actually a full-strength fleet, so I'm going to keep them sitting in Quiet Dark because they give me my best option in terms of moving around and potentially doing nasty things to my enemies over on this side of the map. Okay. So this upgrade I'm fine with. This upgrade was my patrol, so we're gonna keep them kicking around. Clearly we need a little more encouragement on the minerals.
To the universe.
And what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna add another 100 alloys to compensate. With chemical reaction tightly controlled by missile board microprocessors. The agreement we signed giving you access to our databanks has run its course. Would you like to extend it for another 10 standard years, or do your researchers no longer require the information we offer? Nope, we want to keep our technological edge. Excellent, our databanks shall remain available to your scientists. Warhead detonations can be tuned for maximum effect for local conditions at the time of impact. All right. So here we will pick up... I'm actually somewhat inclined towards the extraction patterns, but defense platform hulls are the cheapest tech available to me, so I'll pick those up. Pradzui Smok, thank you very much for the host. I hope you're doing well. Wow, Jesus, we are really bleeding out all of these resources. We're managing. I'm not crazy about how the AI is managing the Empire, but I'm not really in that great of a position to complain, so... Alright, so the wind was... I feel like the wind and the reef were supposed to be together.
Ship upgrades applied.
So these should all be corvettes, yes. So this is a megacorp, and it was a custom-made species with a doomsday scenario. If you'd like me to do the full story, I can, Proziri Smok, but I have a feeling it might come up later in the stream anyway, so you may wind up hearing the story more than once if you want. It's the same one that we've been playing since Federations came out, though. So, restructuring the managerial web linking core worlds to the capital can help alleviate the administrative stressors and information choke points that frequently arise within a budding empire. So again, we pick the cheapest tech, ideally one that sort of is in line with our overall goals. In this case, I think we'll increase the army damage. We have had a couple of invasions. I'm going to need to think a little bit when my empire goes ridiculously big, like this. Clearly, when I was trying to manually control the upgrades, that wasn't really working out. But this current scenario is resulting in too much unemployment and too much of a deficit in terms of my resources. The basic mechanics of ship shields are complex, but they can be adjusted to improve in a multitude of ways. Let's do energy weapon attack speed first. Okay, and we're going to have to sell off a bunch of alloys, so they're not really worth that much anymore. Additional layers of armor plating within the structure itself improves the resilience of military stations. So here we're all 9500s now, so we will do strike craft attack speed. What I may eventually start doing with some of these special buildings. By the way, it's slightly mind-blowing that we have exhausted a matter decompressor in terms of our mineral consumption. All right, so this was Master's Teachings, Focus Crystals. All right, so I think all of these are going to be ones that I don't think I'm going to trigger them until we actually need to take advantage of them. So, out of curiosity, if I go to something like Menjusana and I say I want to
ship upgrades applied,
upgrade you like crazy. The dark matter. Okay, so coast is not something I want to mess around with. So eventually these all have to kind of go back to the border to combine up with their intended fleet.
Ship upgrades
actually
applied.
I see the problem I've run into now. So because of the edict that I had called, I was getting a bonus towards my naval capacity. So at least one of these edicts I'm going to need to bring back. I think it was the Warring States. Yeah. That's going to break my economy if I don't fix that. Okay, so one thing I'm going to try and do to improve my financial position is just go system by system and eliminate piracy. Oh, for fun. What's annoying now about... Thank you for letting me know that it says Chimera Squad. So what's annoying is that with this particular program that I'm using, not only do I need to close my browser to get the adjustment done, or not the adjustment done, but I close my browser to keep the frame rate smooth. It is not the most consistent with the game tagging, so I'll have to change that in the VOD as well. But thank you for the correction. But yeah, so basically to preserve the frame rate, I close the browser, which means that when it doesn't, now admittedly it doesn't happen very often. And it's entirely possible I just don't verify, an input or something like that. But one way or the other, my intention is not registered by the program, and because of another imperfection in the program, it means that I have to do 2 or 3 extra steps to correct it. These employment warnings really stress me out.
Knowledge is the key to the universe.
Iterating on standard conditioning regimen for ground troops has proven to make them more effective in direct combat. So this is one of the things I was kind of dreading about this playthrough. This is actually one of the reasons why I will do the edict duration for reasons that are apparent. Yeah.
Research concluded.
Circulate. Sorry, I probably shouldn't say that, because then if it's not apparent to someone, I sound like a dick. The reason why I say it's apparent is because we did just spend 100 influence that I would have otherwise used to open up subsidiaries, in order to make sure that my fleets didn't bankrupt my empire. All right, circulating excess heat from weapons discharge in order to prime munitions as they are loaded increases the rate of fire for strike-craft weaponry. So let's do extraction patterns because, again, I'm running short. And the Raxar entity has completed a gateway. All right. So we are kind of behind on gateways. Overall, my logistics leave something to be desired, but it's kind of a calculated risk that I've taken here. I'm gonna try instead to focus on building the infrastructure to make war more effectively rather than move about, because I think I have a fairly clear idea of where I need to put my forces, and they're already in place. So we're really just waiting for the war to finish. So the core of the mega shipyard has been put in place. All that remains are to add the vast ship construction berths. All right. So, with a multitude, the core of the mega shipyard contains much of the infrastructure required to move and process the vast quantities of materials needed to supply the production berths. And then finally, the upgrade for the mega shipyard with a multitude of ship production berths supplied from a hyper-efficient processing core. The mega shipyard's output eclipses that of any other starbase. So 67% boost to ship build speed, which will be very helpful if we wind up in a war of attrition. I gotta think about ways that I can get my starbase capacity up, but unless I find some more planets to colonize, I don't think that's gonna be happening anytime soon. I'll do the AI's job for it. So what I'm doing right now is I'm just cranking on the top speed,
Research concluded.
waiting for the AI to, to kind of finish its war so that I can subjugate the people who I want. Flash coolant 19. New developments in tech cooling regularly surface, improving the stability and efficiency of our weapon systems, keeping them from blowing up the ships on which they are mounted. We'll do the energy weapon damage. It's the only real one that we have left. But yeah, so the idea here is that I try not to be on pause as often as I normally am. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to sort of plug any leaks that I find as time goes by. Now, there's a couple things that I want to do sort of as maybe more medium-term goals. So while all this is going on, one thing that I'm going to try and accomplish is open another set of subsidiaries. The trick is that if I do that to the Econo, and then I later decide to kick the Econo out so I can subjugate them, I might wind up wasting all of those resources. Then again, I'm also thinking about doing the same thing to my my allies to the right of me, the Great Astwani Polity. So that one's really a question of timing more than anything. See, it says there's no unemployment, but okay, nothing we can do about rulers. But again, as it is with my Federation, I'm really just kind of waiting right now to try and take it over from the inside. Nope. Alien megastructure. Word has reached us that the Cooperative of Menjusana has begun the construction of vast long-range sensor array in the Galtari black hole system. While it is still in its early stages, the completed array is set to give them unfettered insight into interstellar travel in this galaxy. So this is actually not bad for me in the sense that I have every intention of subjugating these people. And so what this will mean is that they're essentially building a resource that I will be getting the benefit of. Now, I mean, there's a lot that can happen in between me saying that that's going to happen and actually implementing it.
Knowledge is the key to the universe.
All right. More aggressive information campaigns improve the populace's receptiveness to edicts. So we've got army health and we've got leader lifespan. We'll do the leader lifespan. Apparently I really don't care that much about my troops. The stream will sit on for now. Don't have anything to do immediately.
Research concluded.
This is unexpected. I think I'm going to have to just leave Willeus on its own there. Hello, Sunny Sun Sun. How you doing? Changes in how mineral deposits are evaluated relative to each other lead to more efficient boring patterns. Let's say strikecraft damage. We did already do the upgrade to attack speed. The Raxar entity has completed destruction of their Grit Gateway. They're making quite a few of those. Alright, so we've got 9. Alright, now I want to see if any of these planets still have open... So there's lots of open slots here that the AI doesn't really seem to be taking advantage of. Now there might be reasons for that, but let's just try and push a few of these planets on their way. And it looks like we've got a lot of housing problems, which I'm not too crazy about. So profits per treat, we've got all right housing. We've definitely got space for more mining districts. And it looks like we're very refinery focused, so let's say exotic gases for the last two. Six jaw, yeah, we can. All right, with a significant reduction of crime on Ugglesdash, the moon's once pervasive criminal underworld has been reduced to nothingness. The population has been imbued with a renewed sense of safety and harmony. Welcome. Things are going all right. I'll admit, it's kind of tough at work right now, and I'm feeling very cloudy today. Like, just overall, my thinking has been very muddled.
Research concluded.
I've been struggling a little bit to sort of maybe not keep focus, but like I definitely feel like I've been in a fog. So I'm pausing for a little coffee every now and again. But other than that, I'm doing okay. Like I said, I'm a little bit worried about this Stellaris playthrough just because it's really clear that because I'm waiting so much on my allies' wars, all I can really do is crank up the speed and hope we're able to subjugate the cooperative of Menjusana in time. Perfecting the firing cadence of laser weaponry is a task that could keep the engineering elite of any given planet busy for centuries. But because I'm always so stressed out about the, the unemployment and whatnot, it also makes me a little, I freak out whenever I see all of these little red suitcases. And the housing problems and all of that. Like, the whole point of letting the AI take over on a lot of those duties was to stop that. But apparently I'm the worst kind of manager. I hire someone to do a job and then do it for them. Now, in normal circumstances, I would love to uproot these commercial goods or consumer goods. Is it commercial or consumer? Consumer goods factories. But then I have a whole bunch of specialists that get unemployed. So, increasing the speed at which fighter pilots can process and act upon enemy positioning data elevates strike craft a few steps up the food chain. Of course, we've done that 9 times before, so. All right, so again, we're going for the cheap tech. The expenses are going up because our Empire Sprawl is going up, but not much that I can do about that at this point. So I can go for armor. Yeah, you know what? I think I'm going to do armor in this case. Word has reached us that the mandate of Vulu Umu has begun the construction of a vast long-range sensor array in the Syliv system. While still in the early stages, the completed array is set to give them unfettered insight into interstellar travel in this galaxy. So much like the cooperative of Menjusana. Surveyor activated. We have swept our space with a strong scanning beam of the Surveyor relic, and a previously unknown resource deposit has been identified on Garam 2. So 5 extra minerals is quite welcome given how scarce those are,
to the universe.
For me at least. Regimens of periodic cell revitalization treatments keep the leader class spry and active beyond traditionally expected lifespans. So I think we have to invest in our soldiers again. And I'm going to try and give my economy a little more breathing room. Alright, the Cooperative Menjusana has entered a commercial pact with the Neburite Republican territory, so it's very likely now that, in fact, I should probably slow things down. It's likely that where originally the Neburites were someone who I was probably going to be able to vassalize, looks like the Cooperative of Menjusana is coming in to fill in that gap. So again, this makes me really annoyed with the... well, I mean, in fairness, it's the Neburites who attacked the Great Istwani polity, but this is where the Istwani, we originally invited them to a federation and were nice to them because they were a very strong neighbor that were ready to kill us. Now they've become a liability, as have all the rest of us. I mean, I kind of like all of the playthroughs I do. I tend to have an idea for a species and just see where all the ideas take me. This was a fun one, but in this case, it's just growing out as much as I can, try and take advantage of the Federation mechanics as much as I can, although I've started to learn some of the limitations about the fact that my allies keep starting wars, and just generally try not to lose. I'm not sure what the specific... I think I'm giving a very general answer because I'm not 100% sure the nature of the question that you're asking. But yeah, I've been enjoying the story of Djomar Limited, the rather, turns out, adaptable, but definitely ill-equipped for the destruction of their home planet, Megacorp. All right, so we will still try and vassalize the Neborite Republican territories if we can, but what we're really waiting for here is the war. Oh, you know what? This war isn't going to finish just because it's 100%. They're not going to settle status quo. We're going to have to wait for this number to go up. And we got the Tianqi Conservation Act, which makes me happy. Change council size to 2. This does mean an ally is off the council, so I'm gonna hang on. I do rather like the idea of changing the council size to 2 because that just brings things closer to the number I really want it to be, which is 1. But I maybe don't quite want to tip my hand on that. Not necessarily. I mean, the only way that I can deal with my belligerent neighbors is through military actions. But I'm not necessarily spoiling for a fight if I can avoid it, let's say. So we will scan... we've swept space with a strong scanning beam of the Surveyor Relic, and a previously unknown resource deposit has been identified on BT-12. Alright, so more trade value, although at this point I'm not sure we're quite in a point where we can... Oh boy. Yeah, these guys are making some pretty aggressive moves to protect these folks. Through hard work and experience, Governor Bagagi has developed new skills. He is...
Ship upgrades applied.
Right. I think all my ships are stuck in a perpetual upgrade cycle, but... Governing ethics ship in the Bodronite High Kingdom. Following long periods of growing support for the National Stability Committee, the Bodronite High Kingdom has finally embraced the faction, adopting their core values and policies. As a result of bringing this faction into their government, they have become more outwardly pacifistic. So right now we're supporting these guys' independence. They are subjugated by the cooperative of Menjusana.
Construction completed.
We will we'll be liberating them when we can, but again, we can't try to...
Research concluded.
We can't try to subjugate them until our allies are finished their war. Minor improvements to the transmission efficiency adds up to a sizable reduction in overall energy lost. We're starting to get back on our feet for the energy credits, but obviously we're nowhere near where we used to be as far as our energy is concerned. The other thing I'm a little concerned about, I'm trying to think what the best way for me to dump my cash into it is. I'd love to just outright buy more stockpile. Actually, you know what? Maybe I'm going to go shopping for rare crystals. Minor improvements to energy transmission efficiency adds up to sizable reduction in overall energy loss. Let's do flash coolant. And while we're waiting, let's have a quick chat about... All right. There's a price. We just need to find the right one. Okay, so for every 1,000, this goes up by 5. All right. So we're now going to try and get... All right, so we can't get 2,000. I want to find out exactly where their threshold is. At this point, I'm just doing a straight up, like, give me everything you got. All right. So there is an upper bound to what they... So we're going to find that limit. Now, of course, we may not be able to afford all of this, but right now I'm looking to... Energy credits and alloys are 2 things I can sort of afford to dump. Okay, I don't want to empty out half of my... I can understand some quantity, but not what I was putting in. I am, of course, going to rake them over the coals for everything I can get, though. Alright, so they don't want to do a monthly trade for that. So this is a lot that we're paying for rare crystals. But... Interstellar Assembly Forum Modules. The Interstellar Assembly's outer ring is populated with vast state-of-the-art conference rooms equipped with privacy hard fitters, penetrable only by Djomar and surveillance, of course. The station is quickly becoming the de facto galactic hub for off-site negotiations. So this is helping my diplomatic weight as well as available envoys. So we're going to pay for the Interstellar Assembly, the official unofficial political forum at the galactic community. So let's make good use of the new envoys. In fact, let's just see where our status is with some of our neighbors. Let's maybe see the favorable mercantile network. So yeah, the Raxar entity really like me. The Greatest Wani Polity and the Akano maybe are a little more lukewarm on me. We're friendly, but not, you know, not BFFs. I, of course, love to send ambassadors to the Neborite Republican territories, but the war has kind of gotten in the way of that. So the people who don't like me, I don't really want liking me. Yeah, you know what? At this point, I've already got what I want in the galactic community, so we will assign another envoy to... Oh, have I already... Thought I said I got an extra one. All right, we'll leave it be for now. The only thing I was going to do was try and boost the cohesion for the experience, because we're still about 1,300 away from what we want / need. All right, so I'm at a point where I'm going to be spending some of my influence before too long. Compressing suitable materials into ultra-dense forms is a cheap and efficient way to improve their ability to absorb weapons-grade impacts. Let's do kinetic weapon damage. I should probably do the attack speed, but... Alright, so let's say I need to pick between the Akano Citizens Alliance and possibly the New Yilkan Khanate in terms of franchises. Careful tuning of pain receptors allows soldiers to fight through what would previously have been debilitating injuries. Let's get you to do... admin cap, just so we can lower some of our costs. Alright, so let's start with AC. We'll start with our capital world. Yes, I accept that. And of course, this is going to be purely mercenary liaison offices at this point. Who's mad at who? Neberite has declared rivalry with the Akano. Fair enough. So I'm not going to go too crazy with the branch offices, but I will at least use... I'll go up to an influence of 500. And really, this is just so that I can do the liaison offices at this point. There is, again, the concern that if I do something nasty to the Akano, I might lose these. But it is going to be good for making some money. Now, there are other things that I need, like mineral resources, food. These things I'm currently importing. But you know, I'm working with what I've got here. We're gonna put this on ice for a little while, just while we... Oh! Neberite Republican territories have made peace with the Divine Pazjok state. Divine Pazjok have taken Dafin Siva. I think the Neberites wound up war. Let me just double check that. Yeah, the Neberites really took the losses on that one. So whatever I vassalize won't be as cool as it otherwise would have been. And we are at a point where I think I need to start adding consumer goods to our... maybe not that aggressive. Now, again, it's not like the cash is... You know, it's not like I have any immediate needs for the cash, but at this point, it's clear that energy credits and alloys are going to be the things that I can sell to my allies in order to get sort of a little bit of an edge as far as strategic resources. So I'm going to try and take advantage of my wealth in that regard. We currently have how much pirate? This is the problem with my current piracy suppression strategy, is I actually need to keep an eye on what's going on. So yeah, like the deep sea really should be out helping. Mega art installation. Cool.
Knowledge is the key to the universe.
What about the lake? Yeah, lake, same story. I'm wondering how much of my energy credit boost was just coming from the elimination of piracy in those areas. Ultra-dense slugs can punch through even the strongest of projected shields. So let's go for kinetic attack speed. And of course, I'd love to upgrade the lake, but at this point, I really
Knowledge is the key to the universe.
New developments in tech cooling regularly surface, improving the stability and efficiency of our weapon systems, keeping them from blowing up the ships on which they're mounted. Looks like we're back in control as far as the sprawl is concerned, which is nice. We'll do energy weapon damage first, and administrative capacity. So here, I think I'm going to do edict duration just because I now know I have a little bit of a cost, sort of an implicit cost in terms of influence for maintaining my overall fleets. Let's go to Mardum. I can't remember if I built... no, I didn't. 85, we can afford it. And the aim here with the mercenary liaison offices really is to just try and close this gap in terms of my naval capacity, which of course will be helping me out in terms of my energy credit costs and whatnot. Okay. I'm fine with these guys staying put. I just want to make sure that they're staying put in places where they're contributing. Also, it looks like we're doing a little bit better as far as the strategic resources are concerned. I wonder if I could... Uh-oh. All right. Unemployment and poverty are spreading at an alarming rate on PEO. The sorry state of affairs is being exploited by local crime organizations who find themselves awash in easy marks and desperate recruits. As a temporary solution, we could increase the unemployment benefits on the planet. It will not be cheap, but it would provide additional time to seek a more permanent solution, such as creating more jobs or improving the living standards of the affected population groups. We could also do nothing, but this would likely result in the formation of a significant criminal underworld on PEO. So we'll institute the increased benefits. One of the things I'm debating is just finally converting the living standards across the Empire, but I'm not 100% sure that I have the ability to absorb that shock yet. Prophet's Retreat is always... Prophet's Retreat is a trap. I'll do Olber's. Prophet's Retreat looks like it has jobs, but they're spiritualist jobs that nobody can actually do. Or was it Celestial Throne? Oh no, these are legit jobs. Okay, so I've got 12. Let's find some bodies to move in. In this case, I'm going to go for the planets with the largest unemployment. Let's find some more worlds that can absorb the...
Research concluded.
Olber's has 7. Minor technical advances combined with the improved shipboard routines for handling munitions to provide a noticeable boost in the rate of fire. Let's give you explosive weapon attack speed. Okay, so Delcor is not my primary choice in terms of places to absorb unemployment, but so Sol has a lot of jobs available and nowhere to house people. Oh, you know what? That's the AI doing that. Okay, Menjusana is no longer rival. Oh, wow. Alright, that's one I want to keep an eye on. Because if these guys get too friendly, it is possible that the Raxar entity will block an attempt to declare war on their new friend. Alright. See, the problem here is I don't really have a great strategy in terms of how to get some more living space.
Research concluded.
Let's start by embiggening the planet. More aggressive information campaigns improve the populace's receptiveness to edicts. Let's do extra food just so I can reduce the imports. Speaking of... Again, it's a very perverse benefit that I've got with the Raxar entity, which is they go and conquer areas, and then I get the refugees within my tolerant xenophilic empire. Works for me, though.
Research concluded.
Okay, we will... Shield hit points. Council veto called. Cooperative Menjusana has called their council veto and failed the resolution repeal pangalactic recycling initiatives. Well, I'm perfectly happy they did that. Advanced Xeno studies. There's much to learn from all the cultures of the universe. We should add an additional information gathering instrumentation to all star bases while working more closely with enclaves. Observation posts provide additional society research. Enhances the effects. We are in breach of this resolution. I wish it would say why. I'm assuming it's probably because of the fact that I don't have some kind of a... So unfortunately, I'm going to have to oppose this one. Guardian Angels Act. So this is the one that's a little weird for me. I think I'm going to say no to it, unless it leads to something... World Crackers, Armageddon, or Indiscriminate. Well, I mean, these are nice to have. The problem is that they eat away at my diplomatic power, so I think I'm gonna hold back. Natural Sanctuaries is also sort of a similar problem to me, as in principle I like it, but it's something that erodes my... Oh my god, what are you doing? The Raxar entity is making enemies with people who I don't want. I don't want to be mad at me.
Knowledge is the key to the universe.
All right, so I'm going to try and trade away for the trade the alloys away again. This time, let's try it with the greatest one, Equality. And I'm going to be looking at... I still need rare crystals, but we'll see whether or not they want to give any up. Yeah. Again, whether or not I can actually get away with this amount is another question, but they have no interest whatsoever in my alloys. And I'm gonna guess the same's probably true for the Raxar entity. Yeah. Fair enough. There we go. 2,000 2,000 alloys a month for 10 favors. Alright, advances in miniaturization allow for more rapid loading and discharging of rocket-propelled payloads. Let's get them working on defense platform damage. In this case, I'm just going to bite the bullet. This, like, it's so cheap. It's embarrassing. The Iron Age. The Bronze Age aliens of Cador II have advanced sufficiently in their use of metallurgy to be considered an Iron Age civilization. The tools and weapons that they make use of are becoming more effective, and the architecture of their cities has become more elaborate. Their civilization is now spread to cover most of the planet, and some of their largest cities are home to nearly 1 million individuals. Let's just make sure we're still on track for victory. Yeah. I'm a little nervous about the Raxar's technological progress, but Mega Shipyard is online. The Mega Shipyard is now fully online. It can produce starships at unprecedented volume. Now again, we're not using this yet because I am well over my naval cap. However, being able to crank out as many as many sort of super ships as I can. I'm also a little surprised at how little dark matter I have, so I think I'm going to have to be a bit more careful about my my ship upgrades. Oh, Jesus Christ, we can build 2 more Titans. All right, no, I'm definitely going to be sitting on my... you can afford it. The fleet cap's really more of a guideline. I also want to see how quick... Oh my god, they're done in almost a year. Good to know. But yeah, so essentially what we're doing here, the boring way to win, of course, is just waiting out 60 years and we win by score. But of course, it'd be a lot more interesting if we can, if we can have just a big finale where we finally subjugate our, our long-standing rival. Rising unemployment on Bleg. Unemployment and poverty are spreading at an alarming rate on Bleg. The sorry state of affairs is being exploited by local crime organizations who find themselves awash with both easy marks and desperate recruits. As a temporary solution, we could increase the unemployment benefits on the moon, but it will not be cheap. But it would provide additional time to seek a more permanent solution, such as creating more jobs or improving living standards on the improving the living standards of the affected population groups. We could also do nothing, but this would likely result in the formation of a significant criminal underworld on Bleg. So we will do the improvement. I'm running out of places which have free slots, housing slots, that is. But in this case, I'm pretty much just going to be reactive on it. And of course, we're an Iron Man, so I don't have any faster speeds. It does give me a chance to sip my coffee, though. I'm starting to feel a little more on top of things. Once we're back up to 600 influence, we'll start building some more corporate offices in the Econo Citizen Alliance. As a last resort, we'll maybe put them in the Raxar entity. But transgenic crops offer the nutritional elements of several standard food crops in one convenient package. The problem with the Raxar entity is that they're the one I kind of want out the most, but they're also the one who are sort of the least likely to be taken out by me. Well, let's double check that. I could try and offer them subsidiary status. And there's actually a mildly credible path to me being able to make this work. In the sense that I would want to take the L gate first, and through the L gate we would then take the remaining worlds. But the thing is, any time that I'm able to do that is also going to be a time when I'm able to make war on the cooperative of Menjusana, and they're definitely the higher priority.
Knowledge is the key to the universe.
All right, we'll deal with Gribben first. And again, Mercenary Liaison Office to just try and help close the gap in terms of my naval capacity. Cross-linking weapon systems to fire in staggered volleys improves the actual damage output of military stations over time. Let's do explosive weapon damage, I think. Esteemed Chairwoman Kalig Six Sheets, a decade ago, Djomar Limited pledged support to support the artisan troupe, and so you have. The time of your patronage is coming to an end, but we would be remiss not to ask, would you care to renew your subscription to the finest arts and crafts in the galaxy? As always, it's a deal. I'm somewhat happy to see the energy credits tick back up, because I have a feeling
Knowledge
that
is the key
buying
to the
strategic
universe.
resources on the open market is going to be how I get myself out of this inconvenient spot. The basic mechanics of ship shields are complex, but they could be adjusted and improved in a multitude of ways. Oh boy. I think we're going to be seeing this more and more often. Let's do energy credits first. Increase the benefits, institute the benefits rather. And as much as it pains me, we're just going to have to get used to being very crowded on our worlds. Surveyor activated. We have swept our space with a strong scanning beam of the Surveyor Relic. A previously unknown resource deposit has been identified on Conthim 1. 7 energy, that's welcome. And it is one we've not exploited yet, so let's get that construction ship on the job. The Republican territories have declared the Divine Posjock state as the rival. They were just at war, so that's not too much of a change in the status quo. But yeah, this war, the pace of this war is absolutely glacial. Castigation Proclamation. Those
Ship
who are not with us are against us, and
applied.
those who stand against galactic law must be punished. Any empire in the galactic community can propose a resolution to denounce an empire in breach of galactic law or that is not a galactic community member. The animosity causes casus belli and humiliation war goal can be used on empires with unrestricted wars against empires that have been denounced by the galactic community and are in breach of galactic war. Yes, I support this measure because it gives me additional naval capacity as well as additional diplomatic weight. It does increase the cost of my ship upkeep, but again, we're already drowning in alloys and energy credits, so that's not that... It's not really that... That's not really a restriction
Ship
that has a lot of
upgrades
teeth.
applied.
Alright, we can still keep upgrading the river, so we will. What does our dark matter look like after that? Okay, the Divine Posjock state. Well, we can live with them not letting
Ship
me through their
upgrades
territory.
applied. Research concluded.
So in other circumstances, I would be working on some of these diplomatic options in order to be able to flex my diplomatic weight or muscle even more. But given the fact that I'm running these fairly substantial deficits in some cases because of my naval capacity, I just want to make sure that I'm keeping these. I'm kind of keeping everything balanced out. How are you doing, Let Us Head? More aggressive information campaigns improve the populace's receptiveness to edicts. Sorry, guys, I just need to sneeze. All right, that was not as bad as I thought it was going to be. Army damage. My army is still not all that great. I held back a little bit when we were short on energy credits. I don't think I'm going to invest too heavily into it, though. Well, couldn't hurt.
Research concluded.
Again, we go for our lowest tech, so defense platforms. Yeah, why not? Can never remember which is the more terrifying clone army. All right, the Mengetti it is.
Ship upgrades applied. Construction completed.
All right, let's see. Upgrades are done.
Red alert.
And we've got,
Spaceport
It's Huge
under
says,
fire.
are you going to get that Fall Guys? No, I actually don't have Fall Guys yet. And it's funny, Let Us Head, the problem I'm running into right now is that I micromanage a whole heck of a lot, but we're so close to the end, and we're really just waiting for this war with my allies to finish so that I can sort of deliver the cooperative of Menjusana, our longtime rival, an ultimatum. So at this point, I just said, screw it. I'm going to let the AI run my empire into the ground and sort of live with the consequences. But yeah, It's if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them. The whole record of this species in the start, that's all on YouTube, but it's probably just as well to sort of talk about what some of my plans were. Because again, this was a really interesting start. The greatest Wanipality, which is now a Federation member, was a really hostile neighbor, which was much stronger than we were, and we were essentially able to negotiate our way into sort of a standstill with them. And ultimately, thrive. Obviously, they are not that scary to me anymore. All right, we're going to be late, but better late than never as far as pirates are concerned. So the unprotected trade route that passes through the Withrili system has attracted the attention of a roving band of pirates. These outlaws have gathered a sizable fleet that is intercepting much of the system's trade, so they need to be dealt with. Speaking of trade, all right, these guys are still working on the ne'er-do-wells. Actually, look, I'm going to be honest, this is kind of dumb. I'm never going to remember to deal with these guys in time, so... The patrols may not be all that effective, but they're better than just parking the ships. Less than an energy credit for each alloy. And the interstellar assembly is done. Oh yeah, that's what I need to be doing right now. I've now got 2 mega projects that I can be working on too. Yeah, I basically did the same thing here, but I mean, again, we've just got so much unemployment and overcrowding, and it's miserable. It's actually why I've started moving the outliner kind of down below here, so I don't need to stress out about that as much. The Interstellar Assembly is now fully operational and plays host to a number of embassies from the galaxy's major powers, be they political or corporate. Our diplomats are having a hard time keeping up with all the steady flow of information on national interests and political embarrassments we are extracting from the station. At least our guests seem largely disinterested in our surveillance, as long as we provide the ideal environs for them to strong-arm their competitors. Let's take a look at this beauty. Where is it? I am in the right system, right? There. Oh, that looks cool. I haven't built one of these before. I just got an achievement. The Great Planetary Disco. So it says I got an extra envoy. Oh yeah, there it is. So let's stick them in the Federation in hopes that we can get to level 5 before any crisis hits. And let's try and find something more useful for me to do with my energy credits. So this was our Interstellaris... Oh no, this... Okay, so we've got the Interstellar Assembly. This one was the Coordination Center then? I guess I can just keep hammering those out in the worst case scenario. Let's build... So we really don't need the science right now. Sentry array... Yeah, so here's how I'm thinking about these right now. So Sentry array definitely has the appeal of the... of sort of the total information awareness. Gateway, okay, but not like, I'm not gonna do backflips over it. Mega Art installation would be so wonderful, save for the fact that I don't need any more Unity. I can build so much in terms of Unity. Now, I mean, the extra amenities might be nice, but this is definitely like a low priority. Interstellar Assembly. Now, habitat might be something that helps me in terms of my overall crowding, but we've definitely learned how cramped they can get. So definitely the Sentry array. given that this is really the last major megastructure that I haven't built yet. Now the next question for me would be, where do I want to put some gateways? So, like, one thing I could try would be building gateways. Overall, I really just don't want to build gateways. Actually, you know what? Okay, it sounds silly, but after just saying that I don't need a mega art installation, I'm still going to build one. And what we'll do is we'll build it right in Thabit, in the crossroads. So everyone can see it. This is just purely me. So we've got strategic coordination over here and a mega shipyard, which I was astonished to find out that you can build Wait a minute. Are my Titans already done? Jesus Christ.
We have lost a mining station.
All right, well, that's to be expected. Actually, tell you what. Let's get these guys... Need some practice. I was astonished to find out that they build Titans in a little under a year, or a little over a year. I'll be honest, I'm not 100% sure which fleet the Titans are going to go into yet. I'm probably going to have to do some other refactoring, but we can't start a war anytime soon, so I'm not going to worry too much about it. And we are getting close to the edge. Oh, that's right. We just blew all our influence. So let's
engaging
do something
hostile forces.
Useful. The reef has destroyed the pirate station in the Withrill system and recovered its strong room module. So we'll see if we lost any ships out of that. We did not. We'll probably need some healing, though.
Knowledge is the key to the universe.
Additional layers of armor plating within the structure itself improves the resilience of the military stations. I do like Strikecraft. Yeah, we'll give them the extra damage, and then we'll go for the attack speed immediately after. So...
research concluded.
I think I've talked about this a couple of times. We will do admin cap if it's the cheapest. It's not, though. So we will go for leader lifespan. So once this war is finished, one day, essentially this is going to be at a standstill. There's no possible way they're going to be able to enforce their goals. So really at this point they're just wasting my time. What the overall plan is going to be, I should probably move these guys up, I don't know, somewhere closer to where they'll be needed. First thing we're going to do once this war is over is we're going to shake things up inside the Federation. So this is specifically going to mean, increasing or changing the succession type to strongest and status change, eventually making it so that the president decides certain things. I may or may not decide to do fleet contributions. I haven't quite weighed out the relative benefits of these sorts of things yet. But definitely getting it so that I'm sort of the president for life is something that's been long overdue for this federation. One of the things that kept me from being able to do that was people got vassals before I did, and it upset the balance. But now, because we have diplomatic weight, I should be able to force things through. Unemployment and poverty are spreading at an alarming rate on Ublion Prime. The sorry state of affairs is being exploited by local crime organizations who find themselves awash with both easy marks and desperate recruits. And we have read this a couple of times, so I'm going to take a quick look. So we've got 6 unemployed. Where do they suggest I put them? Again, there's no living space anywhere in the system anymore. What is going on the Celestial Throne? So I suppose the least terrible option would be Rosik. Thanks, Lettucehead. I hope you have a good time. Thanks for stopping by. This is definitely a pretty dull stream, so feel free to stop by next week. Hopefully this playthrough will be done, or at least we'll have a little more war, and then we can you can see me do something other than just click through screens while I wait for the war to go. But thank you very much. It was nice having you in chat. So yeah, first thing we need to do when the war is done is we kind of throw our diplomatic weight around a little bit in the Federation. Immediately following that, we send the ultimatum to the Cooperative of Menjusana, and ideally... first we do it to the Neborite Republican territories. It's almost certainly not going to work because we've just been at war, but we should try, just in case. After which, we then... make the threat to the Cooperative of Menjusana. And the reason I would do that, even over anything else, is just so that I can finally get past this closed borders. I can finally combine my fleets. I won't even use all of my fleets against the Cooperative of Menjusana. It's really just a question of me needing to
research concluded.
Get stuff in position for the end of the horizon signal. Strikecraft damage next. I don't want to say never as far as the crisis is concerned, but this might be another example of a playthrough where I wind up disappointed. Well, maybe not disappointed, but where the crisis, we win before the crisis materializes. Which admittedly would be a bit of a shame, but
research concluded.
Protecting... energy credit. Energy weapons. Let's do attack speed. Our entity continues to make gateways all over the system. One thing, actually, maybe I can say while we're waiting for some more things to materialize. The war has kind of been going by at a slightly better clip than I thought it would. If anybody has any questions about the playthrough or the species or overall intentions, I mean, the short-term plans take over the Federation from the inside and subjugate the Cooperative of Menjusana. I'll talk after we do the fix things on Meneth. So again, at this point, we've pretty much just gone straight into reactive mode as far as these events are concerned. I don't think I can afford to micromanage and stay sane anymore. One of the big things about subjugating the Cooperative of Menjusana, it's not just the... I'm trying to think if there's anything else that I can get out of trade. Not really. Oh, Jesus Christ. All right, well, that one has a slightly more direct solution. Oh, I can't buy nanites. Interesting. That's at least 10 months worth. But yeah, so in the slightly, a little bit further out, what taking out the Cooperative of Menjusana does, that actually gives me access. So first of all, my empire's reunited. The new Yelkahan Khanate, they're already technically a neighbor, but again, it makes subjugating them a lot more credible. the Divine Posjok state becomes the thing that I sort of focus my attention to in terms of a long-term acquisition. The Neborite Republican territories are possibly one that I can bring into my side diplomatically. And what this would do, of course, is that it sort of sews up this branch. This sort of becomes my sphere of influence, and then I'm sort of next door to the Raxar entity, which is my ally. So what makes that interesting for me, at least, is that that's when I really start considering, what do I want the Federation to look like? Do I find value in the Federation sort of being this, this attack on one as an attack on all, sort of, in addition to the fact that I have a very strong navy on my own, I have this nice spread out series of contacts? Or is this the point I start saying, okay, maybe I need to start thinking about who I kick out of the Federation? So, the greatest Wani polity, maybe I want them as a subject. Maybe I don't want them as maybe I don't want them as an ally anymore. And then I start kicking out people one by one. And as a consequence of that, probably the most logical path would not be to go straight after the Raxar entity. It would probably be to gobble up the greatest Wani polity, because then that gives me access to the mandate of Vulu Umu and the Zydran free traders. Of course, I'll already have access to the Zydrans through the cooperative of Menjusana, but this gives me another angle. And then, of course, this allows us to surround the Raxar entity, and at that point, we unite the galaxy under my banner. Increasing the speed at which fighter pilots can process and act upon enemy positioning data elevates strike craft a few steps up the food chain. So we'll do minerals just because, again, we're importing those right now, and it would be nice if I can limit that. Not that, actually we're already at the edge of the energy credits, so we'll go for some dark matter as a start. Alright, again, we're pretty much going to see this for the rest of the playthrough, I suspect. And this is, of course, after I shut down all of the robot worker factories. This is basically just either the AI's mismanagement or the fact that we simply do not have any more jobs for people. Which, of course, would be an argument to start building habitats and whatnot. Actually, come to think of it, I could build a whole bunch of habitats that would be dedicated towards mining. I wonder if it will let me... I suspect it won't let me do another... It will. So I guess now the name of the game is to take all of my surplus. Yes. Okay. I have some ideas then. Oh. Okay, so I'm going to take all my construction ships, and they're actually all going to get dedicated... The Exception! Thank you very much for the resubscription. It's actually getting just at the edge of the birthday celebration when Olaf so kindly gave everyone the so kindly bought everyone those subs. So I've sort of been bracing for the number to go down, but 31 months, that is insane. Thank you, especially because this has obviously been a pretty low-key Stellaris episode. So, yeah, I think what I'm going to do... So I've got a couple of problems at the moment. I'm importing food and I'm importing minerals. Now, I don't know if there's anything I can do about food, but definitely minerals is something that we don't need to import anymore. We really should be able to mine those in space. So what I'm going to do here, I'm still going to deal with the unemployment as I find it here, but what I'm going to start doing now is I'm going to take all of my construction ships, and they're just going to build habitats everywhere in this little arm of the galaxy, and we're going to move all of our unemployment onto those habitats. So we probably won't be able to build habitats fast enough
to the universe.
but we can do our best. Good lord. A little spider was just crawling on my hey little guy. Sorry, just give me a second to deposit him somewhere safe. There we go. Yeah, it's rather surprising when you're playing something which has the horizon signal inside of it, and all of a sudden you get an IMAX-sized spider in your vision out of nowhere. I've become a big actually, so I'll admit, there's a little trouble that I had online, and I felt genuinely bad about it. There was a tweet that I put out which said that basically something to the effect of like, over time I have become quite a bit more gentle in terms of pests. So, spiders or bugs in the apartment or something like that. But at the same time, I've had these very murderous thoughts about humans. Now, to me, I sort of thought that from the context, this was really clear that I was sort of referring to just a general sentiment about video games, which is, the fact that you tend not to value... I mean, like, even this game, right? I'm like, okay, yeah, because these people have possessions that I want. Clearly, I'm justified in going to war, and we'll bomb the planets. We'll do we'll do whatever we can to achieve it. Paradox is particularly good at making you say positively monstrous statements in terms of advancing your goals. But the person didn't approach me directly, which made me feel all the worse because, I don't really think there is a reasonable way for me to reach out to them without breaking their... sort of what their expectations would be in terms of privacy. But somebody, quietly
knowledge is
pointed out
to
this
the universe.
Quietly pointed out this tweet, and somebody basically took it as being they had sort of replied to something on Twitter, and I honestly didn't think about it past their reply. But they sort of took this as me subtweeting, and basically the murderous thoughts I was having were about this Twitter comment, not about a general statement. Like, because I think between the most recent contact, I think there'd been a couple of hours, and then in terms of the original thing that I think they had objected to, that was over a day old. So I really just don't think about Twitter that much. But yeah, this is it's a shame that it was taken that way, because it's actually something that I have noticed about myself over time, which is that for the most part, I've gotten past... I actually get a little annoyed when coworkers step on or squish spiders to deal with them. Because I've always thought it's such an inelegant... because, the place that I work, it has kind of a higher education requirement. So there's just this side of me that finds it really inelegant that the best solution that we can come up with for something that annoys us is to kill it. Whereas, obviously I'm getting some kind of, video content, admittedly not very good, but, I'm getting so much commentary out of, out of the idea of like a little spider that was crawling over my glasses. He's actually getting really active here, so I'm gonna try and move him a little closer to the window. He's wise to me. I'm assuming it's a he. All right, you win this round. Sorry, I don't want this to be. I don't want this to just entirely be me contending with inconveniences. I am, however, struggling to figure out what to do with the reef. The problem is it's in my peripheral vision, so it's really distracting. All right, I guess I need to keep them. So we'll put them up into Sapad and send them down to Digantu. Again, I suspect they won't really be that effective, but we can at least get something done. Okay, one more try. Okay. One credit I will give the AI, I was really worried when I was seeing double-digit losses in... Zydran free traders are not guaranteeing the Neberites, which is fine. Neberites are someone I want to vassalize, so the fewer friends they have in the galaxy, the better. So other than the volatile motes, I actually think that the AI has done a fairly good job of dealing with the double-digit negatives over time. If anything, they're overproducing exotic gases, but I kind of have a little bit of responsibility for that. Now, there is a side of me that wants to start using this influence on more expansion in terms of the corporate offices in the Econo Citizen Alliance. But I know I might need to do the Warring States
knowledge is the key to the universe
edict again. So let's do explosives. So first thing I'm going to do is buy up some motes, and then we'll sell the alloys. And I really don't think there's anything that I can be adding to the station at this point. Everything else just winds up being an energy drag, and I'm not really sure that I'm going to be bringing these things into combat yet. One thing I could try and do with my surplus alloys is just build all the defensive platforms, but until I have a clearer idea of where I'm really going to be needing them, it seems to be just a big sink in terms of resources, specifically strategic resources, and that's why I've avoided doing that so far. One of the things that I actually have not really appreciated, I think it's because I'm getting so far into the end game as a mega corporation, whereas the plant one got cut short because of the release of another game. I think one of the things that's really working for me on this particular playthrough is realizing over time, and particularly with certain playstyles, how the mega corporation really becomes this conglomerate, right? So originally we were very much focused on our virtual entertainment studios. We were like Space Disney almost, because also we wound up making like a resort world over time too. So yeah, okay. So this wasn't intended, but the more I think about it, the more it really seems like Djomar Limited is probably best thought of as Space Disney. I hope I'm not making a mistake. We've got an unemployed specialist, but I guess we'll have to work with that later. But yeah, like, so obviously we were really focused on generating as many alloys as we could. Now, clearly we have succeeded beyond our wildest dreams as far as that objective is concerned. We're selling 1,000. We're still getting to the cap every few months. All right, who's mad at me?
Knowledge is the key to the
For a nation that has embraced science and materialism, Djomar Limited is remarkably primitive. Is it due to bad luck, or are you just stupid? But the thing that really interests me is that sort of over time, and as our requirements on our priorities have shifted, we're branching out into everything. We've got mercenary offices, we've got sort of these diplomatic corps, we've got a bunch of different activities spread across of our branch offices now. And I just sort of like, I mean, again, it's one of these things that for me, because so much of Stellaris is the story that gets told, I really like taking the time and sort of thinking a little bit about how this story gets played through the gameplay mechanics. Now, again, it's not like I don't want to oversell the point, right? I'm not trying to suggest that, I sit down and I write the equivalent of some like grade 10 honors literature essay, the deep, profound significance of, Stellaris's gameplay mechanics as a narrative conceit, or, something like that. Really what I'm trying to get at is more the fact that I like that, you'll have history, you'll have these stories, you'll have these, this is definitely character building. Oh my god, 8 unemployment. Okay. I think we're running out of places to hide. Let's take a minute here and look at some of my ecumonopoli. Oh, wow. Even they're running out. Okay, well, definitely industrial arcology. Willeus. So I'm actually going to start building for more industry. This is going to just destroy my crystals. But I've not completely taken leave of my senses. It'll seem like it, but I haven't. So what we're going to do is we're going to start overproducing consumer goods, and we're going to do it so that speed... Actually, you know what? We're going to start ranking this by... So they've got full citizenship. Okay, so if we do social welfare, improve the lives of the poorer stratas through generous social policies. Upkeep is higher. Unemployed pops have normal happiness and produce unity, which I don't really need. Unemployed pops have reduced happiness. Right, prioritizes the educated. Okay. So I'm going to start introducing social welfare. Oh god, we've got a bunch of templates that we can apply to. Alright, well, we'll worry about that later. But right now I'm going to take... I'm going to take the species that I can, at least the small ones. And we will slowly start making better use of these surplus consumer goods. Also, I want to start developing another Ecumenopolis, but... God, I have so many species. This is gonna take a while. Actually, you know what? It's now the default. I want to see what the small change does to my consumer goods before I open the floodgates. I think I need to build myself up a little bit for the hit to consumer goods I'm going to take. With the chemical reaction tightly controlled by missile board microprocessors, warhead detonations can be tuned for maximum effect for local conditions at the time of impact. Let's do... Actually, you know what? I've got a better way of figuring that out. So let's do strike craft attack speed. I think I'm late on doing that, actually.
Research concluded.
Better shields. We will get energy credits first. Okay. My brainstorm about the habitats probably came too late to stop me from encountering this pretty... I think this is going to be a pretty devastating wave of unemployment, but we'll manage. However, there is something a little bit easier I can do. So currently we are consuming... Okay, I'll assume the word... Well, okay, maybe I should be thinking a little bit more. I think it's pops that I need to worry about. So let's just say it's an even 2,000 to build in sort of a contingency because, of course, our costs are going to... So we've got decent conditions, which would be 1.5, 0.255. So it's really just the workers that go up. Yeah, this is really interesting. It's actually just the workers that goes up by 0.25. So unfortunately, I think it's going to force me to do this to everyone now because You want to reset all species rights. All customized rights set for non-primary species will be changed to match the default rights. Yes. Yeah, they're going to make me do this manually. While we're at it, let's try and get us a few of these other details done. So experience gain, robot upkeep. Oh, actually, the upkeep might be a nice little bonus. Assembly cost lower. Empire sprawl from pot. Oh, this will be a nice big boost. Or I could lower my housing usage. Yeah, let's reduce the sprawl.
Situation log has been updated.
Robots, I think at this point we'll say sprawl and then housing usage. I'm assuming I can't, yeah, because we're already working on the... Anyways, while I'm waiting, we might as well apply all this. Hey, how you doing, Valiant Cheese? I feel like it's been a while since we've chatted. I hope you are doing well. Now this is weird because I never touched the Shapa, and yet it looks like they wound up with social welfare. Yeah, so it looks like everybody else is in good shape. So actually, we are not nearly as bad as I thought we were going to be with consumer goods. I think with a little bit of, tweaking, we should be able to get back to a surplus on that. That's good. Been working on some High Tide updates and prep for submitting to an awards thing. Excellent. I wish you luck in terms of the awards. And then I guess it might be a little earlier. I'm curious if you are working on something new, because I know you're putting a lot of time into Hive Time. I feel like you were. I don't know if you were streaming some development or if you were just streaming something about Hive Time. But I'm not sure if you're at a state where you're working on new things yet, or if you're still sort of in like, a 100% focus on Hive Time still. We have completed the construction of the Mega Art installation site in Thabit. Okay, so we're gonna get them to. Oh yes, they have another task to do. We'll get them to build a habitat. After they do some basic maintenance. So of course these are going to be habitats where we put all of our unemployed. It's very important that everybody have jobs in this mega corporation. You rolled into a rhythm-based game that you're working on. You announced it on your birthday last month. I'm sorry I missed your birthday. Obviously I've not been keeping up to date. Happy post-birthday, and I'm looking forward to seeing the result. All right, where's this art installation? All right, we've got a plinth. So the construction site station serves as the base for all future construction of a mega art installation. So it's an upkeep. I mean, I'll have to pay it, but it does give me the bonus amenities, and I'm assuming that's empire-wide. Maybe not. A bold statement of intent. Oh yeah, I'd love to give it a shot, especially to share it with the stream. So for those of you who don't know him, Valiant Cheese is a game developer based in. Actually, I know you're based in Australia. Aren't you based in an area that's going through a really strict lockdown right now? That I suppose doesn't affect you that much as a sort of a solo indie developer, but yeah. Anyways, I've had the pleasure of collaborating with Valiant Cheese on a project. I've had the pleasure of enjoying a lot of his work, and I suspect a number of you will have done so as well. If you've not played Hive Time, it is a pay-what-you-want city builder based around bees. But some other games that he's worked on that you might enjoy, if I'm not mistaken, it was the full throttle sort of remaster remake. I think you might have worked on Grim Fandango. I don't recall. Massive Chalice. Oh, you know what? I might be mistaking some of these as ones that you were just sharing on your stream rather than necessarily ones that you worked on. But the one that's definitely a big favorite of mine, the Hand of Fate. So. Oh, Tasmania, that's right. No, sorry, my other friend's in Melbourne, so you haven't had any active cases for a few months now. Melbourne, the current hotspot, is just across the Bass Strait. Concerns me that it's our moat and not our behavior that separates us. That's right. I'm sorry. I have some friends in Melbourne, but I forgot that you were in Tasmania, so... Okay, so we've got our art structure underway. We've got nerve dampeners for the soldiers when we finally get to go to war with the space mushroom communists, and we will extend our leader lifespans. Yeah, they're in somewhat regular contact, so things are going well. I completely forgot to unpause. I'm an idiot. Oh, the modifications to the post-meta Djomar are done. But yeah, I mean, I think one of the challenges is because there are... It almost feels at this point now that there's just so many stories to go around. I feel sometimes like I'm just... I'm missing... I'm letting them all kind of blur together, and... I'm offering condolences to people who are completely unaffected by what's going on, so... Okay, Vulu Umu's rivaling the Akano. That brings the Akano closer to me. Funny story about Canada. At the end of the 7 Years' War, I've told this story before, but this is why I like that something like the Mandate of Vulu Umu is getting a little aggressive with the Akano Citizens Alliance. So, officially contracted on Day of the Tentacle in full throttle, provided less official support bug fixes for other Double Fine games, and generally helped out with community management until you resigned last year. Right. So, it was Day of the Tentacle that I was searching for. But, so, it's actually, oddly enough, it's the two that we've played on stream, which makes me happy. Anyways, definitely, in addition to all of the game development sort of chops, Valiant Cheese also finds time to stream. I think the most recent thing I saw you playing was Dead Cells, but that might just be a statement of how long it's been since I've seen you stream, Cheese. He's actually much better at the game than I am, but has also shared game design influences as well as some game development trailer work and just otherwise interesting things. So please do check them out. The agreement that we signed giving you access to our databanks has run its course. Would you like to extend it for another 10 standard years, or do your researchers no longer require the information that we have to offer? We will always extend the deal with the curators, and I'm going to do the opposite of what I did with assigning special rights. In this case, I'm going to apply the templates to the largest population groups that I have. Situation log has been updated. So for the Shapa...
Situation log has been updated.
This is a social this is social because
species
it's
modification
biological change.
Has concluded.
All right, so we are going to... I actually have no idea where these robots came from, but I definitely want the Empire Sprawl to go away, so... let's make a template for these guys. We'll axe the high bandwidth. It would be nice if we reduced the Empire Sprawl, but in this case here, I think I can live with his current setup. Actually, I could do luxurious. It would have been nice to keep the lower upkeep, but I think we'll work with this template, and we're not quite ready to apply it. There is actually another question I should have asked myself is, was that the smartest thing for me to do to apply this template to all the Shapa? Because actually some of these seem to be a bit better than the others. So like this seems to have a whole lot more. Yeah, I might have actually just assigned the worst template to all the Shapa. So if I apply this template to all the others.
Situation log has been updated.
There we go. Again, the key here has been about getting the social welfare rather than any of the other details.
Species modification has concluded.
All right, Castigation Proclamation. This allows us to denounce people. I am in favor of that because it gives me more power. Oh, nice. Yeah, so that, like I said, that's just a statement of how long it's been since I've checked out your stream proper. Sorry about that. All right, I'll wait until the
special project has concluded.
Okay, well, there we go. I have a feeling we're going to be jumping back and forth between this menu for a while.
Situation log has been updated.
So the Neborites I'm going to leave alone. Yeah, so the hard one for these is just the fact that there's clearly improvements to be made in all these other areas. Yeah, so we've got some Econo, which could stand to lose some bad traits. So we could eliminate sedentary. Well, it's not like we're going to get anything else, so.
Situation log has been updated.
All right. We've got physics research to do, so let's go for energy weapons. Okay, this is fine. Senate is now in session. I want to be able to... Oh, looks like we got some people on the wrong side of this. I mean, obviously it's my enemies who don't like the idea of me being able to denounce them. More rivalries. Subject integration has begun, so the Greatest Wani is beginning to incorporate them. We're still supporting them, so if they... I mean, this is their last chance to sort of survive. We need to buy more minerals, it looks like. And then finally we've gotten the new Federation level. So this is really what I was hoping to accomplish with all those ambassadors. In fact, one thing I should probably be doing now is taking all the ambassadors that are generating the surplus to the cohesion, and I should distribute them amongst out around the galaxy to try and just try and get a small edge where I can. So what we get for the next level, we've got preferential trade treaties, so an additional 5% for trade value. We've got a plus 25% damage to endgame crisis factions if the crisis happens, so this was what I was really pushing for. And then finally center of trade, so an additional bonus towards trade value. So this is going to help us see sort of consumer goods and energy credits bounce up in terms of value. Although, what I'm really interested in right now is making sure that I have enough strategic resources. So we will go shopping. Now, because I'd say I've got 3 spare envoys right now, so let's just take a minute. My preference would, of course, be to reach out to the Neborite Republican territories, but we're technically at war with them. So what we'll do here is we will send an envoy to... No, it's probably going to force me to... Okay, let's try that again.
Lusa Hasasi Kamalpar.
Oh yeah, okay, so I just got it wrong. I had to hit the improve relations for... I didn't actually need to unassign them first. Okay, so Neborites, again, we don't have a improve... Oops. This just keeps falling because of our relations. I can't do improve relations because we're at war with them. I don't believe we can improve relations with people like the Conservators. We're on kind of rockier ground with them because the Raxar entity rather foolishly decided to declare them a rival. If I want, I can try and improve relations with my faction mates, but that doesn't strike me as the most exciting option. That is subjugated by an ally, so I'm not too worried. Actually, honestly, there's just not that many entities out and around anymore, so let's try and get a little more cohesion within the Federation. So I wasn't exactly going... My original plan wasn't to send these guys out to improve relations with my allies, but I might as well, so... So, one of the things I'm eventually going to do is potentially start kicking these people out of the Federation and trying to integrate them as a vassal instead. So I figure a little extra goodwill for when I shove them out the door might help.
The special project has concluded.
All right. I'm not going to pause to deal with these species modifications. I have a feeling that this will kind of be a long-standing assignment. Really, what I'm waiting on right now are these habitats to get finished. Turns out they take longer to build than I thought they would. All right, let's assume that the Skrek are... Yeah, so the Akano are where they need to be. So pretty much any of these ones, I'm just saying I'm not touching this because they've made their decisions oh, hang on. This might be strictly dominating. So this is a better Void Dweller, very strong, natural physicists. So beyond the resilient... this is actually better. Yeah, in fact, I might even switch out the quick learners for resilient because we don't have that many. We don't have that many Mengetti commanders. So let's make a template out of that. We could... I can live with some deviants, I suppose. Wait a minute. Oh, I see how this works. Okay, so there's only one thing that I can really add. So I can get rid of one, or I can... yeah. Well, you know what? Actually, deviance makes more sense then because I don't have as many leaders, right? So this is a slightly more appealing option.
Situation log has been updated.
I did say I was not going to be paused during that, didn't I? So again, if I find other cases of sort of strictly dominant versions of species, I'll run with it. This is actually not a bad example because I don't have...
Species modification has concluded.
So get rid of the housing usage.
Situation log has been updated.
Holy crap. We definitely got some changes to make to you. Let's say you... So there's psionic and thrifty, which is nice. We can make them take less space. And then... Conservationist, I think, is probably... Yeah. We can cram them into more spots. Okay, so Racket's going to be the next I need to deal with. Oh, alright, this was unexpected. We've got a big surplus of consumer goods. I suppose now I need to sell them on the open market. Again, we freaked out a little bit about what our requirements would be by implementing socialism. Not socialism, we're a megacorp. It's a generous social safety net. Circulating excess heat from weapons discharge in order to prime munitions as they are loaded increases the rate of fire of strike-craft weaponry. Let's do kinetic weapons. Alright, so we're looking, other than the fact it's going to take us a long time to get these habitats up and running, I feel like we're in a slightly better
Species modification has concluded.
As far as sort of how much space we're occupying, we've got slightly more intelligent choices as far as our...
Situation log has been updated. Species modification has concluded.
That was quick. So this is a tricky one just because, as you can, like, there's two... Oh, hang on. Yeah, there's a whole lot of variety here. I think I'll just let them... Yeah, I'll let all these guys handle their own. Let's get you to take up less housing.
Construction completed.
This was the mining station, so they're going to go on their way to help build the habitats. Not a whole lot more for me to do there.
Species modification has concluded.
Alright, the Estwani... this is the tricky part. We don't have enough points to be able to change stuff around, so through hard work and experience, Governor Doschlung has developed new skills.
Research concluded.
Alright, not ideal, but we'll live with what we've got there. We can make a template for the cockroaches. They can take up less consumer goods, or they can take up less space. We'll say they're communal cockroaches. These are the cockroaches we found on Earth, by the way, the ones that inherited the planet. Although, of course, they've
log has been
thrived in our open and tolerant society. Okay, let's say attacks. No, we've already done attack speed, so we'll do damage, and then we extended leadership lifespans. So we will go for army damage and then army health. So basically, if I have a template
modification
that I like and isn't taking advantage of all of its points, something like this. So I'm not that worried about losing unity. Unfortunately, I don't have any other trait picks, so I can at least make them less quarrelsome.
Situation log has been updated.
One of the other goals that I'll eventually have too, like when all of this is dealt with, what I might do is start refactoring some of my overall industry so that we're not I mean, right now we're generating almost well, no, it's over 4,000. I was going to say almost 5, but it's nowhere near 5. That's clearly too much in terms of unity. I'm not going to be able to spend all of it by the end of the game. And so being able to adjust where those resources are going would be nice. Let's get rid of repugnant. So again, it's because the trait picks left. This is the reason why I'm not able to do as much as I would normally like in terms of genetic modifications, but at the very least here I can make it so that everybody takes up less space. So taking up less space and generating less empire sprawl is the first priority. Second priority is to make them a little bit better at doing their jobs. More mercenary liaison offices, please.
Species modification has concluded.
Okay, I'll have to make an adjustment on that. Oh, so much stuff to sell. In fact, this is a point where I think I might want to consider building some extra construction ships so I can just put a whole bunch of habitats online. So I'll deal with these 2 planets first, just so I don't forget them. Oh Jesus, I just wasted all that because of the energy credits. I should have bought stuff with that. There we go. Now we can start dealing with our unemployment problems. We can apply this template as well.
Situation log.
We've completed the construction of our first habitat, and it's finally time to ready a colony vessel and make landfall on a world we ourselves have created. From its mechanized core to its highest mountains, every nut, bolt, creek, and cranny has been designed to fit our needs perfectly in our new home among the stars. Okay, so I will admit I'm a little surprised that you actually need to send a colony ship for that. So we will send a post-meta Djomar just because that is tradition. We'll spend alloys for it because why not? Looks like they're already spoken for as far as work is concerned, so I will set them up with another habitat job almost immediately after. So it looks like this one is... So we've got habitation district, trade, leisure.
Species modification has concluded.
I should probably make these habitats so that I can maximize the number of people in it first, and then worry about the jobs that they're doing later. Because it's not like unemployment right now is not exactly getting me anything. All that it's really producing is unrest. Alien megastructure completed. We have received word that the Cooperative of Medjusana has completed their sentry array in the Galtari black hole system. We should assume that they now have a virtually perfect intel pertaining to the location and makeup of our fleets. We are, of course, a bit late on making our own. We're still waiting for this war to finish. Unemployment isn't actually getting me anything. All it's producing is servers. I keep opening these mercenary liaison offices hoping that people will sign up for the Space Marines, but they're all just lazing around. Okay, here's what I think I'm going to do. I'm going to build... let's do 5 more construction ships. So they can focus on... So I'm going to be basically building habitats all over my empire to help us with the unemployment. It's a common argument, though thankfully not common enough to actually make a difference against welfare. If we make it easy to get unemployment benefits, people will just spend their lives surfing. Yeah, it's one that I'm familiar with. I mean, it's the formal statement of that problem is kind of the... There's like the... I think they talk about... Well, maybe it's not exactly the the problem. But like people are worried about there's like the income effect and the
Research
substitution
concluded.
effect is kind of one thing that comes up a lot on this, because you have kind of two. So you have equally convincing arguments for two different reactions, right? So if you increase people's wage, which is, I realize, different from welfare, but like if you increase people's wage, does it create a situation in which they're going to put in more hours because they're earning more at their job? Or is it the fact that they are now getting paid more to do the same job, and as a result they will reduce the number of hours that they work? Because in the end you work to get the things that you want. You want to consume leisure. You don't necessarily want to just work for the sake of working. Although that is a factor, right? Obviously there's a huge literature around sort of deaths of despair, and the whole idea that people do somewhat define themselves through the work that they can do and the contribution that they can make, and being separated from that can create some really tough social conditions. But it this problem comes up in the welfare conversation too, which is it's obviously not socially desirable that people so what we don't want to have like the Wall-E society, I think. Like, I don't think anybody who's proposing very generous social programs necessarily wants to see us as, a species of couch potatoes who's accomplishing nothing. But clearly that does not imply the opposite, which is to create a society of complete workaholics. Particularly because this, if the incentive to produce a society of workaholics is, it's because they'll starve to death if they don't. This sounds monstrous. I don't actually think anybody seriously sitting down and thinking about I don't think anybody thinking about the implications about what they're talking about is necessarily I don't think they want to see that happen. I think that's probably an error in their just in terms of the way they're presenting their argument, as opposed to being like a sincerely held belief. Although I don't know what's in other people's heads, so maybe they really do just want to see people suffer. Even if they're not reducing their hours, increasing pay still diminishes the effective value gained from their work output to agree. Oh, you mean for like the employer? I mean, I would always think, it's like physics textbooks, right? Perfect vacuum, or, assume you're in a vacuum, is something that will only ever work on paper. But ideally, of course, people are being paid commensurate to the value that they're bringing in. And this should be why when you see people doing things like upgrading computers or buying better machinery, this is why you should see wages go up, because they're able to do more with an hour of labor. But yeah, like if something just comes in and wrenches the value that they're the rate at which they're being paid, well, one of two things must be true. Either one, they weren't being paid properly for the work they were doing in the first place, which is a market failure, or they were being paid properly for what they're doing, and now they have to be overpaid for what they're doing, and that's clearly not sustainable. So. Yeah, well, I mean, the thing is that the problem that I run into it is I tend to find that these conversations sometimes get really they really get diverted to a certain extent by the perspective that someone is taking. So, if I take this sort of Dickensian view of an individual and their circumstances, this leads me to a certain set of sort of, I guess normative claims is probably where I would first go on this one. Like, nobody really wants to see suffering along these lines. And then you would make certain statements about, why are they in the situation that they're in? How can we create situations in which, they're able to make a contribution in which they're able to achieve what they want out of life, basically. But it's worth considering, like, the whole idea of getting an income for us is because the way that we've sort of organized society is to decentralize a lot of things. And so rather than having to go through the messy business of, barter, or, instead of having a giant computer database of all the wants and needs and some, terrifying machine algorithm to decide who gets what they want, we've just sort of said, it's like, okay, we have money, we have businesses. If you want to make a business, you can form your own and have at it. And there's certainly a train of thought that says that this is really the only realistic way you can expect to have any kind of organization in this kind of situation, that any effort to try and direct it is ultimately doomed to failure. So to a certain extent, right, like that's ultimately what this is trying to do. It's trying to do two things, which is, number one, say, all right, we're given a finite amount of time in this world, and we have to decide what we're going to do with it. And obviously somebody has to, to do the plumbing, and somebody has to clean the shop floor, and nobody necessarily wants to do it, but these are things that need to happen so we can have the nice things. And then, there's the other half of the equation, which is, but that shouldn't be the only thing that you're on the planet for. There are things that you want, and obviously, in a just society, I suppose we should say that you get out of society what you put into it, although clearly this is not the world that we live in. And I think the big problem that we run into with these differences, I'll just get a couple of menus out of the way. Minor technical advances combined with improved shipboard routines for handling munitions to provide a noticeable boost in fire rate. One problem that we run into is that it's not necessarily contradictory to say you want to see a more fair, or you want to see a different organization. Or in fact, I think in the end people would want to say, here's what... I want to see people get what they contribute out of society, or I want to see people lead fulfilling lives, or anything like that. It's not necessarily contradictory to propose one system of organization against another one, but when you jump between those perspectives, that really high-level one versus that really low-level one, all of a sudden you start getting into conversations about, like, what are people's incentives to work and whatnot. So this is less about welfare, I think, although it's related, which is one way we've structured a lot of social programs, is that there's this terrible gap in between when you are, in the program and when you are working.
Research
and
concluded.
In that gap, you go from having one level of sort of income or standard of living, and then you fall off the cliff for a certain area, and then, you get back to that standard of living and flourish. And obviously what we want is people to move off of social assistance if they can, and be able to get to that point where they're able to, make the same or more without necessarily having an intervention. But it is a genuine problem, and a really, commonly studied one, which is, how do you build it in such a way that you don't create a situation in which you've created a poverty trap for somebody. And this is what I know you're very fond of universal basic income. And this, at least in terms of Canada, is the heart of where a lot of the debate comes down, which is in order to get over that gap, there are definitely solutions that people have proposed, but then the cost is quite a bit more than what most proponents of universal basic income are going for. And one group of policy analysts will be like, okay, you're saying we should spend even more on this idea. We completely agree. And then there's another group of people saying is like, well, if we're going to be spending that much money, wouldn't it be better to just target it in these areas that actually need it? And then that gets into the whole other set of questions. And that's obviously a much more narrow scope to that specific issue that you brought up, which is the question of, will people go to work or not? And again, to a certain extent, I think that question has largely been answered. We know people will go to work. But obviously the question about whether or not people go to work is one very narrow part about, that's a very one narrow part of the larger conversation. You're keenly interested in gaining enough practical understanding to be... Okay, fair. I probably shouldn't have overstated your enthusiasm. I'm pretty sure I just lost half the viewers on that digression, but such is life. Perfecting the firing cadence of laser weaponry is a task that could keep the engineering elite of any given planet busy for centuries. I think the big problem is what I should do for those kinds of dialogues, because I tend not to do a lot of labor stuff. What I should do is just sit down and properly read through the material I do have, and then for the people who are interested, I can do a dedicated stream to that sort of stuff. And for the people who are not interested, they don't suddenly get an impromptu, student who didn't do the required reading lecture on income and substitution effects. I don't know. It's interesting stuff. I mean, I tend to be of the belief that there's a way to have the conversation where
knowledge is the key to
so as soon as you
universe.
associate it with a particular political party, the conversation is effectively dead. Oh Jesus, I didn't realize there was such a heavy influence cost. So these construction ships are kind of wasted. Iterating on the standard conditioning regimen for ground troops has proven to make them more effective in direct combat. I should have read the labels. But yeah, as soon as you associate it with a political position, the conversation's over, because it's not really about a policy anymore. It's about what team you like. And of course, as someone who has worked on election campaigns for multiple parties, I'm totally fine with that particular game. It's I like hockey and I like partisan politics. But I also appreciate that is not a conversation that most people necessarily enjoy or get a lot out of. So it's a question in terms of what people are signing up for. If it's if you're trying to make a statement of something that I don't know matters a lot to you, something that maybe you feel would be I'm trying to think of the right way to put it, an idea that you thought had merit, because universal income, basic income is a an absolute dream for a certain type of economist normally associated with the right wing, but usually it comes at the expense of eliminating all the other social programs. Or the idea of negative income taxes and whatnot, all really popular. But again, if you want to talk about an idea that interests you, that doesn't necessarily mean that you want to hear about why X politician is a good or bad person, and why their support for policy X condemns policy X. But of course, we also live in a time where people have become very political, but not necessarily very political in an interesting way. They've found a lot of stuff that produces a lot of Twitter content, and so as a result, doesn't always lead to the most fruitful conversation about some policy recommendations. Yeah, well, I mean, a decent example would be that politicians I know that were in favor of environmental regulations would be Brian Mulroney and Cat. This is obviously before I could vote, but I'm capable of reading, and I have a library card as well as a decent facility with search engines. Margaret Thatcher, Richard Nixon, Brian Mulroney are all people with sort of demonstrated interest and action towards environmental conservation policies.
Research
these are not the
concluded.
people you're going to see on the cover of the New Republic, except in some kind of a satirical cartoon. But this would clearly not be a decent representation of conservative politics or Republican politics today. And, you know, obviously at this point, it's really not about the merits of the policy. At this point, it's, you know, you kind of have this article of faith that you do. Another good example would be, I think, like Greg Mankiw, who's, you know, economic policy advisor for George W.
Ship
Bush
upgrades
for, I
applied.
think, John McCain's campaign, Mitt Romney's. Definitely somebody with his Republican bona fides. You know, he's kind of the president of the Pigu Club. You know, he's all for carbon taxes because he finds them a very good market solution to the problem of climate change. As far as he's concerned, it's a pricing problem, and once you get that done, you've more or less solved it. But at least in Canada, like the carbon tax, you know, it's the job-killing carbon tax is the official line that you'll hear from at least one of the parties. So, you know, again, it's
Knowledge is the
it's
key
one of these
to the
things where you
universe.
shouldn't necessarily be able to predict. So there's room for debate as to whether or not something like a carbon tax is an appropriate environmental policy. But I suspect that conversation should probably have very little to do with whether or not Party X or Party Y support it. Presumably somebody's beliefs about that should be about what they think, you know, if you want to have the economic perspective, what the cost is relative to the benefit. I mean, essentially, if the benefits are larger than the costs, we should do it, is kind of the simplest articulation of a decision rule that I could give from that perspective. It's obviously not the only perspective, but yeah, I mean, in this particular case, you know, somebody's view on gun control laws or someone's view on reproductive rights or potentially even somebody's religious beliefs will be a fairly good predictor about somebody's stance on a carbon tax. And yet, I don't really see how any of these things necessarily are related. It's just sort of the way that, in the end, it's the way that we've been able to motivate people to come out to the polls and vote. And I mean, look, I've worked on political campaigns, so I'm as responsible as anyone for, you know, appealing to specific priorities of the electorate, but I don't necessarily think that's a good thing. We've received word that the Mandate of Uluumu have completed their sentry array in the Syliv system. We should assume that they now have a virtually perfect intel pertaining to the location and makeup of our fleets.
Construction completed.
Okay, so I'm falling behind a little bit on influence, but we should be able to manage. All right, at this point we just need to keep crashing the price of alloys into the floor. Oh, and buy lots of goodies.
A war has erupted.
Oh god. Well, I might be able to subjugate the Nebarites, but my priority obviously will be the cooperative of Menjusana if at some point this war ever ends. All right. The good news is we're just shy of 50 years of hitting the end. And you'll notice actually our naval capacity is doing all right too. Council election imminent. Well, we have 328.9 thousand votes.
Research concluded.
The next highest is 96.5, so I wonder if we'll win. Compressing suitable materials into ultra-dense forms is a cheap and efficient way to improve their ability to absorb weapons-grade impacts. I think I got a little careless in terms of the ordering, so we'll do some of the defensive platforms and whatnot. I feel like I should be seeing some.
Been colonized.
I feel like I should be seeing some progress as far as the sorry, words fail me. As far as the sentry array is concerned. Now what I want to do here is, this is all about employment. So also we can boost the size, upgrade number of slots for new districts. Okay, so we need to fill these before we can do that. So we've got entertainment jobs. I don't need society, trade value and amenities, and this is just for housing. Okay, so 3 housing, 5 clerk jobs. That doesn't make any sense. We will have more jobs than we have housing. Okay, so that's so that's 11 and 5. 14, 10. Okay, actually what we'll do for this first pass, so we've got 10 jobs, and something like 14 housing. Okay, so that balances it out. Okay, so this just needs to build itself out. Hopefully we've already got a colony ship on the way. I probably don't though, so let's get... I wish I had a better understanding of what kind of habitats you wind up getting based on the locations. Because obviously things that will generate minerals would... the Nerevarines. Speaking of, the new episode is uploaded on Twitch but not YouTube. Normally it's the other way around, so... I've actually been running into the same problem I've been running into on this one with Morrowind, which is I'm enjoying the game very much, but it's a little bit like this playthrough where I'm sort of, there's only so many things I can do in a given run, and I'm feeling a little stuck in some situations because I'm waiting for certain events to happen. But the trick to that is just to pause less and just keep pushing forward. So we can obviously start the migration right away, but I actually want the whole base built. Alright, say hello to the new council, same as the old. Word has reached us that the Acano Citizen Alliance has begun the construction of a vast long-range... Man, everybody wants these arrays. I am definitely gonna... Actually, let's do the audit now. So, where is the... Did I screw up and just not build it? Alright, well, I know where they're all going. So we've got 12 jobs. I think we should be able to cover that. I just need to remember the name of the orbital habitat. Right, calf. So CAF may not be ready to take everyone all at once, but I know it will eventually, so... It's also really obvious that it's going to take me a while to build enough of these things to deal with my unemployment problems. Okay, so you're all building habitats. You know what I bet happened? We probably ran out of influence, and so we were not able to build the sentry array. This is a strategic coordination center, so we know
knowledge is the key
we've got
to the
that.
universe.
This is the interstellar assembly, so we're good there. This is our shipyard. So yeah, I definitely feel like this was... Oop. A bitter feud has been brewing for months between the two largest criminal organizations on Kadar Prime, and it has now finally come to a head. Vicious fighting has erupted on the streets and alleys across the planet, and it is rapidly spreading into residential areas. Our local security forces are doing what they can to contain the violence, but the sheer scale of fighting has left them overwhelmed. Alright. Can I do anything? Well, we've already got an anti-crime campaign, so unfortunately there's not a lot that we can do. Oh, we've also got tech, so you guys will get... We still need food because we're importing a lot of it. And defense platform. Oh, this is interesting. Oh, okay, this is big. Finally, this is actually the time I would normally end, but we've been waiting all stream for this to happen. So, Till Iceni refugees arrive. A flotilla of civilian transports carrying Till Iceni refugees from the Raxar entity have arrived in our space. They have been allowed to settle on Meneth Prime. These unfortunate outcasts were forcibly expelled from their homes by the Raxar authorities. They have been traveling from system to system since then in a desperate attempt to find new homes before the last of their dwindling supplies were used up. Okay, stop! So, big changes. We've won the war, lots of refugees arriving. Again, the rather horrifying little oh wow, they've totally changed. Alright, so first thing I want to do is try and improve relations. And in this case, we'll say we're not worried about the greatest Wanipolity anymore. Now, cooperative and Benjusana. This is key. We have to get this deal in. So we can offer them to become our subsidiary. If they accept, we will protect them, but they will have to pay us 25% of their energy income and join us in our wars. So, if they refuse, we get a casus belli against them. So, offer subsidiary status. Greetings! See what they say. While we're at it, who else can we offer subsidiary status to? Who will take it is the real question, but...
Lusa Hasasi Kamal Par.
Who are they allied with? Yeah, I mean, the funny thing is that I could actually open multiple wars on this front. I could incorporate the Yilkahan Khanate at the same time. These guys will almost certainly say no to... Oh, we also probably still have a peace treaty with them. So I don't want to get sloppy about this. So if I declare... Okay, well, let's see what they say to the offer first. Okay, so We can now use the subjugation casus belli against the cooperative of Menjusana. I have to remove the... we will revoke our support. Good, we would rather not have this looming over us when we have no intention to start a conflict over it. So here we should be able to declare war now. This will bring in the Yilkahan Khanate and the Bodronite High Kingdom. Now, the Bodronite High Kingdom, I can't do the... I can't offer the... I can't offer to become a subsidiary because of their...
Etravan.
Okay. I'm not quite ready to make them a research partner yet. But I am going to make the offer. So I think they're going to get sucked into the war before anything really happens. But I want the option of maybe being able to expand out to these guys. Now, we have been waiting for this war for so long that something's happened to our trade. All right, let's wait for the war to finish before I worry about reconnecting all of these sectors. So, first thing I want to do is divide my ships. So I need to basically match the ships that are ready to go and the ones that need some improvements. So the anchor is ready to go. I'm going to base these guys in Myram. All of these guys are ready to go except the stream. And then sort of the island of misfit toys, everybody who's not ready to go. I'm going to send them to Asaniz. And there's going to be a whole song and dance in terms of trying to figure out who needs what upgrades. There's really no way around that, though, so... Okay, moving ahead. I've got a big army here, and I'm itching to use it. Okay. This patrol, I don't need doing anything. The tidal is ready to go, so I'm actually going to get them to just go crashing through the front gate. The breeze, on the other hand, we've got some spare Titans. And what I want to be doing with the spare ships is basically getting them as close as possible to Asaniz, because right now so much of my fleet is tied up in sort of these secondary considerations. Actually, one worry that I have, it looks like I've got all these spare ships. Yeah, here we go. These should be most of the replacements. So, now the question is, do I have an offensive fleet that isn't moving? Right. Some of them are still upgrading. Well, I'll just have to live with that. Did I give them the subjugation offer? Yeah, we gotta wait on that. So I'm not declaring the war until I've got ships in position to make something of it. Although, actually, we're ready. You know what? I am ready to go already. So here we're going to make them a subsidiary. We already know. We know that this is what we want. Post-meta Djomari are but soulless husks, empty of spirit, devoid of meaning, an abominable facsimile of life. So we are going a little early.
This is a declaration of war.
Obviously, there's nothing we can do about these guys. I should keep one. Actually, I'll keep the anchor. I'm gonna get them to clobber the Yilkahan. So priority number 1 right now is to get all of my fleets in a position where they're able to sort of do maximum damage. But I wanted to get the war underway as quickly as I could. And it only took the Greatest Wani to approve, although I am a little curious to see who else is joining in. But the most important thing about this move is just my ability to finally get all my ships combined. Any upgrades I do here are basically going to have to wait till the end of the next war, but that doesn't mean that we don't do them.
Engaging hostile station.
This is going to get a little ridiculous for a bit. And these guys should all be moving to the same location. I kind of wish we chose a closer spot, but I don't think I'm going to need my full fleet power. This is really just showing off. Okay, these guys are ready to go. So, let's get them to go to Huff. So the sail, you're going to send them... Okay, it's going to be complicated. The shore, we'll get you to go to Romacus. And oddly enough, I don't think we're actually in a point where... I think we've got sort of both paths. So this isn't normally what I would have done, but I'm actually going to move the armies up on this end. The whole point is just to try and sort of sew up this side so that we can very systematically run through all of these systems and secure them. And then kind of the bulk of the fighting, all the messy stuff just happens in this little area over here. The reason I'm choosing this in particular is because I kind of want the Akano to sort of pay for a lot of the activity going on this side. And obviously if I conquer that first, they get all of their claims immediately, but I don't necessarily... I'm the one who winds up paying for all of the effort. Interdimensional trade increases. Good news for the war effort. I'm not going to worry about I'm not going to worry about combining all of the fleets until we're actually in a position to get meaningful work done. Eventually, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take some of these 230 strength fleets, and I'm gonna start sending them out to, to this side of the map. This is where I sort of wish we had the. This is where I sort of wish we had the sentry array. In fact, now is the time. Oh, I'm a bonehead. I should have changed the structure of the Federation before I went to war. 5-year plans. Governors of our world should be given the freedom necessary to propose and enact sweeping reforms for the betterment of all. Agri-world generator mining planetary designations or gain additional bonuses. Yes, I support this immediately. I'm still on the fence about Guardian Angels. I was so excited to go to war that I completely forgot to change the structure of the Federation. That's fine. I kind of expect this war to be over a little bit sooner. Hey, you guys picked the wrong neighborhood. Despite recent skill improvements, much of the initiative and resolve that once drove Admiral O'Donnell forward seem to have gradually evaporated. They are now lethargic. Okay, looks like they didn't lose anything. And they're already on their way to Lisek. Now, there is a question to me as to whether or not I want to commit any armies to taking over these worlds. I generally prefer not to. But we'll see. Okay, these guys have sort of been sitting. We're not sure what they're up to yet. The big worry I have right now is I don't have an idea of where their fleets are. It's entirely possible that Oh, okay. Now I know where their fleets are. Fortunately, it's nowhere near where I have to worry about, although they might be crashing through the L gate. The Raxar entity isn't going to be able to do anything about that. They do have a 100k strength fleet. This is 122k strength, though, so we're able to deal with one. I don't feel too secure about that, though, so maybe I want to redirect one of my fleets to defend the homeland. All right. Yes, we're going to put you in the Faranis black hole, and hopefully you get there before the bad guys do. Now, I did not expect us to have debris to research after this war, but you learn something new every day. Okay, again, so far we haven't lost any ships, that's always kind of a second, sort of a second order consideration for me on some of these battles.
Research concluded.
If I can, I'd prefer not to have to build additional ships, although clearly we're drowning in alloys, so... Oh, speaking of, actually now would be a really good time, so under my edicts... So... exotic gases as fuel... shield boost, volatile ammunition, explosives, reactive armor. Sure, we'll go for the extra sensors. So we definitely cut out a lot of our resources doing that. Let's get some more moats before I go too crazy. Actually, you know what? I can sort of afford a bit more of everything, so. And we'll get the minerals as well. Alright, so this part of the invasion is done, so these guys are just going to do the cleanup of this branch. I think now we have enough for the army to move in. Again, I shouldn't be running on the assumption that the AI is just going to be lying down and taking it. They are going to have a fleet somewhere, and they're going to retaliate. But if I can get the choke points early, especially if I've got a good idea of where they are on sensors, this is a bit of a coup for me. So it looks like the good news here is that the Raxar entity is picking up all of these areas. It's not so good for me that it seems to be crediting them with the acquisition, so maybe I'll just leave them be. I like the fact that the Raxar are actually are committed to this side. It means I don't need to worry about it. So let's say I'll go to Haedim, and I think I'm actually going to take up this sort of upper area. Again, this is going to be... There's going to be a lot for my army to deal with. I'm also going to take the Juggernaut. I think I'm going to move the Juggernaut straight to Haedim, just because I know it moves slower than everything else. And... Alright, so I think the time has come for me to try and combine some ships. So in a perfect world, these numbers add up exactly the way that they're supposed to, and it's not a problem at all. So, for instance, I should see a size 12 fleet somewhere, which I can plug straight in, but I don't think I built them that way. So what we'll do instead is we'll take a look at some of our templates. So we've got the sail, 1 Titan, 12 battleships, 11 cruisers, 20 destroyers, 34 corvettes. 1, 12, 11, 20, 34. Okay, so this guy needs a Titan for sure. That'll bring them over, probably because there's one too many. Oh, I think it's because of one too many cruisers. Let's kick out the sword. I might have this wrong. Nope, they're a full 230. Okay, so the river's on its... the river's ready to go and can start obliterating enemies. So originally I was going to send them to this part of the map. I'm not so sure that's what I want anymore. What I want instead is to... I want to make sure that they're not... So when I take a look at their star fleets, right? If with the Cooperative of Mendrusana, their combined power on this fleet is enough to take out one of my sort of my 230 ship stacks. So I can't just have them go solo against an invading force, but I can mostly afford to sort of just keep them, keep them running around doing their thing. It may make sense for me to put a defensive force directly in terminal egress. And the big worry that I have right now is that, yes, I can protect the Faranis black hole, but I also need to protect the Nivogi black hole as well. So the alternative, of course, would be for me to just go straight through and claim their L gate myself. The drawback, of course, is that this is where all their forces are concentrated. So if they, if they want to, they can push me back. It's actually more to my advantage if I can just take over all of their primary worlds unopposed while they're worried about whether or not they're going to have to defend the L gate. And what this means for me... Actually, you know what? This is not the most exciting thing for me to do. But in this particular case, taking the river and getting it to defend this black hole... that gives me a little more peace of mind than I would otherwise have. Irrepressible 32 Towels is checking in after seeing you stream Cultist Simulator last week. My wife is dying to listen to the audio, no context. Specifically for Cultist... oddly... Hey, no problem. Have a good walk, Valiant. Jeez. Never played Stellaris, so you're well and truly lost. Oh, and this is near the end. So the game ends... It has a hard stop in the year 2500, so... The game does not start off this way for sure. I should let you know, Irrepressible 32, that we are on a sort of a quest line, which hopefully we'll do before the end. But if you want a connection with, Cultist Simulator, the same writer did an event called the Horizon Signal. So the worm in waiting signs. It's unlikely that time can run both ways. It's unlikely that there's a cosmic serpent twined around the universe, gazing in with eyes bigger than our whole species. On the other hand, a number of unlikely things have happened lately, and we're on the last element. So, right now the Faranis black hole and such. So the end of the quest line, basically. So it starts off where this love poetry is coming out of a black hole, and the end of this quest line is generate the entry point. So we've been dealing with all the weirdness surrounding that. It's a really well written little sort of subplot, and it's available free if you have the base game of Stellaris. It did come with the Leviathans DLC, but it was part of the patch that isn't locked behind the paywall. So. But yeah, the last step is the theory suggests that the temporal anomalies we have encountered are the cause of the thing we call the loop, or the worm. It's a tangled knot of paradoxes that has become conscious, a nexus of awareness and desire outside time. Its cause or its result, it's hard to say with something like this, but it is attracted to endings and to beginnings. We can use the Omega alignment to bring it through to our home system. If we do, something will certainly happen. This is many things, but especially it is science. So we will be opening the portal, but perhaps I would like to deal with the war first. So let's take our ridiculously over-equipped army and land them on Glumplog. I'm fairly certain 7,000 strength will be more than enough. Flotilla of civilian transports carrying Zydran refugees from the Raxar entity have arrived in our space. We have allowed them to settle on Waleus Prime. These unfortunate outcasts were forcefully expelled from their homes by the Raxar authorities. They've been traveling from system to system since then in a desperate attempt to find new homes before the last of their dwindling supplies were used up.
Research
concluded. It's a very distinct style. In fact, the whole reason why I sort of got in touch was I said something silly about the Horizon signal, and they commented on Twitter, and it just so happens that this was a very odd little sequence of events that led to something that was really positive for the stream as far as sort of attention and people coming in is concerned. And I got a really cool sort of space, ghost story or cosmic horror story to boot. Okay, so they're basically completely on the back foot in the northern part. One of the things I might do is put fleets to defend against the Pozjok state. Oh, actually, hang on. They might have just blocked their passages. Yes, the Pozjok state is not... they're not allies, and I think we might actually be in a truce. Let me just double check this. So they're in the League of Internet Systems with the mandate of Vulu Umu. Interestingly enough, they are not in the same federation as the Cooperative of Menjusana anymore. I didn't appreciate that. Okay, so there isn't a peace treaty, but there's no reason to think that they'll declare war on me all of a sudden. So this is great news, actually. It means we can go directly from the north. We sweep down and north, quote unquote. Obviously, there is no north in space. But what we'll do when we sweep all of this away, that's going to give us the opportunity to sort of double back and kind of pour out of the... What I think we're going to do is we'll take their main center, we'll combine up at the L gate, and we'll just go swarming through the Gelatari black hole. The nice thing about this is that we're giving them an impossible situation to deal with. The Raxar entity has not done a very good job of defending it, so if they want to do something nasty, they will be able to take this L gate, and they will be able to swarm out either through the Faranis black hole or the Nivogi black hole. This is why I'm going to have defensive fleets sort of in that area. But once that's accounted for, we're actually going to be able to turn around, and once we've secured what we want, we'll be able to turn around. We'll take the entire strength of our fleets, and we'll basically pour them out of the L gate. So, the Akano, it looks like they're just going to go pounding on the Akano for a while, which sucks for my ally, but that's why I've got allies, so they can kind of be a screen for my forces. I'm interested to see how low my cohesion is now. Maybe that's because we leveled up, I'm not sure. But anyways, I've talked about it enough. Let's watch the magic happen. As long as my fleets keep moving, that's the important thing. Oh yeah, I also I made one stack, but I didn't deal with the rest. Okay, so first things first, let's get a Titan attached to the next most likely. Let's get the highest number. 214. So the Dark Abyss. We will get you a shiny new Titan, and then we'll think about what else we need to give them. Sorry we're missing all the space battles. I'll be sure to...
Our forces are making planetfall.
Oh, I screwed up. Okay, so these are a full 230. They're ready to rock, so let's get them... So it looks like the Raxar entities got this all sewn up, actually. So, we'll send them up to Rimok and Chergamore. Now, I suspect that probably this has already been handled by another fleet, but I'm not too worried about the doubled effort, just because they'll they'll get the job done one way or the other. Right now, for the rest of you, this definitely looks, so the stream looks like the start of a proper fleet. So let's get them a Titan. Again, I would have done a lot of this much earlier if I could have, but unfortunately, the people that were fighting closed their borders on me. So we need a lot of... So I need 10 cruisers. I actually think I have too many Titans in this case, but... Alright, and then 5 destroyers if we've got them. Yep. And looks like we're short 1 Corvette. Surely we have that in the pile. If not, yeah, there we go. I suspect this stack was originally intended for this little group here, but I butchered it. Okay, so we've got another full strength fleet. I'm actually going to try and do something different here. It looks like I can't combine them all. So if I ignore the one with the Titans... Okay, so we can combine everything else here. I'm just trying to simplify my my decision making a little bit. All right, so what are we going to do with these guys? There's a side of me that wants to have them running through the bottom level here, but it looks like the Akano are already at work. So again, a focus from on high. Actually, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to... Okay, they're not quite where they need to be for this jump. Just a standard move. What would it take to... Yeah. So we will do a jump into Karanis, though. Alright, now the rest of this nonsense. So I have a surplus of 2 Titans. Of course, the thing is, I've also got a surplus of like a lot of ships and whatnot that I need to build. So maybe what I'll do is just... I'll just build sort of replacement fleets as a result. So let me just take a quick look here. So we've got 1 Titan, 12 battleships, 11 cruisers. This is... Yeah, so the stream's already... Oh. Yeah, that's not as exciting as I thought it would be. Okay, so first things first, we'll carve out a Titan. Okay, well, this is actually a lot easier than I thought it would be. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take these guys... Actually, I'll just take the whole batch. So whatever happened, the numbers that I had planned out for all of my upgrades, there were a couple that didn't quite turn out. So what we can do here is we can take these groups, we can send them to the mega shipyard, and we can just build a whole, we can just build an upgrade. That's going to make my my naval costs go through the roof, but I've got a ton of alloys and every reason to use them right now. So to make my job a little bit easier, let's just take a look at what I'm going to need for the most populated one. So 12, so 11, 20, 30, the street. Oh, sabotage. All right. So the ocean is short. 3 battleships, a cruiser. Nope, not even a cruiser. It's quite literally just 3 battleships. Okay, you know what? You don't get the mega shipyard. You just get a normal shipyard. We'll put you in Menjusana. We'll get you something nice, don't worry. Crap, I don't remember which state. Yes, okay. 3 battleships. No need to make a big trip. So, the Crest of Waves is going to be... Wait a minute. I completely forgot there were battleships in this. Okay, yeah. So I just wasn't paying attention. There was still a number that didn't quite work. Stop, for the love of God. Okay, these guys definitely need to go to the mega shipyard. What I'm going to do is I'm going to build 2 big fleets. So actually, let's just get this started. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. How are we doing for dark matter? Still laughing. All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I should probably complete one and then the other. No, the battleships take the longest to build. I'll build them. I'll build them both at the same time. Just shy of what I needed. Okay, so we're gonna kill the alloy sails. So that's everything but the cruisers for 2 new fleets. Obviously, we are gonna see some massive costs as a result of going really high over the naval cap, but we'll be ready for anything that that comes after us too.
War report. Enemy planet secured.
Okay, that's good news. So we're just going to find the next planet that we want to take. Looks like we've got 2. So again, make sure we have overwhelming force. And I do want to make... So it looks like the jetty's standing still. Oh, okay. I moved them into place and then didn't do anything about it, so... That's a little bit of a shame. The ocean is also staying put, so what do I want? Oh, that's right, because I never decided what I wanted to do with them. Let's get you to go to Hayadam. quite what I had in mind. But... And the anchor, what are you up to? Right, you were healing, so... I'm not too worried about this armada, to be completely honest. And I think... Okay, I kind of screwed that up, but I will send them up to Turim first. Esteemed Chairwoman Kellig Six Sheets, a decade ago, Djomar Limited pledged to support the artisan troupe, and so you have. The time of your patronage is coming to an end, but we would be remiss not to ask, would you care to renew your subscription to the finest arts and crafts in the galaxy? It's a deal. Alright, so we want to take Turim first, and then we'll clear out the rest. Okay, who's done repairing? The river is done repairing, and they're at the Nivogi black hole. So again, we're holding that location just in case the Menjusanans get clever and try to inconvenience me with an invasion through the L gate.
Research concluded.
As you can see, these are decidedly one-sided battles, and that is by design. That's the only reason I'm not really showing them. What I'm really interested in is making sure that we don't lose... well, ideally we don't lose ships. Obviously, I can live with a few losses because we've got the mega shipyard and such an advantage in terms of strength, but I would rather... I'd rather have my resources being put towards more productive uses. Speaking of, let's make sure... Yeah, they're still building the sentry array. Of course, I'll probably have one from the subjugated...
Our forces are making planetfall.
Subjugated species, but... Alright, CAF. I think we have a same story with CAF 2 habitat. So first of all, let's do an upgrade. 7 and 4. So technically I can free up 3 more jobs. Let's focus on the resources I need to get right now. So we'll do chemical plants. This is going to be the template for the for CAF 3. So these, 3 of these, and at the moment, so there's 3 people living there right now. There are 16 on it right now. So let's find 16 brave souls to cram onto that. Okay. Also a lot of free jobs available on Waleus Prime. I'll obviously wait it out for a little bit. We'll get some notifications when the time comes. Let's see, again, if I have any idle ships. I want to make sure. Alright, you were probably healing. Now that you're healed, you can start bringing pain to the enemy. I'm particularly interested in taking out the sort of the spoilers, the spots that are inhibiting my ability to jump to the next system.
Research concluded.
Education campaign. How dare they make me run my empire? Recycling. And we've got better mineral deposits, so now we will worry about... Honestly, it doesn't really matter at this point, but better armor. Okay, again, we're finding who's idle before we go any further. Looks like most people are doing what they need to, though. We're getting some nice little...
Enemy planet secured.
We're getting some nice little bonuses out of this too, in the sense that we're taking out some of their transport ships with the what am I trying to say? Like, this is where their soldiers would normally be coming from. And so by being able to take those out early on, that's just giving me a better position as far as any kind of retaliation, or when they finally see the writing on the wall and they try to defend the last few planets that they have, they're going to have a little bit less to defend with. All right, so I'm on a knife's edge as far as influence is concerned. Oh, Jesus. Let's cancel the sales. This might have some consequences for my monthly income. But yeah, I'm serving two masters at the moment in terms of trying to fill up these habitats and build new ones, while also keeping my All right. Well, we're maintaining as far as raw minerals are concerned, so we can cut that from the diet. War is expensive, it turns out. All right, what's the core up to? Okay, the core is defending the homeland. The sail is almost done its mission. So let's get you... I think we'll get them moving on to Seismac after that. Okay, the Dark Abyss. Right. So we've got a couple of bottlenecks right now. The Tidal lost his ship. We'll send them back to Menjusana to get a new one. That's kind of an indication in terms of how strong my military is right now. So Strom is a reasonably strong... Okay, it's a strong position relative to what I've been going up against recently. So in this case, I want to try and heal up before I go after it. So we've got rising unemployment on Vanaco Prime. We'll institute the reforms. We've got 15 now. Unfortunately, I don't think we have enough jobs for these guys, but let's see what we can do. 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, before I upgrade, let's get these. Where the devil are you, Vanaco? So again, this is going to take us a while. Okay, so that's 7 jobs taken care of. I could theoretically build another one, but of course we wouldn't have space for anyone there, so we'll just hold off on that for now. CAF 3 currently has 4 jobs available. There will be more. So with trade districts, we're going to have a total of, really, 15 jobs? I don't actually believe that number. What does Vanaco want, though? Eight. I think we can handle. Yeah, okay. So of course the aim here is to try and like cram this with as many jobs and as many productive people as I can. How are we doing on chemical? Technically we need more rare crystals, but I'm okay having 2 dedicated chemical plants. Oh, and we've got more science, so longer edict durations. We'll do army health. Nordak 5 is now complete and ready for colonization. This is, of course, the problem of sending all the ships out to do this all at once. I wind up with these big lumps in terms of where all the demand is going to be. But that's fine. Again, we'll send out the ships. Gives me something to do with my alloys, that's for sure. In fact, we're already at 35k off of that. That is frightening. So with that in mind, how many Corvettes do I have? So I need 68 Corvettes out of the mega shipyard. Let's just do that right now so I know what the cost is. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 2, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10. 3, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 4, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 5, 2. I might have got that number wrong, but we'll find out when it's all built. Good God, how many of these things did I build? Oh, the plan was to get rid of unemployment, so... Oh, already has a planned colony. Wait a minute. Again, I do find it a little weird that you actually have to send a colony ship to inhabit the habitat. It's not completely mysterious to me. It's not that I don't understand the decision at all. It just strikes me as a little odd where it's like, really? You're going to... It's kind of like being charged a very small fee. So, like, let's say you got, I don't know, you go to the Apple store and, like, you buy a $6,000 MacBook Pro. Like, you just trick the thing out, and then, you know, at the very end of it, they're sort of like, oh, and there's a $4.99 shipping charge, which we will apply to your credit card in addition. It's, you know, you just spent $6,000 on a computer. Like, you're probably not really going to... That's not going to be the thing that that breaks the deal. But you're probably going to feel a little annoyed by that. So they're coming back to claim some of their own territory again. That's totally fine. Because I know I'll just come back and take it. But I did want to make sure that before I took these guys on, I wanted to be at full health because they were sitting in a strong position. And if I can minimize the losses, the more I minimize the losses, the happier I'll be. Alright, the anchor... Right, they healed up. And we're just about to break through here. So again, one of the really important steps is that there's going to be a whole other battle to be fought as far as sort of invading the worlds. And speaking of, I am a little nervous about my armies. What's the deal here? Oh, they're just hanging out. Okay, well, that's fine, but could we maybe take Schlab, please? So yeah, there's going to be a whole other game about actually taking these...
Our forces are making planetfall.
Actually taking these territories. And actually, this is a little bit lower than what I would want it to be. So let's say I will sell the surplus of consumer goods. Let's do 250. Well, 55 because I'm lazy to change the single digits. So again, all these transport ships getting destroyed is a big boon for me. And so far we're doing a good job of not losing too many ships. Which again, seems like a very petty thing to be worried about, but I screwed up somewhere. Where is this? So this is strong enough to take me out. Yeah, we got... They just completely demolished us here. All right. So we did pull out. That's a first loss, though. And the really shameful thing, that was completely unforced. That was something that I said I was going to let the Econo take care of. That's fine. I'll send the... Oh, actually, we lost a Titan out of that, so... I have a replacement, but... I'm going to put that at the top of the list. In fact, while I'm at it, we can do a little rearranging. Oh, you know what? The battleship numbers aren't going to work again. I can never remember what this number is supposed to be. 1, 12, 11, 20, 34. So 3 battleships, 5 cruisers. Okay, this actually isn't as bad as I thought it would be. What am I missing? Oh, because it's got a ton of destroyers. So this is kind of a testament as to how ridiculously fast the shipyard is. Okay. I got that wrong, didn't I? 12:10, damn it. Okay, now I'm just confused. Oh, 34. And it is 11. All right. I think we need to hire a new leader, so... Admiral Wadig, welcome to your new command. It's pretty clear, given the shellacking we were just given in the... I think it was the Irichi system. I need to get ready at BM, and actually I need to have more than one fleet ready to go. But for the time being, let's just we'll combine everything together. It's going to look really ugly.
War report. Enemy planet secured.
So we can at least spike the surplus battleships. Wait, are really just holy crap, that's fast. Okay, so what we'll do is the fleet that's missing, we'll just send them to the mega shipyard. They should be ready to go in seconds. And while we're at it, let's just double check where we're at with the rest of the fight. So now, I mean, again, now that they're showing up in force, I want to make sure that I'm combining. So this is a perfect little example, right? In this case, it makes a ton of sense just to have these move as a unit. So we'll move them to Adar. It'll be nice to sort of carve off one to sort of deal with this little area up here, but not at the expense of sort of the safety of the rest of the group. Now, I need to remember there's a signifier. There's a signifier that there's a planet to conquer. I always thought that this was just about the stations. But one way or the other, it's fairly clear that we have something to take over, so. And again, we've got a ton for our war goals. So in this case, we demand surrender, demanding unoccupied systems, demanding unoccupied planets. We're going to have to occupy the planets. It's also possible that we need to do this with the new Yilkahan Khanate as well, but we'll deal with that when we have to. This is still working on Strom. Okay, so the core is protecting us at Faranis, the ocean doing what it needs to sail, the river is protecting us. The stream will be en route, the shore currently is not doing anything, so let's get them to take Maya and then Gilprim. The breach is currently under construction. The breeze is on its way. The wind is unoccupied. Oh no, there. Senate's now in session. 5-year plans, I already approved this. Looks like the rest of the galaxy does too. I don't know what happened to that group that needed a Corvette, but looks like they're not around anymore. So again, we'll let everybody combine up in Adar before we move ahead, because I want to make sure that we don't spook them. This is good that we're running such a big surplus on consumer goods. It means, like, actually I'm going to bump up that sales amount. So we're just going to meet them with overwhelming force.
Establishment has begun.
And it looks like Raxar's gotten smart and terminal.
A new world of opportunities awaits.
Okay, looks like we... Oh no, we didn't... we landed a ship. We didn't take it over. So it looks like Gillis is going to be one that... Actually, I should probably get a science ship to... Because again, I'm just drowning in resources here. Oh yeah, okay, so for some reason the title isn't showing up on my list as... Oh no, there they are. So first things first, Menjusana is going to produce a replacement Corvette for these guys. And then we'll also get them to make a science ship, because right now I'm just leaving a whole bunch of debris just sitting out in the open. And there's really no reason I shouldn't be studying and benefiting from that. Okay, so I want to heal up in Strom, and then we're just going to move in and take what we can of the system.
Our forces are making planetfall.
Okay, music to my ears.
Research
We just
concluded.
healed. Oh, that was quick. Well, they probably have been doing it for a while, and I just noticed. So it looks like kind of my bigger force is ready to go. So we're going to move them as a unity. It means that I'm going to be ignoring Diamond for a little while, but this is just so that we can go hunting for this fleet. Normally I don't like being the one to take on the big... normally I don't like being the one to take on sort of the big forces, but in this case, it's something that's purely to my benefit, and more importantly, I'm not sure that my allies are going to be able to handle it, so... Alright, art installation, Nation C. The first stage of constructing a mega art installation combined the difficulties of building a vast station with the complexities of organizing a museum and a gallery on an unprecedented scale. With the basic structure in place, the vault will be the top priority. Planned to be a marvel of security and stability, the vault will contain and protect the artistic wealth of the galaxy. So, let's not forget to invest. We always have time for the arts. While I'm waiting too, let's just take a quick look at these other... Okay, so that's colonizing. These guys are still building chemicals, but I bet I can upgrade the habitat, and we currently have 8 available jobs, so... So 2 will be generated by... Oh, hang on. I'm 1 short. So I'm going to move this guy to CAF 3 just to avoid exporting our problems off-world. Okay, so these are going to take a while to get online, I think it's pretty fair to say. And as much as I'd love to build some more habitats, I'm going to put this project on ice until I'm a little bit more stable as far as my influence is concerned. So moving on, let's go. We will add the army damage. We've got an invasion going on. We've got a big group of bullies getting ready to take on the bad guys. Is the title... Yes. Not only have they finished their little project, but they've got a spare science ship. Okay, so we're now going to take... these remaining sort of systems inside here with the idea. So what the job of this fleet is going to be is basically boxing these guys in. Easier said than done, but at least that's the plan. And apparently I've finished another fleet and didn't even know it. This is, of course, why I've got such money problems all of a sudden. But we'll be getting a pretty sweet income from my vassal before too long.
War report. Enemy planet secured.
Okay. That's another one for me. Oh yeah, I need to... I always keep looking at that science ship, but I don't ever do anything about it, so... We'll land directly on Gillis, so let's hire a new scientist. And... So the whole purpose of this one is basically just for me to pick up the research projects that I create through fighting. This will probably be not exactly a never-ending task, but there's not really going to be a shortage of new material, let's say. Okay, the shore is currently idle, so that's no good. We'll put them... The key here is just to make sure that the ships are always moving, because the biggest worry that I have is not so much... So it's not that I'm really worried that suddenly the cooperative of Menjusan is really going to turn this thing around. We know we have the military to do the job, and their allies are effectively non-existent. What I am worried about, though, is that there's just the ticking war exhaustion. And we've got a big target, so, it's not been trivial to take this thing on. But on top of that, there's this whole area, which is largely ignored. Although it looks like the Econo have been, actually it looks like they've been doing a little bit of their own work there. So, you know, I want to make sure that we've got a sector sewn up. And that's really just a matter of me sending in my armies to deal with the issue before we move on to anything else. All right. So again, I don't necessarily want to face the enemy when they're in a position of strength, but I figure doing so with four full strength armies, or navies rather, is as close as I'm gonna get. Let's just do a quick resettlement. Celestial Throne is looking brutal, but looks like there's a lot of space on Sol. I won't spend too much time on the employment stuff, but if I can avoid the like really egregious and obvious problems, that's kind of makes sense. All right, the Juggernaut, let's get that one up to Escant. I'm feeling reasonably safe. All right, what's going on here? Yeah, that's not a worry. We'll actually chop them off at Niborathar. Oh, pirates. $30K. Oh yeah, these guys will not be a problem. Unfortunately, it does mean that I'm going to need to reestablish my patrol route, but I will get a notification that the pirates have been dealt with, so we're not too worried about that. Admiral loses trade. After the recent victory of the anchor in the Niborathar system, Admiral Odinal is displaying a lot more energy and initiative than he had before. Their performance has improved slightly. They're no longer lethargic after I just kept throwing wave after wave of enemy after them. So I'd kind of prefer not to have to go into the Homam system and face a defensive structure, but we're strong enough to take it on, and it does allow me to heal up before we go after some of their stronger fleets. And overall, we're looking pretty good.
Research concluded.
Okay, the Union of Flyvan Siva. I will agree to this. And this is just possibly, it's possibly because, oh yeah, I should, I've got a spare representative. So these guys were okay with me incorporating them in the past. Turning them into a subsidiary, rather. So if I can do something to try and make nice with them, it's not a bad opportunity to, to be able to bring them into the fold through more peaceful means. Okay. Again, most of these upgrades aren't really going to mean a whole lot until after the war is done, but that doesn't mean we ignore the improvements. I think the time has come for us to go reclaim the system for Econos. Okay, this is good, so we will send our folks back to... Oh, actually, looks like they have some cleanup to do. So obviously this is going up against a battleship, but we just, because there's this swarm of corvettes coming after it, and because the relative strengths is so unbalanced, I'm not actually that worried about them losing ships. Battleships are definitely not designed to be taking out corvettes. So we'll move you to Kosk, and we will set you back up with a patrol. Again, these patrols are only marginally effective,
Our forces are making planetfall.
It's better than nothing, I guess. Hey, there's the jetty. It's probably been sitting there for a while, and I just wasn't paying attention. Okay, so we're currently sitting on 4 battleships. I don't know if the jetty still has its Titan. It does not. And we have space for 13. So I actually have a spare Titan. So let's get that underway. Alright, so I want these guys to heal. Okay, yeah, it looks like we actually suffered some loss. Oh, we suffered some losses because they sent their A-teams in. Alright, that is, I can live with that. So I'm gonna enter the orbit of this station. So again, what we're trying to accomplish here, this is going to be a bit harder, of course, because as long as Menjusana controls these wormholes, they can actually create quite a bit of inconvenience for me. It might be prudent for me to just leave these fleets in this sector. I would prefer, of course, to be able to sort of rearm them with the missing ships. But I think the way we're sitting right now, I'm going to take the Breeze and the Breach, and I'm going to get them to mop up the rest of this area. So basically, if I can lock down any of the Menjusanan incursions at sort of from Hamam and the L Gate, basically I want to close everything in. While we're at it, though, there's really no reason why I can't build some replacements. So we need 2. So in this case, it looks like 2 cruisers and 4 corvettes. We'll just piece those out one at a time. There's no reason to rush. It's going to be a little hard for me to keep track.
War report. Enemy planet secured. Interstellar debris analyzed.
All right, again, this is all welcome. From the Gillis system, let's go to Clagmore. In fact, I can probably queue these up. So I'll just make sure that their garrison is very small. And then I think I'm going to start them on the Seismic system and then move up to Durelis. Ooh, looks like we got more than one. On an inhospitable planet. Ah, it's the moon. And we'll just take a minute here to make sure that there aren't any nasty surprises waiting for us. But hey, welcome back, Valiant Cheese. We're making progress with the war. They did get one sort of surprise on us, but otherwise we're sort of tightening the grip. And I haven't even built the planet-destroying weapon yet. That's what a nice guy I am. We have swept our space with a strong scanning beam of the Surveyor Relic, and a previously unknown resource deposit has been identified on Matsonia 7. And it's... oh, it's such a good one. Alright, so let's take one of my idle construction ships. Get there as soon as humanly possible, because that... oh, actually, we're already laughing, but the extra rare crystals will be very welcome. Okay, as far as employment is concerned, we're upgrading a habitat. Yeah, so I brought one too many bodies. That's fine. What I will do is we're just prepping for the next phase of the expansion. So There's the synthetic crystal plants, CAF 3. We actually have a bit of a surplus here, so I'll take the CAF 2. No. Well, we should be focusing on helping the planets that have huge unemployment problems. So, oh my god, it's worse than I thought. Alright, Celestial Throne seems to have the largest unemployment problem. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Welcome. Did I just screw up? Okay, so we can't fill in any of these jobs until the upgrades happened. This is still being built. Nordak, we have... Okay, colonizing.
A new world has been colonized.
There we go.
Knowledge is the key to the universe.
All right, so we're going to do the same routine. I'm fascinated by how some of these wind up being mining stations and are really helpful, and other ones don't turn out that way. But I've kind of got my little shake and bake habitat platform, so it's 1 habitation district, 3 trade, and again, I'm not going to turn down the opportunity to make a few credits. So I screwed up. It's on this system. So 1 habitation, 1, 2, 3. Once these are built, we can upgrade the sides, and then we can start bringing in some immigrants. Okay. Again, I won't turn down the energy credits because right now we're sort of selling the consumer goods to balance the budget. Alright, looks like we lost a Corvette in the Taurus system. So again, I'm not gonna freak out about that loss. I just need to make sure that I account for it in future. Actually, there we go. You can build a fancy new Corvette. Now, has the mega shipyard... Yes, it has. Okay, the light of suns The light of suns blinds and the darkness of the void hides. Only when we have learned to travel faster than light did we learn just how little the light reveals. Today, we begin to end this... Oh, wow, this is a word I don't know. Amaurosis of ours. Let's find the definition. Partial or total blindness without visible change in the eye, typically due to disease of the optic nerve, spinal cord, or brain. Interesting. The Sentry array we prepare to build in the Contham system will one day become a stalwart panopticon, our eye on every star. I see. This is it. I know panopticon. I did not know amaurosis. Yeah, I always think of words as ammunition. Like, I want as much as I can possibly get. I get frustrated with myself when I don't ask a question in the context of a class or something like that, for the simple reason that I know it's potentially cutting me off from an interesting bit of information. I really try and suppress the... it's why I really try and suppress the urge, especially too because I don't really think it's anything to be embarrassed about if you don't know something. Okay, so I built a bunch of replacements and then promptly forgot what I needed. So we had, it was 2 cruisers. Wait, was it really just 2 cruisers for the Dark Abyss? I must have got this wrong then. Okay, well, as far as corvettes are concerned, we need 3. 3 corvettes, 1 destroyer. And 3 cruisers. I feel like I've gotten these numbers wrong, but these guys are going to be going through enemy territory to get there. So we'll clear a path. Now, that doesn't mean there aren't other things that this shipyard can be doing, so these guys can combine up. So the shipyard's currently cranking out a pair of Titans, and when I take a look at my default template, Titan, 12 battleships, 11 cruisers. So first of all, 3 spare. 14 destroyers. And 26 corvettes, I think. And again, I might have some errors in terms of what the replacements are.
Been colonized.
What the needs for replacements and all that are, but okay. Again, I want to get these things as full as possible, as quickly as possible, just so that we can start, expanding them.
Research concluded.
And for leader lifespan, and then we'll start worrying about admin cap, because that's going to have some consequences to our science. Alright, so these guys are still short. Oh, there's the Corvette. It just kind of popped him out and said, you know, you're on your own now. So I think at this point, I'm just going to take the Juggernaut and I'm going to put it back at the Nivogi Black Hole. It's not necessarily where I want it, because there are simply better opportunities. Oh, we didn't claim this system. All right. I think there are better opportunities for building replacements, but the thing is that we're moving reasonably quick through all the enemy territory right now. So I would like, if possible, to just have the Juggernaut ready for the next big show.
Interstellar debris analyzed.
Alright, these guys are doubled up, so we can just send them straight. Word has reached us that the Union of Flyven Siva has begun the construction of a vast, long-range sensor array in the Lingol system. While still in its early stages, the completed array is set to give them unfettered insight into interstellar travel inside the galaxy. So everybody's getting what we're actually... we are the laggards as far as our sentry arrays are concerned, although that's partly just due to some poor planning on my part as far as the influence is concerned. So join them. Again, we'll pay for the the extra jobs. Now, the good news is we can actually give them employment just by building building a new building. I don't know what the AI was quite planning there. I'm actually gonna sit on this. I want to see how the AI handles this on its own. Right, the Union of Filvan Siva. The Meta-Djomar people should not be prisoners. You know what? I will say yes to the migration treaty, because I'm still reasonably convinced, even with my unemployment problems, that we're still a better place to live. More importantly, they are going to be a subject sooner rather than later. We're already... Oof. Yeah, so distance is going to be a factor, but I don't think that'll be a factor forever. I might be setting myself up for disappointment with that, but at this point, probably a little bit more free flow of population couldn't hurt. Okay, so these guys are ready to go. We'll just clean up the last little bits now. Chores Compass. Who are these folks? Ah, yes. Okay. They are neutral. I have no problems with them. Now, let's just make sure... Again, I'm super nervous that I've neglected my transport ships, and they're something bad's going to happen to them. I am a little curious, though. I'm going to send them to Maya, but I'm weirded out at the fact that
knowledge is the key
they didn't
to
stop
the
by.
universe.
I'm just going to take this a little slower to make sure that I really do not want to have to send this thing back to recapture territory I've already conquered. Wow, okay. This is really cool. So this is tech I think they got from defeating Leviathans, and I now have access to it because I've defeated them in battle. I didn't even really think that that was an implication of beating an enemy like that, but that's really cool.
Research concluded.
Oh my god. We are really suffering as far as... Oh, you know what? I probably should have waited for all the research. I'm not really sure if there's any point. Well, we'll stick with it, but... So again, I want to make sure these things are full before I start bringing bodies in. We're also jamming them pretty full, so that means that any natural growth tends to create unemployment. And against my better judgment, I think the time has come for me to... Alright, well they're already building a habitat, so let's find the idle construction ships. I think we'll do another round of habitat construction. So we'll start with calf. We're trading spots. All right. Yeah, I wish I understood how I could designate it as something a little more focused on mining. I also think I made a mistake when I was building up the... Oh, maybe I haven't. I need to make sure that I focus on rare crystals for refining, though. Okay, now this is a bit of a milestone for us. So the good news is that the Menjusanan territory is effectively pacified. What is going to be really difficult for the next phase of this. So we've kind of sewn up all this territory. Our fleets are sort of back to full strength, or as close to full strength as I need them to be. What's going to become a little bit more difficult is figuring out how I am going to make sure. So where are the places that the Menjusanans can create problems for me? Well, they can try and come through the L gate because, again, the Raxar entity has done nothing to defend terminal egress. Furthermore, we have not had a science ship come and visit this wormhole, which means that the Cooperative of Menjusan is able to come through the Akano wormholes. It's one of these two, and come back to take its territory back. But we can't go through to sort of reclaim it for the Akano and start knocking the Menjusanans back. Now, we have a science ship. Again, I want the science ship to be focusing on its main goal, which is to research all these projects first, because the wormhole is not something I'll be able to rely on forever. So what I think I'm going to do here, I think I'll probably do the same defense that I've had before. We'll have one full fleet that we kind of keep behind to defend it, just like one of the L gates. And then what I'm going to do with the rest of my forces is we're all going to combine in the Nivogi black hole. And I think what I will do is I will actually take the bulk of my forces and I'll put them all in terminal egress. And I think I will leave 2 full-sized fleets because, I mean, the Menjusanans are getting a little thin. We've been slapping them around the galaxy for a bit. What I think I'm going to do is I'm going to leave 2 full-strength fleets to defend the terminal egress. This is instead of having 2 fleets defended at the end of it. Well, yeah, no, I'll keep them there instead of defend at the black holes. The nice thing is that I get it. Well, see, yeah, it's 100k though, so I can have sort of a combined strength of 600. Well, it's combined strength of like 600, but it's only 300 that'll ever be active in one zone at one time. So, yeah, 500 defending the terminal egress makes sense, even if I wind up suffering more casualties for it. In fact, I can make that change right now. So let's take the 2 defense fleets. We're going to park them at terminal egress. And then what I'm going to do with the rest of my fleets, once they're ready to go, they're going to go jumping through the L gate, and they're just going to completely swarm the remaining Menjusanan territories. And I might, if I can, prioritize taking these wormholes back, although I don't think. Yeah, the problem with this is that there's only one L gate entrance, which is through the Geltari black hole. So what makes a little more sense for me is just to come. Oh, actually, the Gathri Maelstrom down to the Geltari black hole, and then we follow sort of a straight line. It actually looks like the Greatest Wani Polity has really been doing its part. Okay, that makes life easier for me. So these guys still need to mop up. These guys are ready to go straight back to the Nivogi black hole. Now, of course, our job is far from over. There is a ton of work for the army to do as far as taking the remaining planets and whatnot. But the thing that I've been trying to do here is stop
Interstellar debris analyzed.
I've been trying to stop the Menjusanans from being able to run in and sort of take out my. This is not good.
Knowledge is the key to the universe.
I'm trying to make it so that the Menjusanans can't kind of run in and chase down my my armies. So we're definitely going to have some economy problems, but I think I have enough. The one thing I'm really worried about right now is that my reserves are quite low. Oh, but you know what saves me? The ridiculous number of alloys I have. And is the jetty already at full strength? Good God. I am never going to be able to get over how quickly this stuff gets built. The mega shipyard is an insanely good upgrade. Which pretty much everybody who plays Stellaris knows except me. Alright. We'll heal them up. Or, you know what? I don't need to heal them up. They can go straight to the black hole and they will heal up on their own. Okay, so we've got a care package for these guys. It's going to be a little awkward, but again, I just need to double check that I'm getting these numbers right. So 12 battleships, 11 cruisers, 20 destroyers. Okay, so 12 battleships across the board. I definitely did not bring enough cruisers. That was my screw up. Well, who else would it be, right? Okay, so I owe you 1 cruiser. Why is this so weak? It must be that they haven't had upgrades for a while. Okay, well what I'll do, I can move these 2 into position, and then I'll just make sure that I have some replacement parts built for them.
Our forces are making planetfall.
So again, I'm keeping 2 in the background just to make sure that we don't have any surprises. So of course they're already at full war exhaustion, but we have quite a bit ahead of us as far as the war goals are concerned. Elections are in progress. Select a candidate to support or spend influence to keep our current ruler for another term. If we do not interfere, a random candidate will be elected. We will not interfere. And the results. We have elected Shardok Nast, previously governor on Hantaron Prime, and our first non-Djomar CEO. Okay, 5-year plans are on the way. I'm not going to turn my hand on... I'm not going to show my hand on council size yet. We will ban sentient slavery. We will not repeal the Tianki Conservation Act. I'm still not sure about the Guardian Angels Act. Okay. Again, I've got the political weight where it sort of I definitely... What was that? Draxar entities called their council veto and failed the resolution ban the sentient slave trade. Alright, that gives me a major reason to change the council size to 2. But again, I don't want to anger them quite yet. Let's add alloys. That might be a little aggressive, but Oh god, we're already running out of food too. Let's see how my new colonies are doing. Actually, it says that we've got one. I probably was asleep at the switch on this one. So let's get some post-meta Djomar on the way there. Alright, so this is expanded out. Yeah, so now I need to know what Phase 2 looks like for the rest of this. Okay, but first things first. So we've got 13 jobs available, so let's do some resettlement. And I'm going to take the planets with sort of the most aggressive unemployment. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This is because I know I'll be able to extend out. So we'll have the extra synthetics. Okay, so currently I have a short, so -2 in terms of housing. So we will have a surplus of 6. This gets me a net. Yeah, this is going to get a little tricky to keep track of. You guys done building yet? Yes. Okay, so we got 14 jobs available. Upgrade HQ. I know we're probably done with synthetic crystals for now, but I figured we'll we'll just prep for future. Same story here. So I've got 14 jobs available. I've been kind of bad at actually finding the worst planets for unemployment, but that's horrifying. 43 on Hydra Prime? So I'm okay with the 16 here because I know I'm going to be doing all these upgrades. What are we looking at? So I'm going to do 2 synthetic crystals and then volatile motes. So, I mean, maybe these shouldn't be all refinery plants. I don't know. But it does kind of give me a start. I think maybe once I've dealt with my strategic resource needs, what I might do is start getting these things building hydroponics farms.
Knowledge is the key to the universe.
Okay. Longer life for leaders, which will actually mean something now that we have a mortal CEO. Oh, that's welcome. So there's an outside hope that we'll be able to build enough of these things to... You know what? I think I might have found the trick to making these things behave the way I want them to. Right, we've already got one on its way. Oh no! But this is the astro mining bay that I wanted. So apparently, over the molten world, it becomes something a little bit more helpful to me. I'm not quite ready to build another habitat for the time being, just because I I would like to get my influence up a bit. Okay, the invasion's done on Clegmore. Science ship's doing good work too. Oh, actually, this has done its tasks. So now, once upon a time, this would have been the only. This really would have been the only territory that I needed to take over. But of course, the Cooperative of Menjusana incorporated a species on this side, and I think there's actually a few. Let's just get an idea. So 1, 2, 3. Actually, looks like it's only 4 or 5 system. Yeah, only 4 or 5 additional systems. That's not quite as bad as I thought that was going to be. I also don't think I built any replacements for
Knowledge is the key
these,
to the
so
universe.
where were we? Oh, that's right. These guys were staying put because they were full. Let's do shield hit
Our
points.
station is under assault.
Ah, no, that's not. Oh, pfft, okay. I admire their pluck. This is the shame. Like, one of the strategies behind this has just become to become such an overwhelming force that they wouldn't think about, coming after me in any of these places. And so whenever I hear a station's under attack, or that there's an attack happening that I wouldn't normally have expected, it stresses me out. It's like, I wish it would give me a little bit more granularity in terms of the planets that need to be claimed. So, for instance, I'd kind of like to know whether or not I need to invade the new Yilkahan Khanate and take its planets as well. Interdimensional trade decreases. The Mirror Dimension Djomar Limited reports that their economy is in decline due to a series of defeats at the appendages of the warp beasts. Hopefully they'll recover. Okay, we can sell off the furniture. At least we're at capacity for Titans.
Our forces are making planetfall.
So, I suppose the question now is, which ships? So, I owe them a new cruiser. This probably won't have some of the advantages that the other ones will, but... And then the stream also needs a new cruiser. Keeping in mind that the Nivogi Black Hole is where we're prepping for the full invasion force. It looks like everyone's kind of in
Enemy
place.
planet secured.
Oh, Crest of Waves is just kind of sitting here wondering what its purpose in life is. So, its purpose in life is to be part of something bigger, namely 12 battleships.
Research concluded.
1, 2. Obviously, this is gonna just destroy my my budget, but it's fun. Plus, when I'm done with all of this, I'll have a nice fleet to go patrol for pirates. Alright, Ultra Dense Slugs can punch through even the strongest of projected shields. Let's go for better kinetic weapons this time. So I think I'll wait for the Juggernaut to finish its birth. Yeah, it's only about a month. Plus, it gives my allies a bit of time. Okay, so it actually looks like the Cooperative of Menju-san is really sticking it to the Akano Citizen Alliance, which makes sense. The Akano are really not equipped to handle an attack like that. We're still gonna follow the plan. So we're gonna go through the Gathri Maelstrom. We're gonna take every single Menju-sanan planet. We're gonna secure it first. Then we're going to worry about claiming the wormholes. The good news about that is once we claim the wormholes, it's a done thing. We pretty much it's pretty much just clean up at that point. But what I want to make sure is that I'm locking down their ability to do transport. And one of the most important things, even more than protecting my ally, is making sure that they're not able to come back into their territory and reclaim their lost worlds. So let's say... Alright, so in the grand scheme of things, we are coming at them with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7... 7 full-strength fleets. I think we might have enough.
Colony establishment has begun. Interstellar debris analyzed. A new world of opportunities awaits.
I want to make sure that these upgrades are happening at a fairly decent clip, because it does take a while to bring them back up. Oh, wow, that was fast. All right. Of course, once we take the Galtari black hole, we can add the 2 fleets that I sent to defend. Oh, 3 fleets, apparently. In fact, let's join them right now. So obviously doing this, again, assuming an important thing that I want to keep in mind here, because the Menju-sanans are doing such a good job at ripping up the Akano, I want to make sure that they're not able to sort of fight their way to a new L gate position. And so with that in mind, I do still want to focus on war goals, but I don't want to do it in such a way that I suddenly give them an opportunity to start taking those territories back. So we've swept our space with a strong scanning beam from the Surveyor Relic, and a previously unknown resource deposit has been identified on Cedar 6. I don't exactly need more alloys, but it doesn't hurt to have them. Pitch gang battle on Cador Prime. All right. This has definitely been a source of trouble for a while. So let's see if we can find a planet with a nice... it just depresses the price of the thing that I generate the most of. I'm going to leave the habitats alone for a little bit, but I am going to try and distribute the population a little bit better. Oh god, we're just running out of jobs. Jesus Christ, what's going on Ydra? Alright, I'm going to do a quick audit of my planets, because I feel like at this point, that's insane. I never realized what that actually looked like. Oh, here's something that's going to help me out. I've been ignoring my mercenary liaison offices. This will help close the gap a bit on my my fleet size. Okay, so I'm looking for prime candidates to become an ecumenopolis, because that is going to open up a ton of employment. So first of all, I think consumer goods is a higher priority right now. Okay, can't change Meneth. Right now I'm really looking for worlds where... Okay, we've got one spare job available. Oh, this is CAF, so they're already building the habitation district. We've got... Oh, technically we don't have enough. Okay, I'm gonna wait. No reason to get too premature. Yeah, I think... oh, hang on. I'm already building the industrial arcology. Yeah, I'm going to need to think about the rest of that. So what I'm really looking for here... I mean, Vanico... It's a tough call because I've got agriculture here, but, like... I don't know. Is 3 agriculture really worth not... Yeah, I'll let it be for now, but... Oh, this is such a waste. There's definitely a lot more employment that we can have. I just haven't been paying attention. So Diadem's one of these ones where it's sort of like, maybe I want to upgrade it, but maybe I don't. Can I embiggen the planet? For 100 influence, I kind of need the influence for something else right now. Again, another perfect example of a planet where... Actually, you know what? This is kind of gonna hurt, but it's the right thing to do. So we will... Oh! I didn't think I would need that many. Okay, we're gonna have to wait for a bit. So Cater Secundus is gonna be my next ecumenopolis. I kind of had to give up the smallest amount to accomplish that. The isolated valley is what saved this one from getting paved over. Bleg is a perfect example. In fact, Bleg is arguably a better example than... I keep doing this and I create unnecessary unemployment. I also don't think I can build more than one ecumenopolis at a time, but... That's a tomorrow me problem. Alright. I do still want to keep the consumer goods at a surplus. So, in terms of numbers, there's actually quite a few people who oppose the 5-year plans, but as it happens, you know, I happen to be the one with enough strength to push it forward. Okay, Juggernaut's gonna go deal with the leftover world. Looks like there's not too much that I need to worry about, so let's just move. Yeah, we'll move as a unit into Philnumph, and then I think what I'll do is I'll divide the group into 2 so that we can go up to 5, and then we'll actually probably pay these wormholes an early visit. And it's just because, as it happens, the Estwani Polity's done a fairly good job of plugging in most of these gaps. I'm gonna have to clear up some of it, but like my overall fear of them being able to recover some kind of an L gate or something like that, really, it's really not a thing. I would like to extend the deal, but we're actually getting a little short of money, so... the Raxar entity has completed another gateway.
Is the key to the universe.
The question is, are there systems that they have that don't have gateways at this point? Moving on, we will do extra food, because I have a feeling that there's going to be a reckoning on that front. Alright, there is no really good way of doing this. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, 5 and 5. Actually, this works pretty well too, because then I can just divide them. So I'll let these guys get out of the system, then these guys will focus on these sort of these systems and head south. Again, ideally the whole fleet combines. Wormhole in the Homan system has been explored. It connects to the Toibos system. All right, that's good news for us. We now know where that comes from. Now, a key decision I'm going to have to make. Whoa. Okay. Again, not a concern. One of the decisions that I'm going to have to make now that I know where this thing goes out, when I feel safe enough, I'm going to come flying out of that wormhole and sneak. Actually, you know what? Because they're at 97k strength. We are well above that. So we already get to snap up their escape route, and that means their homeland is mine to do with as I please. I did not realize that this defensive platform was as weak as it was. So they can slap around the Akano all that they want. I've got them exactly where I want them now. And what I'm going to do with the Juggernaut, I'm actually going to get it to, just mop up a few of these little single areas where I don't really think there's going to be any enemies that show up. The reason for doing this is just if I have a really big battle, and it just so happens that some of those ships, you know, they break out, and I need to deal with them. You know, so like you know how your ships go off and repair, and this happens to be like the only area that they have left. I don't want to have to go all the way around and deal with them. So getting the Juggernaut to just sort of putter around, deal with
Research
sort of
concluded.
any potential gaps that might come up in a less threatening context, let's say. Okay, looks like it says I'm going to have some problems with trade, so let's do energy weapon damage for engineering. Let's do... I do like my interceptors. So monthly trade price is too high or too low. At least one of our monthly trades has a price that doesn't match the min-max price that we allow. Consider updating the price. Well, this is rather odd that I haven't set any min-max prices, so this is a particularly dire set of circumstances. We should be able to stay afloat for a little while longer, though. And looks like we've actually got quite a few consumer goods, so we'll add that up to 200. I'm cutting deep on the alloys. I'm not 100% sure how I feel about that, but... Also, I should have a spare fleet because the shipyard is terrifying. At this point, I don't even know where I really want to put them. Let's say they will go to Thuban. Now, this is a little dangerous because they do have a full-strength fleet. They do have a full-strength star fleet that can kind of move up through that area. But again, I'm not super panicked about it. once these guys have sort of turned around and we're able to secure... Yeah, it looks like they're trying to recover. Well, maybe they're not. Where are they moving? Looks like they're staying put. Oh, because they're possibly invading the planet? Speaking of invasions...
Construction completed.
They are currently idle, which makes me sad because we definitely have more planets to take over. Actually, I'm pretty sure that indicator means that that's under Raxar control. I kind of wish that it would indicate maybe invasion rather than land armies, because it seems that land armies takes on multiple meanings. You know, I gotta hand it to the Econo. I talk a lot of nonsense about them, but they have done a pretty admirable job. Although here's an interesting question. So how would I know that there's a planet, an Alcor, but not Saldor? Because I know there is one. Ah, well. So it looks like these lower ones, maybe Potop? Oh yeah, that's gonna take some effort. Okay, so that's dealt with. I think we're gonna have to go back up here on a cleanup crew, or a cleanup job. It's possible that the Raxar will have dealt with some of these by the time I arrive there as well, but probably doesn't hurt for me to... The other thing I can do too, of course, is just split up my, split up my armies to properly finish the job. I don't really see a scenario where the Raxar haven't taken this. Okay, that should be their home sectors dealt with. So once we claim Potap, we'll reevaluate where we're at. I could try and pass an emergency measure, but no, we will not repeal the sanctions. Again, more sanctions for me, the better. Democracy is best in small doses. I think I'm gonna show where I sit on this. So the thing that's nice about this is, of course, this has the illusion of being pro Raxar rather than pro Menjusanen. But of course, by the end of this, there's only going to be one member of the council. Did I really forget to tell these guys where to go after? All right. So I'm gonna get everyone to, I'm gonna get everybody to move to Enmar, and then this remaining group will just kind of take the scenic route. And then we just have this big barreling...
A new world has been colonized.
Basically, it's just a whole bunch of annihilation that's going to be running along this way, and either they're going to have to go up against the Econo, or they're going to have to go up against me, but in this little narrow passage, there's not a whole lot that they have. There's not a lot of options that they have. Okay, this is huge, this mining platform. So we have 4 slots available. Now, in normal circumstances, I would love to do something like focus on generating energy. That's actually probably one of my highest priorities. But at this point, I want to create a lot of jobs. Oh wait, this is trade district. Okay, never mind. Yeah. So it's 3 and 3, and then I need at least one habitation district for the supplemental jobs. And then the rest are going to be astro mining bays, and we are just going to hammer as many jobs as possible out of this thing. Also, while I'm waiting, let's get our construction ships. I'm going to build at least one more of these habitats. I don't think we have any others in this area here. Nope, so we'll go back to Nordak. Now, you know, if I was smart, I would probably be saying, how many more lava planets do I have, and how do I, how do I make sure that I've got, do another upgrade. How do I make sure that I'm able to get as many minerals as possible out of this? But at this point, I'm going to content myself with building and upgrading what I have. This isn't quite the magic bullet for unemployment that I was hoping it would be, but it's not a bad little solution either. Another consideration that I'm going to have, it's almost certain that the cleanup job of, you know what, I hate to do this, but I'm going to have to buy. I'm going to have to buy my way out of the mineral problems. That's going to be a big strain on my economy. Oh, Sentry Hub assembled. The hub of the Sentry Array is a state-of-the-art installation in its own right, half a listening post and half a space telescope. However, it marks but the first milestone in this grand undertaking. So we will build a Sentry Spire. Oscillating fins arranged along a central spire isolate fate signals from the ever-pervasive background radiation. Now again, it's worth remembering... Oh. Hey, Angry Cat. Yeah, I'm going a bit later, but this is just because we had so much prep, and we finally got the war. I didn't get a chance to really mess with my Federation like I was planning, but otherwise we've had a couple of big breakthroughs in terms of what we can do with my Empire, and so okay, good. Again, we do the shake and bake design. So I figured I'd try and... I don't know if I can win the war, but I figured I'd at least do sort of the big moves in the war. And that means I'm going a bit later than usual. Okay. We are... So technically we don't own these shipping lanes yet, but we are about as close as we're going to get. So let's figure out how I'm going to connect the rest of these... ports. Well, it's actually not that hard. I guess technically it's Ryador that I want them to go to. Now, I don't know if that's going to boost my trade value or anything. I suppose we'll find out in a couple of days. If it did, it was 30. But... Alright. So, again, a fairly big milestone for us as far as war objectives are concerned. We've now secured the wormholes, which is a fairly big deal, because this now means that our enemy doesn't have anywhere to go. Now, this science ship, let's get them to deal with... It looks like there isn't any more research to be done. So this lets me get a bit of... just a little casual research done. Maybe let's not do it in that order. So this wormhole, I'm not necessarily going to own all of this, but it does give me a chance to, play around a little bit and see new places in the galaxy. More importantly, what it does is it gives me some important information in terms of what are the key strategic systems that my allies have. I've never really understood where the Akano can go. So if there was a surprise war, like, would they be able to take my capital without me even noticing? How are we doing? Did we lose any ships on these little adventures? Nope, looks like we're good. So we'll do one big push to Aldebaran, just because I'd like to claim a sector that I can repair at. And then after that, what we're going to do, okay, shore is kind of kicking around. Well, actually, that's fine, because the shore is going to be sort of the vanguard of the... Well, maybe not. We'll park them in Matar. But yeah, basically, I'm only going to have... I think I'm going to send 3 fleets to go chase down this fleet here. The rest are... I'm going to get them to start taking care of the rest of this territory. Okay, so where did this wind up going to? Aha! Okay, there cannot possibly be something good waiting for me on the other end of this thing, but... Psionic entity. The ISS Wuglar the 19th has encountered a massive being of pure energy in the Voral system. A veritable vortex of psionic forces, this entity should only be approached with the utmost caution. Bafflingly, in the Vohal system, the Vohal system itself seems to be entirely devoid of any connection to the subspace hyperlane network. Whether this entity's presence has severed the system's hyperlane connections, or if unexpected subspace fluctuations trapped it here is unknown. One matter is known, however. The repeating signal we first registered in the Chiblar system appears to originate from Vohal 2. Battle stations!
Evasive maneuvers.
Oh, good God. All right. I'm going to leave the Akano to kind of clean up their own, sort of their own problems as far as the invaded planets are concerned. Transgenic crops offer the new... right, we've read this a billion times. I don't think I need to do it again. Sorry to be so casual about some of these, but it's really just the same reasoning each time. So we'll do army damage just to get through our invasions a little bit faster. But yeah, so I don't see any point in wasting my armies to recover Akano systems. I'll probably
knowledge is the key.
I'll split off 3 fleets to go hunt these guys down, but I want everybody to heal up and the starbase first. Alright, strike craft, if I've got speed for them, which I don't. So let's go for more rockets. So many unemployment events. Okay, let's see what we can do about this. So I have 1 free job, but I suspect we're also going to have, like, migration and... Alright, we've got a lot of spare housing. I screwed up, didn't I? Okay, this is still building. What about you guys? Alright, you're upgrading, but you do have jobs available, so... 13 seems to be the word. Nope, 15, so... At this point, I'm really just trying to resettle whatever I can to... It's very clear that letting the AI manage these systems did not bring about a meaningful change as far as the work was concerned. Now we'll have a couple... Oh yes, we had some Ecumenopolises that were going to come online. That's going to cost us some money, but... I don't know if I want to spend 8, but... And we're not doing too bad as far as the... We're not doing too bad as far as influence is concerned. So if I can build more than one, I'll be happy to do it. Okay, we've got plenty of housing, so it means industrial archaeology, although that won't give me sort of base level work. Cador is now ready for the transformation. 20,000! Oh, hang on. It's the wrong planet. This is a little ridiculous, to be honest. Oh yeah, so if we've got 30 jobs, let's just get this sorted right away. I think we're just going to take the most aggressive planets and move them down. It's not necessarily fair, but... I think I'll take a 12 just so there's a little bit of space. And obviously we've got tons of space. Like we can keep doing this for a while. All right, now this is the one I wanted to pave over. Jesus, God, I hate seeing that number go down like that. Yeah, we really are in a tight spot as far as cash is concerned. Anyways, our ecology project will help me at least recover a little bit of this. It's going to take us 10 years, so like this is not an easy fix by any stretch of the imagination. What was the other one? We definitely had another world that we were going to turn. No, actually. Alright, so this one I will transform, but it's going to take a while. Okay, we'll wait till the rest of them are healed up. Actually, hang on. I can get my hunters. Alright, so this trio is going to go, and one will recover these systems. Number two, we're going to try and flush these guys out. The rest of them are going to head back up into this area, and we're basically just going to claim whatever's... Ooh. Maybe I should stop feeling so brave. It looks like these guys actually want to fight. Yeah, we're really hurting for energy. I wonder if one of my, I suspect the edict is still active, and this is just what I get for, this is really just what I get for, getting so aggressive with my naval capacity. That, and of course we've got a whole bunch of, so we've got a bunch of unemployed pops, which are going to have all of the costs of, trying to, like keep them housed and fed and whatnot. Like it costs me to have these pops, but they're not generating anything for me. And of course, one great shame is that none of the... Actually, I'm a little curious. Yeah, so we've made all these anchorages. There's a side of me that wants to transform one of these into a... You know what? Let's swap this out. Turn it into a trade hub. And then we'll convert this... I'm going to get a little extra trade from that, because that's, I'm sitting on about 500 trade from these on its own. Alright, the CAF 6 habitat is now complete and ready for colonization. Alright, this is probably going to hurt on the food front. Sad. Okay, this is good. We can get some more minerals, so we can stop trading for that at least. Again, we'll pay on alloys just because that's worth a little bit more to me right now. Alright, so we gave him 71 alloys for consumer goods. We definitely don't need the consumer goods. We kind of needed the food, but we'll see if we can get some self-sufficiency on that front. Okay, looks like they wanna tangle in Bashpat. You try making different empires, but in the end they all become militarist, tech-rushing xenophobes. If you got your strategy, you got your strategy, right?
Fleet lost.
What? I should have been paying attention. I lost my Juggernaut. Somebody was asleep at the switch. Oh my god, I cannot believe myself. So, I thought this was just a long string that couldn't be affected. There was a complete path. Oh, Jesus. That's really embarrassing. Fortunately, I put a very strong investment in capital to fix such mistakes. So I'll just build a new one. I mean, I'll be honest with you too. The Juggernaut is a very cool idea. It is very slow moving, and given the fact that I am actually a bit constrained as far as mobility is concerned. It's not the saddest thing in the world to lose the Juggernaut.
Knowledge is the key to
I
the
suspect I'm also
universe.
going to have to do some repair. Yeah, it looks like we've already lost a destroyer, a handful of corvettes. You can't make an egg without breaking a few omelets. But that was really stupid of me to lose that way. Alright, so what I'm going to do here, this is going to seem really, like, dumb, but what I'll do is, because we don't have the same kind of pressure to keep everything in top shape now, I'm going to take some ships out of the weakest. So that's going to be 3 corvettes and a destroyer. This guy's going to go back to the mega shipyard to sort of refit. And then the rest can basically participate in the rest of the war. That is a lot of unemployment and overcrowding. Assigning this to the AI did not solve the fundamental problems. Alright, so these should both be at full strength now. Oh, I screwed up. Oh, because it needs a cruiser. One thing I did to mitigate the effects, at least to a limited extent, was I enacted the social welfare policies. So in this case, you know, I have at least a little bit, you know, a little bit in the tank to, like, so basically unemployment is not as bad as it otherwise would have been. And then one thing I've done, actually I should do this with my allies as well, so if we don't have free movement, basically I've also made it so that people can leave if they really need to. This is gonna get expensive. How much am I actually getting? Sure, I'll give him the extra 300. Joanne says, wanted to pop in and say that you become one of my favorite content makers. Love your Cultist Simulator content. That's really nice to say, Johan. Sorry, I think I pronounced that incorrectly before. I love when people do this. You know, I realize the division between YouTube and Twitch is a stronger, like, what's interesting to me is that when I think of YouTube, it's that place that I go to see interesting videos every once in a while, whereas from a content creator point of view, it's where the action is happening. Like, Twitch is so small compared to YouTube. But what's been really pleasant about that game in particular has been the number of people who don't just come in and, like, leave nice comments, because the only time I used to get comments was another video that I made where universally people just say mean things. But to have people come into the stream and say that sort of stuff makes me feel really, really good. So thank you for doing that. I'm going to be changing that format up a little bit. I'm going to be making that more or less YouTube only when I finish my next, when I finish the run that I'm currently on. But it won't be going away. And I might have gotten an email from someone about future plans that might be related to that. So there will be plenty more to come. And then, of course, hopefully I find some things that the people who like those videos will find worthwhile as well. So thank you very much for taking the time to say that. That means a lot, and I never want to take that sort of stuff for granted. All right. Back to my super mean self. So we're still... Okay, the invasion's underway. We're fine there.
Our forces are making planetfall.
So the keys here, right? It's up to the Econo to reclaim their planet. But what we've done is we've cut off the... Oh, Jesus, everybody's getting mad about unemployment. All right, that's a little earlier than I was hoping that would be, but we should be fine. It's 100. We've got twice the strength that they do. Oh, and we've got two sets, so we can watch the laser light show. Man, I love seeing their small ships just get clobbered. Yeah, so we're gonna have some casualties to deal with. Definitely 2 Corvette. Oh, 12 Corvettes. Yeah. So we're gonna do the same trick we did last time. Anybody who needs refitting, we'll take the weaker of the two. Looks like... I mean, they lost a lot of Corvettes, but everything else is still intact. So I'm going to send these guys back to the mega shipyard just to get reloaded. I don't necessarily have to be this twitchy as far as keeping everything in perfect shape is concerned, but given the fact that I'm spending so much money on maintaining this this sort of ideal fleet, I figured it wouldn't hurt to send the ones that are in need of repair off to the shipyard, especially too because that lets me do a little bit of triage. I can take a look at where all the gaps are in terms of the fleet, and maybe I might decide, okay, you know what? We've got enough Titans, we've got enough, everything. And, kind of we say, enough's enough, this is now turning into something that guards the trading lanes, let's say. Does that dedicate? Oh no, it's not.
Construction completed.
Not a problem at all. Mel says, I've never seen the AI go above 100k in fleet power. What difficulty is this? I don't even remember Miles 4K. I don't think it's the standard difficulty, but I know I put it down from my last private game because I tend to notice I get a lot dumber when I play on Twitch. But to be honest with you, it's been so long. I'm sure if we've watched we've got the original video on YouTube, so I'm sure somewhere it says what difficulty I'm on. Okay, I will get that social upgrade. I just want to make sure that I paint my path for the main fleet. Let's take the jetty, which had a hard time of things. I'm gonna get them to sort of clean up these little gaps. Now, one of the main reasons why I want to focus on these gaps are this is going to be where all of those fleets that have gotten wiped out, they're going to show up for repairs. So again, I want to be pretty systematic in making sure that they don't have little areas where they can escape. And then I want to just make sure that I'm closing off all of the places where their ships might suddenly show up. No. The Fallen Empire. This was the Advanced Start rival that we've had for the whole game. This is the only Fallen Empire that's left if you don't count the AI one, because I already wiped out the last Fallen Empire. All right, let's add another 100, and let's add 200 for consumer goods. I'm definitely in trouble budget-wise. It's looking a little dicey as far as the council size is concerned, but I'm feeling okay about its passage. Of course, the key is that when the time comes for the vote to change the council size to 1, the remaining votes are going to be the ones
Colony
that
establishment has begun.
The votes are going to be vassals of mine. Oh yes, I said I was going to go get those. Oh god, those crystals are really helpful. In your recent playthrough, you were a fanatic materialist and you spawned next to a spiritualist fallen empire. Yeah, we got very unlucky in terms of the people who we wound up kind of sitting beside. But what was really neat, you know, you sometimes wonder if when you're given a press key of something that, you know, did they... Oh wow, are we already getting the benefits from these? Okay, well we definitely have a mining station to build. That one's particularly important because we're importing minerals. But yeah, when you get a press key for something, you sometimes wonder, you know, did they... Oh, actually, that's something I should have said at the beginning. I am playing Federations, and everything except plantoids and the humanoid species pacts are things that Paradox has given me for press purposes. I know I can like write that down on the video description and all of that, but it's nice to just say that, especially because I spent a bunch of time talking about Imperator Rome and why I liked it. And that was another one that I was given a key for, so it's not my job to decide what my intentions are. It's my job to disclose those to you, and you can decide whether or not I have an interest. But yeah, what really interests... So like I said, it's sometimes you wonder whether or not you've been given like a special version to like show off features of that. But we actually woke up next to these guys who were really aggressive, and they were a lot stronger than us at the time. And so we played Space Canada, you know, we played the diplomatic game, we played it well, and we essentially survived long enough to turn them into a Federation member, and of course now a hyperpower. We've actually been able to grow our lead over the Raxar entity. I'm going to be really interested to see what happens when we subjugate the cooperative of Menjusana. I want to see how that shakes up the scoreboard. I really need to be minding my budget here. Also, I need to be thinking about how I'm going to get my way, like how I'm going to get out of this. Because I definitely can't be running these deficits forever. On the other hand, a very large part of my fleet maintenance will be taken care of as soon as I put these things into port.
Research concluded.
Also, Melee Mage, I don't think I said thank you for your host. If I didn't, I'm sorry. It's just because I'm really into Stellaris right now. For those of you who don't know Melee Mage, first of all, what were you playing tonight? Because I feel like it's always a new JRPG that I've never heard of. Which is not a bad feature, by the way. I love my favorite thing on Twitch, full stop, is whenever I find a streamer who shows me stuff I didn't know existed. And Melee Mage has been great for that. But what's great too is I almost called you by your first name. I'm sorry. I met Melee Mage at a bar, which is unfortunately no longer in Vancouver. It had to close up. But we got to hang out. I met him in person before I knew him as a streamer, and he is a heck of a guy. So in addition to the fact that I've been able to share a drink with him and find out what a swell person they are, I can also say that they're fun to watch, and I've gotten to learn more about gaming watching them. So please do check them out. Oh, nice. A singular drink. Yes, actually, this is the other thing. So he keeps threatening that as soon as I come back to Vancouver, there will be a reckoning of all of the lost booze. Although I guess it has to be like at Stormcrow or something like that if we're gonna if we're gonna stay on the nerd bar trail. Okay, it seems to me that we're gonna need rare crystals more than anything. So let's do... Oh, I am out of minerals. Ah! It's always something. All right. Comes in, downs one beer, says hi, leaves, friendship achieved. Oh God, you know me too well, Angry Cat. Melee Mage is a lot of fun to talk to, so I think in that case, even if I am sort of reluctant to drink sounds a little too strong, but even if I don't frequently drink, I'd be willing to pay that tax to be able to kind of hear him chat and have just have a good time. I'm not strongly opposed to drinking or anything like that. It's just it's one of these things where when I sort of sat down and I tried to explain to myself why do I I've got a ton of whiskey. I love whiskey in my cabinet, and I was trying to explain to myself just as a little thought experiment is so why do you have this? What is, aren't you just deep down trying to get the pleasure that other people seem to get out of this thing? And I'm kind of to a certain extent, yes. I had to be honest with myself on that. So once I had that sort of recognition, I just kind of cut back a bit, but I don't fully abstain. The biggest problem I actually run into is, I think this is probably true for for multiple people. I actually kind of find restaurants a difficult problem because I don't really like pop that much. I'm not gonna be, if somebody offers me one, I'm oh God, never. Do you know how much sugar there is in that thing? It's not like that. I'm not gonna have I'm not gonna have a beer and then talk about how bad pop is for you. But yeah, how do I put it? So most of the time that's not what I want. I sometimes feel like a bit of a jerk if I just come in and order water all the time, particularly in a place where I've kind of gotten to know the owner or whatever. Not that you should drink what you want, but obviously if I'm drinking water, all that I'm really doing is generating costs for them in the form of a glass to clean, and it's not the margin's not exactly on the food, right? So I don't feel shamed into having something else, but it'd be nice, especially if you're going out, right? You kind of want to have something special, but at that point, what are my options? Well, certain establishments I can get a milkshake. I love milkshakes, but that's not always an option. And maybe a milkshake with every meal is perhaps I'm not 12. That's also not exactly the sort of thing that I'm looking to achieve. So yeah, it becomes a little, it becomes tricky. I'm not 100% sure what what my other options are. So I kind of default to a beer, even if I don't really feel we've got gaps. All right, let's clean up the gap. I really thought that the AI would have taken these over by now. So, these poor planets, I could have stopped them from being bombarded long before. The nightmare is going to be trying to figure out which ones I haven't figured. You just drink. Yeah, that's what I tend to get. Although actually, the funny thing is, I was not too bothered by this because, the guy's like, whatever. I did not particularly care for the person tending the bar, but the one time I've actually gotten sass from someone who worked in a bar was actually when I ordered orange juice, because apparently they were running low for mixing things. But what I tended to notice is when I ordered orange juice, a lot of all of a sudden people around me would start ordering it, and everybody remembers, how good orange juice is. So, Brabasol Babe, hey, it feels like in recent years more and more restaurants have started serving good non-alcoholic drinks. I actually don't really have that good of a point of comparison, but yeah, I mean, to me, I think this is one of the bigger benefits because, if I'm completely honest with myself, not that I don't mean to imply that. By the way, guys, because I'm going late, I'm just going to take a quick bite of food because I'm feeling a little. I'm definitely feeling the effects of going longer. I certainly don't mean to be sanctimonious about it or anything like that, but I think it would be fair to say that over recent years, people have become a bit more health conscious. It's also true, if you take a look at Canada, any survey that you look at in terms of household spending or in terms of spending on certain sectors, hospitality's up. People are going out to eat more. And part of this might be cultural, an idea of kind of going out for a meal or, going someplace special and, having the experience. Or if people are just feeling increasingly rushed and that what they're ultimately doing is they're saving themselves the time of getting a meal and doing the cleanup. Whatever motivation it is, it seems that sector's growing. And so if you have that combination of those two priorities, and particularly given that so much of the margin is based on drinks, if people are becoming health conscious, it sometimes feels like alcohol is like smoking, but just with better PR. Any somewhat credible medical research I've seen on it is usually pretty brutal stuff. So what you're describing, Brabasol Babe, thank you for your follow by the other day, by the way. I don't know if I actually acknowledged that at the time. I think that was Friday. But basically, it's the combination of these two trends that, to me, it seems like would be an opportunity. If you don't provide people that option, then they're going to do water. Water is pretty much a thing that you can always drink, and it always tastes good. Well, I'm lucky enough to be in a place where it always tastes good. You never feel bad having drank water. But of course, if you want to, keep in business, you need to provide people an option that works. So again, I haven't necessarily been able to find it, but I'm happy to see that other that's not the general experience. I don't know. I'm a pretty small streamer, Brabasol Babe. It's easy for me to remember. It's easy for me to remember follows because they're so that's unfair to me and unfair to you. Actually, it's appreciated. But I have. It's nice if I can sort of sit there and talk about how much more real I am with all of you guys than a big streamer. But I'm not gonna lie, it is easier to keep track of stuff that happens on the stream when there are fewer people watching. Angry Cat, this restaurant, I despise it. I'll ruin it eventually. I'll spend my entire weekends in that place ordering only water, in singular glasses, one after another. I consume it by the liters. Slowly, I'm drinking away their profit margins. The server, trembling, stares at me as if begging me to stop. I won't. I'll just drink my water. This also indicates... in case you haven't noticed, I'm a very boring person to go out with. because if I sit down at a restaurant and the first thing I'm thinking about is the margin on the items, I'm probably dining out wrong. But I treat it like my grocery shopping, right? I read everything right to left. Alright, the second stage of our mega art installation is complete, and the process of filling the vault has begun. A dedicated fleet of transport ships operates constantly to transport the treasure of our empire to its new home. Meanwhile, additional structures are being built to house the multitude of required staff and to display a vast number of exhibits. So let's upgrade it. A mega art installation. Oh, that looks cool. I never actually clicked on that when I was so close before. Alright, this is beefy, but we should be able to handle it. And what's going on here? This is the same fight, so. Promising officer, Captain Bakugeth, the commanding officer of the ISS Uglablog the 23rd. Yes, Uglablog is such a famous name for a ship that we made 23 of them. Served with distinction during the recent engagement that took place in the Wumjiam system. The Admiralty on Mavel Prime recognized the qualities of a promising flag officer and decided to promote the captain to the rank of full admiral. A new admiral has been added to the leader pool. You don't have any DLC, so you look over a fallen empire with an art installation. You could. I think you told us that story not last week because I didn't stream Stellaris last week. I feel like it was that one, or there was another one about the DLC where you couldn't do the upgrade of this cool thing that you just got. Oh, that's not like calling you out or anything like that, but I just got a really nice comment for remembering details. So I wanted to register that either it was the same event or that I had remembered the mention. Okay, so I think we've secured all of their systems, although of course we need to take all the planets before the matter is settled. The only thing your living metals are helping you with are your gateways. Well, of course, this is clearly the time that you need to buy the DLC using the Humble link, right? I don't think it's on sale, though. I think summer sale was the... Or no, there was a space sale going on that had a few good ones. But yeah, Stellaris is definitely at the point where the stuff that'll really make the difference, I feel like, goes on a fairly generous sale on a pretty regular basis. So nice, the local Wendy's. Some see it as a simple franchise location, but not us. There's an intricate system of prices, applied taxes, and margins that I'll learn to game soon enough. I kind of have a feeling that if I were to do an adaptation, like, so obviously I can't do an adaptation of my day-to-day life because I have to live with the terrible contents of my head. But I have a feeling that I would actually really like to hire Angry Cat as the appropriate narrator.
Knowledge is the key to the universe.
All right. And then, of course, mandatory, you get someone like Morgan Freeman to voice it because life is frightening enough. You need a soothing voice to keep it going through. Can you apply Humble DLC? You can. So essentially, I got a little bit of flack for saying this, but it's true. So Humble really kind of piggybacks off of Steam. In their defense, they do, at least the bundles, they do have a download from Humble option, but for the most part, people just do the, get the Steam key version of it. So what you can do, because some stuff, like obviously some things are Epic exclusives, and then I believe Origin games. The reason I actually signed up for Humble, in addition to the fact that people kindly asked for an alternative that was, that wasn't Epic. So now Humble covers GOG, Epic, and Origin. If it is an Origin exclusive game, and there's fewer and fewer of those now because EA's sort of opened it up to Steam. I suspect probably they were realizing that they were doing a lot more cross-platform stuff with consoles, and obviously Steam is no longer taking 30% on everything, but once you make a certain revenue threshold, you get more favorable terms. So a company like EA is certainly going to be hitting those terms. So some Origin games are still EA only. People don't remember this, but GOG did a trial run for exclusivity, and that game was called The Witcher Adventures? No, Thronebreaker, The Witcher Adventures. It did not do well, and this is why Cyberpunk is not an exclusive on GOG. It's not because they believe in open storefronts, it's because they tried and they got their asses handed to them. But for a very long time, you could order that through Humble, but you would only get the GOG version of that. And likewise, some Ubisoft games will only be available through Uplay. So if you buy it on Humble, or if you're thinking of buying it on Humble, there will be little symbols for the storefronts that it's available on. For most games, you will see a little Steam icon. And if you see a little Steam icon, then you will get a Steam key, which you then apply to your Steam library. It's just the same as if you bought it on Humble, but it means that if you have an affiliate link, some of the money goes to the affiliate, and obviously Humble takes their fraction or whatever. But basically the money's less money, or none of the money is going to Valve in that case. It's going to other groups, and a certain amount's going to charity, which is kind of Humble's whole thing. And again, I will remind you guys, if you buy Humble bundles, the default amount that Humble takes is 25%. So be sure to go into those options and set it to what you actually want it to be, because I don't think most of you think that Humble's taking 25% of that. But yeah, the simple answer to your question is, if you buy something on Humble and it is Steam enabled, then you get a Steam key that is the same as if you had bought it from either the Paradox Plaza store or if you bought it directly on Steam. I did not know that it was the Humble widget. That's also really good to know. Thanks for sharing that, Valiant Cheese. Valiant Cheese, forgive me if I get this wrong, Cheese, but I believe you maintain sort of like a database of all the different, kind of like the different Humble deals and what what people had spent on some of the stuff, I think was the idea. Also, I've clearly been neglecting these habitats. All right, we're lacking the resources. Yeah, no problem. I mean, Miles, I use these things as a chance to remind people that the link exists, because I don't know if Humble lets me talk about the details. I can definitely tell you that from my experience, the Humble, even though the Humble is the one that people actually asked for, it's the ones that's used the least, and so I take that as an indicator that I've done a bad job of letting people know that I have it. And so if it comes up in a conversation, obviously, I'm always going to be happy to play is a man not entitled to the sweat of his brow card. But the fact of the matter is that it's not lost on me that, streaming a game or watching a game being streamed and playing a game are two different things. And, doing one does not necessarily mean that you'll do the other. I know a lot of people who watch actually like watching because they don't have the time or inclination to play games like this, and they get a lot more out of watching. So with that in mind, I don't really like thinking of those affiliate links as, like loyalty tests or things that people should be badgered about. On the other hand, I definitely think that if I get a chance, if I know that a purchase is going to be made, and I have a chance to direct that towards something, something aligned with me, I'm perfectly happy to sort of get my little cut of the, of the experience, because that stuff just kind of goes into the expenses for the stream and whatnot. Wasn't really designed with the idea of concurrent bundles existing, and the point that they reached that kind of frequency, they'd long since abandoned the no middleman and DRM free and focused on supporting developers rather than cheap games angles that attracted you originally. Yeah, I think I know we talked about this. So are you expanding on your reasons for no longer maintaining it? Because I also seem to remember that I know some companies also want to be a little more private, so I don't know if there was like a change to whatever API you were using to get the information as well. That's why you stopped. Okay, yeah. I didn't recall if there was a technological change that had inspired that. Should have moved the river to the... All right, so now we're on kind of the tedious part of the invasion. So obviously I've got a ticking clock as far as the energy credits are concerned. The other concern that I have right now is... Actually, you know what? I wonder if I can solve at least part of this problem through trade with my allies. Oh, I need monthly, not... Perfect. This is a much better rate than what I'm getting on the market right now. So again, I want to find their pain point when they cross over into 1,000. This isn't gonna completely save me. But even if I'm able to convert some of this into just a better rate, and more importantly being able to lock that into... Wow, really? These guys are poor. Alright, never mind. I suddenly feel a lot better about myself. Okay. Who doesn't completely hate me yet? Actually, we're getting along pretty well with these guys. They're not quite ready to become a subsidiary, but I bet we can get away with a trade deal. And they could probably use the alloys right now. What am I doing? Ooh. Yeah, so I mean, like, basically, I know that I'm going to be... like, driving the price of alloys into the ground. So this is what? 576, 180. I am definitely not in the right... No, normally I can do these kinds of things in my head. This is beyond me at this point. I've been streaming for 6 hours. So like, this is 3 per unit. With all the benefits that I have in my favorable position in the market, because I've been abusing it so much, I get less than 1 for each unit that I sell. Frankly, if I'm selling them to enemies at this point, I should be taking these. Oh, that's right. We're at war with them. My bad. Oh, this will be fascinating. So the question is, what do I have that they're willing to buy? Hopefully it's alloys. Unbelievable. Yeah, so I mean, this is really a case here where I'm sort of securing these ridiculous prices for me, like an asset that's really not worth all that much to me. Like I'm trading almost a third of what I produce away. I think we're at war with these guys. Now, these other guys, I'm gonna hold off for a little bit. So this should at least get me out of the woods as far as the trades are concerned. I am also gonna have to roll back a bit on this. That's not a bit, but so 290, 56. 189. We'll see what happens when the month rolls over. Yeah, we're giving up relatively little in order to achieve this. They've ended our trade treaty because they lack the energy. See. That's the problem about kind of taking them for... They're at war right now, so the fact... Okay. I can still work with this, though. I just need to make sure that I need to put a little slack inside. It's one thing to write a trade deal to last for hundreds of years. It's another thing to... Or not hundreds, to last a decade or 30 years. You know what, let's just make it an even 500. Okay, so that's looking up. I want to make sure that we're at least at the, we're at least above 1,000. Let's roll back. Consumer goods are a little bit less of a priority for me. But I'm certainly feeling a heck of a lot better about my financial position. Now, we still have a war to win. Also, I want... So one thing that's going to help my maintenance is by building these mercenary offices. Not that I have a lot of minerals, but... I did pick the Final Ascension perk. So because the Fallen Empire woke up, I went for the... what was it? Galactic Contender. It does also give me a nice diplomatic weight, so that helps with moments like this. So looks like I only needed the approval of 3 to be able to change the council size. But yeah, you know, that might have been premature. I really thought that like the War in Heaven was going to be the sort of the big final event, but it turns out that if it happens, it's got 4 decades to start. Okay, now I need to... Synth leader out of commission. Governor Sungam has suffered a critical malfunction, bricking, following the unfortunate installation of corrupt firmware during his routine maintenance. International trade decreases. Also, this reminds me, so I think I have some sectors which are unattended, so I should probably deal with that now. So Mavel's alright, Idra, Kador, Ublayan. You know, they give me a manager for a reason. And do I have any spares? None hanging around right now, so... You know, crime reduction kind of seems to be something I'm going to need to... Oh boy. Oh no, we don't have over 1 million unity anymore. Yeah, I do believe there's a difference between Fallen Empires waking up and War in Heaven. So I obviously have the DLC, so I'm not quite sure what happened with mine. But if we don't have a crisis, we don't have a crisis. I kind of just run out the clock and declare myself the winner. All right. Always happy for new habitats. I will also buy up some more food. Oop, not energy, alloys. So we're technically a little bit below where I'd like to be for alloys, but I'll rest easy for now. Completed upgrading the Sentry Spire in the Contham system. Normally it gives me like a big kind of song and dance about it. I wonder what's going on. Oscillating fins arranged around a central spire isolate fate signals from the ever-pervasive background radiation. So we'll do the Sentry Aerials. Massive static antennas provide an unprecedented boost to raw coverage. Alright, so...
A new world of opportunities awaits. Knowledge is the key to the universe.
Let's do leader lifespan. Now, where are my invasion fleets at? I always get very nervous when I can't see them. There's going to be a very strong argument for me to start sending some of these... Okay, the Econo are now more xenophilic, which is good. That puts them more on my side. Okay, so for some reason we landed on Potap. Oh, it's because the Econo already took it. Okay, what are we looking at here? So, unoccupied systems. Well, that's unexpected.
Our forces are making planetfall.
So let's see if we can find the unoccupied system. The planets are where I really...
Enemy planet secured.
The planets are kind of where I figured there was going to be kind of a game of hide and go seek. But the fact that they're claiming there are systems that haven't been claimed, that's... Well, maybe it's because they've got the Aldebaran. Well, that doesn't quite make sense. Okay, so there has to be like a little spot that they've carved out in someone else's empire that we haven't accessed yet. Now, you know what? It really may be the fact that they've taken Errol. This is one thing that I rather wish I had a better grasp of, just kind of a list in terms of, you know, what do you need to do to be able to enforce your demands? So unoccupied systems is a bit weird. Unoccupied planets make sense because there's going to be a whole bunch in this area. So what I'm going to do, this will not necessarily be fun, but I am going to verify that each of the systems has been claimed, either by me or by an ally. Okay. I obviously wish that there was an easier way of doing this, or something that maybe a little bit more precise, because this strikes me as a very error-prone way of verifying. So what I'm doing right now is I'm just taking care of this upper portion first. So we've also subjugated their... Oh, you're kidding me. All right. Well, that's one. Now, here's another one. Oh. I feel like I put these on a queue at some point, but putting them in a queue doesn't mean that they get done. That just means that it's waiting for me to hit a button. Good Lord. How many of these did I miss? Please tell me I said land armies. Okay. So that was control shift, so I didn't have to redo the entire queue. Florp and Schlorp. I feel like I should really push hard for claiming these planets, and Now this is one that weirds me out a little bit because we've got the space station, obviously, right? You've got this symbol here, but I'm not quite sure what distinguishes it from Alcor, which obviously has a planet on it. I always thought that there was a little indicator that, oh, maybe it's the fact that there's this little spine, whereas this is no, but then that wouldn't explain why. That wouldn't explain why this one. Yeah, I don't know. It feels like there could be a more effective way of communicating where the planets are. Hello, the Eyes of Sin. Laryl says, "You beautiful bastard. You go get him. You haven't seen me since Industries of Titan, but that doesn't mean you're not awesome." Thank you very much for saying that. Industries of Titan's gotten 2 updates since I last streamed it, and I was really waiting for an update to go back to the game. So Industries of Titan is still very much alive and in my thoughts. Unfortunately, I've also been a bit bombarded in terms of new material to cover, so we will definitely be covering that. I'm really interested in some of the changes that they've made, because it changes my view of the game, which was, because it's early, I thought it was supposed to be sort of a simpler, more stripped down kind of a city builder, and it seems really like what they're doing is it's a little bit more focused on kind of a rim world or a dwarf fortress or like something with lots of systems and simulation, which is also really interesting to me. It's just a totally different perspective than what I had. So I'm really looking forward to exploring it. And Eyes of Sin, I'm very happy to see you. Obviously I would have stopped streaming about 3 hours ago, but we're trying to push push ahead. No, this is the key, Miles 4K. It says it distinguishes between systems and planets. So, esteemed Chairman Shardok Nast, a decade ago, Djomar Limited pledged to support the Artisan Troop, and so you have. The time of your patronage is coming to an end, but we would be remiss not to ask, would you care to renew your subscription to the finest arts and crafts in the galaxy? Now, the thing is that this gives me a 10% bonus to Unity, and I don't really need it, but we've had it since the beginning. I really feel like I can't leave them out in the lurch right now. So, yeah, see, if the Eyes of Sin wasn't here, I might have quietly let the subscription lapse, but I don't think Sin would ever forgive me. Hexagons without the spine have unoccupied planets. So, like, the idea here is that, like, this has the spine because it's, there wasn't a planet to occupy. That's helpful. So that would mean... Oh yeah, you're right. Okay, that saves me a whole lot of checking. Chalk, the artsy plant friend, wants to share their beauty with you. I'll give them my Snapchat. They can share their beauty all they want with me. Okay, so yeah, it says here that they want unoccupied systems and unoccupied, I want unoccupied systems. Well, see, I knew there was a visual indicator, but I always thought it was I always thought it was on this side. The spines are, it turns out the spines were the thing. So thank you for catching that for me. But yeah, so it looks like they're saying that there are systems and there are planets. The thing that weirds me out is the system thing, because as far as I can see, we own them. With, of course, the exception of Aldebaran. And it may really just come down to the fact that the Akano have not reclaimed their world. But this does give me, again, we've got the helpful visuals now to identify any gaps. So, more importantly, we can let the timer run by. So I am sorry to admit, the Eyes of Sin, the communist space mushrooms that you were fond of, I am currently at war with them, and we are kicking their ass. But the war is so that they can become a subsidiary of my mega corporation. So it's kind of like we're beating up Bernie Sanders, but we're beating up Bernie Sanders so that he can come live at our house. And that makes it a good thing. Eyes of Sin has now deleted me from all social media, by the way. So I know these systems haven't been invaded, but I'm under the impression I don't need to, because these are owned by someone else. Maybe it's better just for me to count the number of invasions. So, Sizen, Traber, so that's 2. 3. 4. Looks like we've got 4 invasions we need to do. Also, I don't know if they're I don't know if they look like communist space mushrooms right now. They might look like communist furry people. Uh-oh. Oh yeah, it's a mole. Oh, and they're also a theocratic republic. They've undergone some changes. All right. The ghost signal. We have detected a very faint tachyon signal being continuously transmitted across the entire galaxy. I'm feeling very nervous. Our technicians are unable to trace the signal to its source as it is being bounced between several hidden relay stations. Aside from adding a small amount of background noise and FTL transmissions on certain subspace frequencies, the signal does not seem to have any apparent effect. Efforts to track the relay stations are underway, but until then, we may simply have to learn to live with this ghost signal, as it has been dubbed by the more imaginative elements of galactic media.
Situation log has been updated.
A mysterious tachyon signal is being transmitted throughout the entire galaxy by parties unknown. The signal is extremely faint, and we are unable to deduce its purpose, assuming it has one. So, I haven't encountered this before, but I have a feeling that things are going to go very, very bad very, very soon. So, I have something I've got a date with a worm. I'm also not going to look up the wiki. I'm just going to let whatever's about to happen
happen. A new world has been colonized.
Where are you going? They have a transport fleet on the way, but I'm not going to believe that thing's taken over until I see it. Attack speed. Okay. We kind of have our usual routine for these ones. Okay, we've got actually quite a bit of unemployment here. What the hell? So we definitely need another one of these. So that's going to get me 8 housing blocks. Oh, well, we only have one more option there, so... Okay, so the final version of these things are what? 3 habitation districts and 5 trade districts? What are we looking at here? I think we'll do moats. Although hydroponics might be an argument. Or there might be an argument for hydroponics as well. Alright, so we're starting to show some life in these. Do you have psychic onboard computers? Do you have psychic onboard computers? I've got like an AI computer. Sapient combat computer. I'm also materialist, so I don't think we do psychic stuff very well. I feel like I've messed this one up, but we'll balance it out. Okay, I am curious. I won't look up the ghost signal, but I am going to look up the... I think Miles 4K is making up stories to make me doubt myself. You all have my permission to mock him now. No, please don't. But we are long overdue for the end of a certain love story, so we're gonna get
Construction completed.
out of the way. I'm also debating as to whether or not I want to fill out these fleets. I probably should. So let's say set these guys aside first. These guys go into orbit. So we owe them 3 cruisers. Yeah. 3 cruisers, 6 destroyers. And 12 corvettes. Why do I feel like my armies are still not moving where they need to be? Oh, well, that's what I get for being whiny.
Our forces are making planetfall.
I was really hoping to get this war finished tonight, but depending on how quickly this all happens. Okay, so I think, I hope, I pray, all of these planets are occupied. So it's Sismac now. Yeah, well, this is why I'm worried. Like, I've finally gotten a chance to really like beat the crap out of a rival, and if it happens that Oh no, I know exactly what's gonna happen to us! Malfunctioning synthetics. A synthetic worker unit on Myram 1 recently went on a killing spree in a housing complex, butchering more than 1,000 of our citizens before local armed forces could bring them down. Our forensic team is still investigating the synth's remains, but they suspect some sort of malfunction in their neural processors is to blame for this tragedy. This incident has already prompted several revenge attacks against synthetics on the planet, leading to thousands of destroyed units. Most unfortunate. We gotta get this war done, and we gotta get this war done quick. So, I held off doing this for so long, but we're gonna split up the armies. Wait, are these the only ones that are not? No, we are not status quoing this. I don't even have any claims on these guys. I need these people as a buffer. Suddenly, these beautiful robotic bodies that I put us all into seem like a really terribly idea. I don't know why they're not just landing the force, but oh, because that's not an army. Wait, didn't they just have an army here? Where? Why? Why are you people like this? All right.
Our forces are making planetfall.
So
A new world has been colonized.
after Sismac,
Research concluded.
what I'm gonna do. Leader lifespan. Let's go. Army health. Oh yeah, it also just occurred to me so much of my economy relies on these long-term trade agreements for alloys that I've made. So if a few of my trading partners happen to run into... Not that I'm saying that there would be difficult. Why would anybody expect there to be some kind of a difficulty? It seems to me really that I'm just getting worried about nothing, and that I should expect nothing but good things for the remaining 38 years of this playthrough. But what I am trying to say is that if there were to be some kind of really terrible event that were about to happen, and, you know, it might disrupt the flow of goods and services across borders, and if perhaps my entire, you know, economy was based on providing people... Where the hell did you guys come from? Oh, these are freelancers. So what was it? Oh yes, we now have a council size of 2. Yay me. Man, I really picked the wrong... No, I absolutely not. It may be that perhaps once in a while people just like to act a certain way on streams in hopes of being entertaining. At this point, let's just jump. The big thing I'm worried about, actually, is there's so many threads that I wanted to close off. I wanted to finish the Horizon Signal. I wanted to get this war done. And obviously, history is deciding to move a bit faster than we were. Oh, I thought I was on. I was like, why is this taking so long? Yeah, we're in for a little bit of fun. I'm not 100% sure this is the smartest thing for me to do, but I am going to put the Juggernaut on my capital world. I'm actually a little short on ships in the capital world. Alright, we are ready to go with our newly refurbished fleet. And we'll do the same exercise with this one. I should also probably get the upgrades done, but first things first. So they are short 3 cruisers, 4 destroyers. How many corvettes was that? 12. All right. What are you jokers up to? All right, I got no idea why you're there, so we'll send you home. Of course, the nice thing is by sending a few people
Our forces
home,
are making planetfall.
I also get the advantage of lower costs. Okay, I believe that is it for this part of the galaxy. I don't think they have any other worlds that I have not claimed. Now, I understand unoccupied planets. I'm still not 100% about unoccupied systems, but I'm going to assume it's Aldebaran. What I'll do here is I'm just going to take my armies, I'm going to land them on whatever planets are nearby, and then if it still insists that we owe them some invasions, I will go sort of planet by planet, figure out the offenders. I had another army somewhere. Looks like I already had a plan for them, though. So what's nice about this is that if I can eliminate systems that sort of we have under control, then I can start saying, okay, the Econo is the next most likely one. Okay, maybe not the Econo, maybe it's this other, I think it was the Yilkahan Khanate or something like that. Basically, I want to try and do this in an ordered fashion to just try and eliminate possibilities. I will upgrade them, but only after the mega shipyard's done its work. I want to give you guys at least one fireworks show before the evening's done. It's also a really good example of where my decision not to build gates might be my undoing. Because it's really hard to say that the speed at which this stuff is moving is really worth it. Okay, well, we can definitely justify more. In fact, if I'm not mistaken, oh yeah, this is actually kind of hard. We've got space for 11 more. I'm actually gonna leave that be for now. I think at this point I've basically just given up trying to give people jobs, but all right, let's see the... Oh, there's so many. Budra Secundus, well, congratulations. There's 13 jobs I had available, right? And we are doing pretty well as far as strategic resources are concerned. So I'm actually going to build some hydroponics farms. I know it's not the most exciting, but it actually lets me keep more people on these stations. And clearly we have got employment problems.
Knowledge is the key
crap!
to the
I also have a
universe.
ton of influence all of a sudden. Missing synthetics. Reports are coming that large numbers of synthetic workers on Gigamoja have gone missing. Their owners claim that units simply vanished one day. We are investigating whether the synths were attacked and destroyed. Were attacked and destroyed by one of the militant fringe groups opposed to intelligent machines, but no remains from the units have been discovered so far. Where could they have gone? Wait, is this really the... Hey, card, don't shoot. Alright, sorry, there was something I was trying to work... Oh, yes. More habitats. I think 2 should do it for now. Maybe 1 more, but... I'll go for 2 for the time being, just in case I need to use the... The influence is the thing where I really don't have an easy out. Alright. I'm also kind of curious how many fleets I have in the... Oh yeah, this is enough. Alright, so for those of you who were patiently waiting for the worm in waiting, well, it is named the worm in waiting. Generate the entry point. The theory suggests that the temporal anomalies we have encountered are the cause of the thing we call the loop, or the worm. It's a tangled knot of paradoxes that has become conscious, a nexus of awareness and desire outside time. Its cause, or its result, is hard to say with something like this, but it is attracted to endings and to beginnings. We can use the Omega alignment to bring it through to our home system. If we do, something will certainly happen. This is many things, but especially it is science.
The special project has concluded.
The heart of the sun. The project is complete. The accelerators are online. The power network of a dozen cities is diverted to wake the pseudo-singularity at the heart of the alignment. Space shudders like wind-wrecked cloth. Rack cloth. Mavel, for the heart-stopping moment, dims and then brightens. A shadow coils its heart. The worm is here. It unfolds like origami. Across the system, sensors shut down, and abject disbelief as incomprehensible data of its arrivals sleets through them. On the homeworld, our subjects scream and cower as if they feel its attention turned upon them and upon us. It presents us with a wordless question, or rather, we have become aware that this question was always what it was asking us every time we encountered it. Either, yes, whatever it requires, we consent, or no, we have brought it here to learn, and if need be, defeat it.
Our science ship is under fire.
Well, that was easy. The shattered loop. I don't think this is quite what Kennedy had in mind for the final moment, but... The Shattered Loop. The worm came through the boundary fences of space-time like a hungry predator or a jilted and furious lover. It's still out there, and wherever it is, no doubt it's angry. But you have the incandescent shards of its avatar to hoard and to study as a cosmic trophy. Other empires will know what you have achieved here today. There are none like us, and perhaps there never will be. So, 3,000 energy credits for our trouble, 8,000 physics research, and relic found scales of the worm. So, this is a great model, by the way, especially with all the shininess from Stellaris in general. Yeah, it's a little anticlimactic when I bring just a ridiculously overpowered fleet. The thing is, I've done this both ways before. I've refused the offer. I highly recommend, if you have not seen what happens if you accept the offer, it's pretty cool. But that is not the story I wanted to tell of the Djomar, so... I think we'll move to the Faranis black hole where we first heard the horizon signal. I mean, if I really want to go hunting, we've got another cosmic horror sitting in the Vohal wormhole. It's going to take a while to get there, so. And I've got other priorities at the moment. So Alioth seems to be the only one I'm worried. In fact, I might just move the armies to Aldebaran to get it over with. Because it certainly doesn't look like this transport fleet's doing anything.
Our forces are making planetfall.
So what I'm really interested in here is to see whether or not we're going to be able to, like, once we take the planets that we obviously need to take out. Oh my god, there's so many of them. This will be the easier one. Once those are taken care of, whether or not we still get this nonsense about systems. We're still doing all right. I mean, it would have been nice if we could have had this wrapped up around 25%, but, you know, that's life. That's just an arbitrary number. I like green. It's a way to run up the score while I pat myself on the back about how good I am at this game. Okay, well, you definitely need to heal. At this point, we really should be... The war is over, obviously, so anything that's not...
War report. Enemy planet secured.
Okay, good. I would love to give you guys a chance to rest, but I'm on a bit of a deadline. But yeah, so any major fleets that I haven't
our forces are making planetfall.
Haven't healed yet. They need to get that done. Oh, that was quick. All right, so that's that. They'll get a chance to heal. Oh my god, did they actually bring a... You people are unbelievable. What possible reason could you have for putting your armies anywhere but back to your home planet? Okay, fair enough. You're gonna go invade Ekanir instead. Or, I guess it's not their home planet. It's a major planet for them, but... Alright, let's see what the scales of the worm... Okay, so it's going to cost influence. Worm scale, influence modifier added for 120 months. giving a 20% bonus to research speed, -5 stability. I am mildly curious. So it says summon a small fallen empire fleet. I'm curious, given the fact that we took out that fallen empire, whether or not that will still bring in a fleet. But for now, we'll just use the surveyor again. It's hard to debate. It's hard to argue with something that just keeps giving you free resources, especially when some of those resources can be strategic ones. Although, because I didn't bother to highlight the region, now I need to figure out... There we go. Yeah, sometimes you have a little bit of a hunting expedition to go on. All right, so they're reclaiming the Econo world. At this point, I've just given up on unemployment. Synthetic disappearances. Alarming reports of mass disappearances among the galaxy's non-ascended synthetic population are becoming more and more frequent. Millions of units are now unaccounted for, while instances of violent or erratic behavior by those synths who remain have increased by a factor of 10. There's been a rash of incidents where groups of synths attempted to steal or commandeer small spacecraft for the purpose of traveling somewhere into unknown space. In those cases where the attempts were thwarted, the synthetic hijackers claimed that they were being summoned to somewhere. Interrogations have yielded little else, as any captured synths invariably self-terminate shortly after being detained. Thankfully for us, it seems as if our organic heritage shields us from whatever is affecting the synthetics. What has gotten into them? I have an upgrade to do. Massive static antennas provide an unprecedented boost to raw coverage, and finally, a complete sentry array extends sensor range to cover the entire galaxy. Still going to take us a while. It's about 4 years, I think, but better late than never. Although, never is a possibility. Alright. I'm just trying to think of what other systems I need to claim. So, Traber, Assassin, and then possibly the Econo world. Oh, and Thurbin. Oh, wow. Yeah. So I'm just not paying attention. There's quite a bit for me to take care of still.
Ship upgrades applied.
Okay, that's good news. Sorry, I'm really feeling the effects of going late here, so...
Our forces are making planetfall.
Okay, good news. These guys, where are they? Alright, they're where I want them to be.
Knowledge is the key to the universe.
New developments in tech cooling regularly surface, improving the stability and efficiency of our weapon systems, keeping them from blowing up the ships on which they are mounted.
War report. Enemy planet secured.
Okay, energy weapon damage. Here I might as well take the shortcut. And again, I don't really care that much. In the end, most of this stuff isn't really all that important to me. Although I will take a minute just to readjust the trades. Now, actually, what I am curious about is it still claiming that it has unoccupied system? Really? What system could they possibly be referring to? I suppose there's the diplomatic map mode. So that thing's definitely claimed. We even got, like, this one I could sort of understand not being claimed. And in the end, like, maybe, you know, maybe it doesn't make the distinction between, as long as there's a planet that isn't claimed, it's always going to say that there's a system that's not. But it's a weird one, because as far as I can tell, we've done a pretty clean sweep of it. Anyways, there's only one thing to do. I mean, we know that we're going to want to take these worlds, so I might as well get the task done, and then we can worry about cleaning up the rest, or just generally figuring out what's going wrong on the next step. Oh, now this is an interesting problem. So why is it saying that the Akano own this system?
Our forces
that's just because that's what it always does. Delirious81, thank you very much for the follow. Glad you're enjoying yourself. I'm definitely streaming quite a bit later than I normally do. And I'm also letting my empire get run into the ground with unemployment, but I'm glad we can share the train wreck together.
Our forces are making planetfall.
I also should get this science ship off and help out with some of the research somewhere. But
War report. Enemy planet secured. Knowledge is the key to the universe.
actually, all those are taken care of, so... not really trapped. I mean, we're doing quite well. We're really just waiting for the endgame crisis or just the year 2500. At this point here, really, I'm trying to find out what. My God, something's happening to slow this down. Oh, well, there we go. All right, our vassal, the Cooperative of Menjusana, has entered the war against the new Yilkahan Khanate. Cooperative of Menjusana has left the war due to being vassalized or annexed by Djomar Limited. Due to their advances in technology, Broad Knight High Kingdom is now a subsidiary under Djomar Limited. Our vassal, Broad Knight High Kingdom, has entered into the war against the Cooperative of Menjusana. Broad Knight High Kingdom has left the war due to being vassalized or annexed by Djomar Limited. We have heard the pain of the cosmos crying out against this conflict. To stop the senseless dissonance, we surrender immediately. The best possible outcome. All right. I can't tell you what triggered that. I know I'm just happy that it did. So, yeah, we're not trapped in here with them. They're trapped in here with us. Heat Recyclers 12. Circulating excess heat from weapons discharge in order to prime munitions as they are loaded increases the rate of fire of strikecraft weaponry. So I think there's a fairly hefty chunk that got eaten by the Akano Citizens Alliance. So we'll do new research. Oh, stop. There's a lot that I need to deal with here. Okay. So, let's pass some laws. All right. So, I want to just do the math on this again real quick, because it's changed, but I think largely to my benefit. All right, so I've got 67673, and then I want to work out how much of a percentage I have of the total. Actually, the cooperative of Menjusana adds quite a bit. I still have 51% of voting even when we bring in the cooperative of Menjusana, which was an advanced start. So, I vote and that's all that matters. Failed vote will have a negative effect on cohesion. I think it's still... So what I'm a little curious about here is, to my mind, the fact that I've got the 50% plus 1 should be sufficient. I am also going to take a quick minute here and assign some envoys. So we do not need 2 with this union. What? Why? Why? Why did you suddenly go down? That is particularly bad because we get a bonus against endgame enemies. Actually, that's enough of an emergency that, so we'll see if we can offer them subsidiary status. Yeah, the difference is still too big. So, this is going to be an all hands on deck. All right, so I've got 8 envoys trying to improve our cohesion. Yeah, so this is my main sector, and this is the person I just vassalized. Okay, so these guys, let's bring them back to Mavel. Namely, I just want to get the fleets home and in something that is a little bit... I don't know, a little bit less less expensive to house them in. Okay, so losing Federation XP, potentially losing a level, hopefully not. Refugees arrived. Obviously I've got unemployment issues, which I'm going to have to deal with at some point. The cohesion hit for a failed vote. So my understanding of this should be that I have got a very large... like, I've got a large voting block. In fact, if it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So out of 6, I already, myself, Menjusana, and the Broad Knight High Kingdom should be, although maybe they're... No, they belong to me. So even then, I have at least half of the votes in the Federation, although everybody else is opposed to it, so I can sort of understand that. Not working out. I wonder if there's still a chance for me to try and sway someone. All right, happy with the victory. Lots of refugees. Subject status, they're now a subsidiary. New Casus Belli, you can now use hostile takeover Casus Belli against the Zydran Free Traders. Happy to do so, but not now. Okay. So let's try and get a few details taken care of. So I wanted to just give them the research. Unfortunately, I'm going to need to send envoys, and envoys will not be available to me for the next little while. Alright, so I'm trying to think now, how much of this do I want to deal with tonight, and how much of this do I want to deal with next stream. So the first thing I really want to do, oh, actually, there's a couple things I can do in the sense of like automating these planets, but given what a clown show the AI has done with the existing worlds, maybe I'll just handle these ones on my own. But with that in mind, there's obviously a lot of improvements that I can make as far as the employment is concerned. We're definitely hurting as far as minerals, so we'll boost that. As far as... So I'm actually a little curious. Let's just straight up remove the sales that I'm making. I want to see what that does to my economy. High Federation centralization, strongest succession type. Oh, it's because we have too many people? Oh yeah, no, so we totally succeeded in that. There we go. Okay, so let's see the rest of what's going on. So High Federation said, okay, so yeah, the diverse and opposing ethics are sort of screwing me here. But I feel like we should be able to right the ship. So -9. This is the weird thing, though. The -99 cohesion. I feel like this should be on the path to getting a bit better. I'm just trying to think if there's anything else that I would want to try. Aren't we already level 5? I'm assuming it's denying us this because we... This would definitely tip us over the edge. I do eventually want to do these President Decides. But... yeah, I don't know. I can live with this form, save for the fact that obviously we really disrupted the cohesion based on the ethics. And it's actually specifically the Broad Night Kingdom. So one thing we could do... Yeah, so these guys definitely... I could just straight up release them. That doesn't really seem to be worth it, though. But they're the one who really messes with our internals. Okay. I did say I was going to see what happens when the month turns over, so we'll do that. The rest, I think I'm going to leave. Alright, so even when I cancel my sales, we're still in good shape. Oh, and I have a spare envoy, so... I would love to use my envoys for something else, but it's really important that we, especially if we're coming up to an endgame crisis, being able to do plus 25% damage, more importantly, to have multiple members be able to do plus 25% damage to endgame crisis ships is kind of a big deal. So that is definitely something I'm going to be... That is definitely something that I'm going to be trying to preserve. Yeah, I actually really like this. The first time I heard it, it was very grating because I wasn't expecting it, but this is from the Lithoid Species Pack. This is really... Paradox really outdid themselves on this one. Again, keeping in mind that was one that I was given. It's the only Species Pack that I was given. Yeah, so, I mean, in the grand scheme of things, there doesn't seem to be a soft power way of bringing about cultural change. I'll have to have them for 10 years. I don't mind integrating them for sure, because that just seems to be a really good way that I can get rid of their disruption to the Federation. I'm working with what I've got. There is a small temptation to try and claim the Yilkhan Khanate for myself. This will be a significantly easier target to incorporate. But it does invite the question, what's the consequences to the Federation? Am I willing to bear those costs, especially with a crisis looming? So, this was obviously a very long, but a much more productive stream than it's been the past little while. So, a couple of things that I wish were different. Oh yeah, actually we had we have a world which we're paving over into an Ecumenopolis, and I know we've got another one sort of primed for it. I just don't remember which one. Right. So theoretically, if I were to switch this over... Let's see what happens. In the worst case scenario, I just have to wait. And I think we can wait 134 days. So, like, the unemployment is appalling, and I actually don't have a really good... There we go! The summons. Continued analysis of the so-called ghost signal has revealed that it is transmitting energy patterns nearly identical to those found in the positronic brains used by synthetic beings. It must be assumed that the signal is directly responsible for the mass disappearances and behavioral changes we have been observing in the galaxy's synthetic population. Strangely, not all synths seem to be affected by it, and among those that are, the symptoms aren't uniform. Many are apparently compelled to travel to what we assume is the ghost signal's source in response to some kind of summons. Millions of synthetics from all over the galaxy are currently on their way towards the signal source in whatever space-worthy craft they could acquire. The first ones are bound to reach their destination soon. Alright, well, if I go to war with these guys, then I am basically plunging the galaxy into a war that we can't really afford. So, we've received word that the Econo-Citizen Alliance have completed their sentry array in the Mardum system. We should assume that they now have virtually perfect intel pertaining to the location and makeup of our fleet. So everybody's got one of these things but me. I'm not in the least bit bitter about that either. Three months. I was kind of hoping I could build another Titan. Alright, while we're waiting, let's see if there are any fleets that need upgrades. I don't know about fleets that need upgrades, but we definitely need another mercenary liaison office. I will at some point also consider opening up a few new branches now that the war is behind us. But again, I gotta pace these things out.
Construction completed.
I should also consider building some more habitats, given that this is really the only solution we're going to have for unemployment. Even then, it's not much of a solution. I don't think we can build enough of them fast enough to be able to deal with the number of unemployed that we're adding to our ranks. The Ecumenopolises do have a chance of being able to incorporate them, though. As you can see, though, we generate ridiculous amounts of consumer goods, so I'm not exactly freaking out about the fact that we need to pay up for the improvements. What I am a little curious about, though, is whether or not I can have more than one arcology project going at once. Nope. Not Mastery of Nature. As cool as that is, yes, we can. Alright, that's good to know. I was under the impression, for whatever reason... what's this gonna sink me? Okay, I can't quite afford it yet, but with that in mind, Bleg is a perfect candidate. We'll probably have a few others over time. Oh, hang on. This wasn't... I remember specifically why I built it this way. Because it had an isolated valley, and that's why we didn't convert it. Bleg, on the other hand, has no distinguishing features. That was definitely going to be the one that we converted. But you all got an extra couple months of free content. Alright, so yeah, the unemployment is a massive and basically unfixable problem at this point. Okay, so clearly something's up. I don't believe I've actually done this. I don't believe I've done this endgame crisis, but I have a fairly good idea of where it's going. I've been given I've heard enough to kind of know. I have broad strokes about what's coming up. Although, then again, from the context of the messages, I suspect some of you have an idea of what's coming up. If we're taking a look at victory, we've extended our lead over the next largest. It used to be that we had about a 50,000 point sort of push above our next largest rival. Now we have the Rax. We're about 8,500. It looks like above the Raxar entity. Things will try. I mean, if the crisis does hit before the game ends, which it's very likely to. I suspect the proof will probably come in whoever can kill the most crisis ships. But overall, we seem to be just crushing it on every dimension at this point. We actually have fewer systems in the Raxar entity. But certainly our subject empires is helping quite a bit in terms of our strength. Also, I'm curious if the Federation kind of seems to count for everything. I wish I had done this a little bit earlier, but I am reasonably glad that we're on to a bit more of a steady state. It is going to take us a while to recover that status, so it's not just that the pendulum needs to swing back to 100. We're improving by a little less than 6 each month. We're also going to need to recover all of the months when we're losing XP. So that's a shame. But unless my allies start putting more envoys in, this is just going to be something we need to live with. The greatest Wani Polity is currently freeloading, but what am I going to do, right? Once we have the Federation back under control, what I want to do is make sure that my subjects are reasonably strong, even if they dislike me. So I'm going to redistribute some of my envoys to make sure that my subjects are reasonably well taken care of. With that in mind, I'll have 375 on cohesion left to sort of mess around with the laws. So that would mean could definitely do war declaration and invites. I could actually probably get away with going full tyrant on this. And do sort of president decides on just about everything. But we'll see. I mean, it might be a moot point by the time we can actually turn that into policy. So honestly, the rest of this at this point is just, mitigate the negative effects of unemployment as much as possible, batten down the hatches for what's going to come. It's really hard to justify building that many more fleets. I don't have any more Titans to throw into them. We have 13 fleets with Titans in them already. And they have the ability to use jumps, so they're not the most mobile, but they're manageable. And yeah, I mean, the most important thing is that we're back in the black for all of my other resources. So it's feeling pretty good. I have no idea whether or not we will get to the end of the playthrough next Monday, but I'm definitely really interested in seeing where all this winds up. But I am done for tonight, so thank you everybody for hanging out for this extended episode. If you're here just for Stellaris, that will be that's basically a Monday game until we're at the end of the the playthrough. Then I'll probably do Age of Wonders Planetfall again, because we still have a couple of missions to finish on that. If you like my stuff and you like watching whatever I play, do keep in mind that this Wednesday I will be attending the local game dev meetup. So I know a number of you were talking about enjoying Cultist Simulator and wanting to see that. That will be on pause just for this week. It's the second week Wednesday of every month that this meetup has gone. It used to be the third, but when they went online, it looks like they're doing the second. So again, I'm going to be at that. Unfortunately, I will not be able to stream for that. However, if you do like the pre-recorded Morrowind episodes, the high-quality version of that is on YouTube. The lower quality version, but one that allows you to interact with chat, that will be broadcasting at 7 o'clock. So again, the video is pre-recorded. I will not be able to reply in voice. But I usually am in chat and interact. It's been a little grindy for this last little while on those ones, just while I get a few missions done. But I'm slowly making progress through the main quest. So, and sometimes it's just fun to hang out and enjoy Morrowind. We finished Chimera Squad on Friday, so new game coming up on Friday. Unless I decide to do Stellaris, which is possible, but we'll see. I'd feel kind of bad to say, hey, crisis event. Come tune in next Monday. So I'll probably hold off. I'm not 100% sure what I'll cover on Friday, but I will say so on Twitter. And if you guys don't mind, I will take a quick second here. I do like ending with a host or a raid, so let's see who is online, because I was definitely not expecting to be going until 3 o'clock in the morning. So I don't know who is online at these hours. If there are this many people watching me at this hour, it must mean that there's not a lot of Stellaris going on. Okay, we've actually got a couple of people who I really like, so what I might do is I might spend a minute just talking about who's out there. Okay, actually there's a fair number of people streaming right now. Okay, I'll put it to you this way. We have got so there's a couple of things that I can say. If you guys want to watch more Stellaris, I don't actually know any of the people on I don't know any of the people streaming Stellaris right now, so feel free to click the game button, look at who's interested. It looks like there's a couple people who are a little bit more new player oriented. Looks like there's a couple of people who are playing for the first time. Both of these are really interesting to watch in their own right. I will also mention that there is a streamer who I normally like, and I normally like to host, who's Fruit Melody. and she's currently doing art right now, and there's a side of me that really wants to send that host to her. However, I have not been able to host this gentleman in quite some time, and as it happens, one of his friends, and I think moderators, decided to stop by the chat. And this is Octavian Zero. He is a pretty good Path of Exile streamer, and even though I don't necessarily watch or play Path of Exile myself, I definitely make time for Octavian Zero, and in particular, he has been somebody who's been very generous with his time and attention with me. So I feel a little bit bad because I do normally like drawing people's attention to smaller streams, particularly art streams like Fruit Melodies. I do encourage you people to check them out when you can. Obviously, you can have more than one window open, but in this case, I will send you over to Octavian because I will not live with myself if I don't, if I don't at least make a few people more aware of him. I don't know. I think Path of Exile is definitely a very flashy game, and I think Octavian does it well. So I hope you all enjoy it. Have a good evening. I will see some of you tomorrow, or I guess later today now. The rest of you either Friday or next week. Have a good one. Thank you for watching, and until next time.